The Ace of Wands is a really powerful card. People often say it's about invention. And of course, what is invention? It is creation. It's thinking something in your mind, getting a thought, and then putting the people and the places and the things together to manifest that thought. It's an act of creation. And over on the Rider-Waite deck we can see the Ace of Wands shows this large hand holding the wand and rising above the material world, rising high above the mountains. And indeed the wand is a symbol that we are going to encounter all throughout the Ace of Wands. We see the wand all over the place, from the stage magician, of whom uses it as a type of sleight of hand, to esoteric pictures, such as the Flammarion engraving, where we can see the magician's wand is halfway in and out of the physical world, and he's actually broken through the known world. They've broken through the firmament using the wand, so the wand connects heaven and earth, if you like, in that actual way. And so the Ace of Wands is all about a powerful explosion of creative energy, the energy that can manifest what we actually want, and that energy is going to be followed all the way through all of the Wands cards, and so that's why we start here with this powerful Ace of Wands. In fact, the whole picture that we can see here upon the Thoth Ace of Wands card is this huge outpouring of energy, and of course that is symbolic of other things as well, which we will come to. We've got lightning flashes in the background of the card, and of course lightning flashes when we see thunder and lightning storms. They're vibrant, they're powerful, often quite frightening, and that's what it's actually saying in some regards, that this powerful energetic force that gives birth to creation can actually be relatively almost scary in the way of its power, and that's why the Ace of Wands is used in career readings. It's a powerful push onwards in your career. So over on the Tree of Life, in fact all of the aces are going to be the same here. The aces are connected with the very first Sephiroth on the Tree of Life, of which is Kether. And so just as we were saying, that Kether is pure potential. It's that image in the mind before it's manifested. It's the seed of creation, and that's quite a powerful image that we're going to return to in this particular video, that idea of a seed of creation. And so the Ace of Wands in Kether is that potential, not just of the manifestation we're talking about, the potential of all of the Wands cards, which we haven't seen yet. In fact, we could say that at this stage the rest of the Wands cards haven't even come into manifestation. They only exist in the mind, and that's the what I call femifestation, which is like the womb of creation, the space where the idea, the manifestation actually grows and is cared for until it is born. And so the rest of the Wands cards are still there, and so Ace of Wands in Kether is the promise that they will actually be born. And of course Kether is that powerful light right at the very top of the actual Tree of Life. And so if we just have a look at the actual Ace of Wands card here on the Thoth deck, we can see that it is comprised out of a very large wand in the centre with 10 flames issuing from it. Now these flames are quite interesting. If we have a look at the flames, they are actually shaped like the Hebrew letter Yod. And this Hebrew letter Yod is very powerful. It's the basis for which all of the other Hebrew letters are actually made out of. And so you can't write any of the other Hebrew words without having created that letter Yod. It's also the first letter and the first pronunciation of the Tetragrammaton. And so yet again, it's saying what we were saying is potential. It's the seed of all of the other words. And so if one wants to speak in ancient Hebrew or write these words, you have to use the letter Yod. And so we have 10 Yods bursting forth from the top of this wand. The 10 Yods here, of course, represent the 10 Sephiroth on the Tree of Life, and so that is saying that everything in the universe is contained within this outpouring of energy. The 10 Sephiroth being symbolic of all of the different experiences in the universe, and really we see that as what the universe is. It's having experience after experience and becoming conscious of itself until everything is experienced. And so that's why we say the universe is expanding. Even in materialistic science, they talk about the universe expanding. It's creating new experiences, of course, as it does so. And so the 10 yods are the 10 Sephiroth on the Tree of Life. And of course, we will be discussing the paths through these spheres, these what they call Sephiroth, on the Tree of Life, throughout the different Wands cards and all of the minor arcana, of which we will come to. So returning to these lightning bolts in the background, there are indeed 18 lightning bolts in the background of the card. And so, returning to the Hebrew, the Hebrew letter number 18 is Chai. And the word Chai simply means life. It means to be alive. And so when people say, what's the meaning of life? And they say, that this is this deep question which is very difficult to answer. Well, the meaning of life simply means to be alive. And what you do with that life, which is your will, you do as thou wilt. You do your will. You manifest your will. So we are alive. 18 lightning bolts are representing the powerful electrical and energetic existence of life. 18 is also considered to be number 9 in very simple numerology, and therefore is concerned with a type of perfection. We see that in Hinduism, where number 9 is a divine number representing the end of a decimal system or a cycle, which is within their numeral system, and we do see number 9 as 3, 3 and 3, so 3 threes making up number 9, so it's this perfect mathematical equation in that way. And so Chai, life, what's this suggesting? It's saying that all life is springing from that burst of energy that we're actually getting in this card. This is the beginning of life, and this can be life in any number of different ways as well. This number 18, this Chai, life, it's our very soul, our very spirit, the thing, the mysterious force that actually animates us, that lets you sit there and watch the video right now. You're choosing to do that, and there is some type of force inside you that's allowing you to do that. The lightning bolts are also green in colour, and so the green here really represents creativity and fertility, such as the green earth. And we see in the green earth, Jack in the Green Man, coming and bringing summer, banishing winter, and giving birth to trees and plants and flowers and all that type of thing. So our green lightning bolts of life itself is a really wonderful symbol. The actual word Chai that we get for that number 18 has the letter Yod in it. Of course it does, because Yod is in all of the characters, and it also contains the word Shet. And so together they mean alive and living. So you can't be alive without living, obviously, and so that's really what it's saying. The meaning of life is simply to be alive. Now the wand itself, now we spoke earlier that the wand is a liminal state in the magician's hand. It can be Kether and Malkuth, or it can be Chesed and Gebarah, the white moon and the black moon, because it connects those two dualities. And so hence you see on even the stage magician's magic wand, you get those little white or black tips on the end, which is a different colour to the rest of the wand, suggesting a duality of light and dark and awake and sleep and all that type of thing. However, we are aware that this is a card of the creation of life and a bursting forth of energy which produces life, which gives the origin of life. And so the wand here can also be the phallus. And we do see this symbol occurring all the way through the cards. We've certainly seen it on certain major arcana cards. And so we have this great phallus here in the middle, surrounded by the electrical activity of life itself. Therefore, the 10 yods, which are bursting forth from the top of the card, are ejaculated sperm, semen. And once you get that image in your mind, when you see this card, you really do see that. It does look like that. And of course, that's not really supposed to be a pornographic image in any way, shape or form. It's actually meant to be a wonderful image. It's showing a microscopic moment, that it's showing a moment in us of orgasm, of a sexual climax, and of course that powerful energy gives birth to what could be new life. We could also read that symbolism as the sperm and the phallus connecting with the egg, of course, to fertilise, the symbol being duality, and therefore the entire card could be duality. The wand and the odds could be the macrocosm and the microcosm, the duality and the joining of mankind and the universe. And so we look up at the stars, and metaphorically the stars look back at us. To understand us is to understand the universe, because just like this card, the phallus, if you like, giving that ejaculation of yods of life. How did the universe begin? We're told it begins in a big bang, and nobody can explain to us what that big bang is. Of course, there is some powerful explosion of creative energy which gave birth to the universe, and so that is what we are actually seeing here as well. So the Ace of Wands is the start of this journey into the actual minor arcana. Even in the Book of Thoth itself, Crowley describes this card as a solar phallic outburst of flame. And so that's like we were saying, it's the universe and us in one wonderful joining of love and of creation. So if you draw this card in your readings, it indicates new beginnings, the origin of a new life of some description. It doesn't have to be a physical life, it can be the life of a project, the life of a new start in life. And so when you get this, you really are in that space of being able to accomplish those goals, of being able to push ahead with whatever it is that you want to give birth to in your life. And that's why it's used a lot in career and work related readings. And so this really is a breakthrough moment of potential, of creation, both in a spiritual and in a physical way. And really it's asking us to find that fire, that passion within our own soul, and push that electrical energy of life deep into it, to animate it and to bring it alive. The Ace of Cups represents a primordial birth of creation and intuition, and in some ways could be seen as a feminine counterpart for the masculine Ace of Wands. Over on the Rider-Waite card, we can see a chalice descended into by a dove of peace, suggesting a cosmic consciousness of the highest light and good causes this chalice to overflow with 5 channels of water, representing our supposed 5 physical senses, of which we use to gradually come into communion with our highest self and the universe around us, as seen here by the streams of water joining with the ocean. This depiction of the ocean as a great mother, and in some ways the mother of all of our lives, will be returned to later in the symbolism. On the Tree of Life, as an Ace card, we can see the Ace of Cups here in the Sephiroth of Kether, and yet there is also a strong Binar connection to this card, of which we shall come to in due course. But as a card centred in Kether, it's going to represent the potential of all of the rest of the Cups cards, and the promise of things of which have not yet manifested. Now, with regards to this particular card, it's actually a little bit different, because we've spoken about manifestation many times, of course, and yet people aren't necessarily as aware of what I would call femifestation, which is its counterpart. And femifestation is that unmanifested void. The earth was void and without form, we may have read, for example, in certain literature. And femifestation is the divine womb of all of creation, whereupon these formless shapes and colours are nurtured and fed and gradually eased into their manifestation, or their coming into form. And indeed we can see that straight away over on the card. Kether is symbolised in the centre of the card as coming down and filling the cup. And as a counterpart of the Ace of Wands, if we look at the Ace of Wands, we had this rather phallic symbol shooting off the letter Yod into the universe, and these Yods are the seed of life, and also the seed of all of the Hebrew alphabet letters. And so here they are received into the actual cup. And so Kether is of course this bright white light. It's pure spirit, pure potential, and just as seen with the dove on the Rider-Waite version, it's coming from the holiest of holies. There is nothing corrupt about this energy in Kether, and so it's filling our cup with absolute pure spirit. The breath of life itself comes upon us, and indeed that's what we can actually see here upon this card, because the cup overflows and it spills forth into these reflections and refractions of light and colour all over the card. There is also somewhat of a duality showing up straight away here, where you can see the bottom half of the card is a reflection of the top half and appears somewhat different, somewhat more in flux and liquid, watery in its form. These colours are the potential of everything that can be. So they are that femifestation. They are the potential for all forms of life and all forms of experience of which have not yet come into their form, such as we see with the famous dark side of the moon style prism analogy, where oneness and singularity all of a sudden bursts forth into creation and colour, and becomes its own separate colour with its own separate identity and feeling and light and warmth. And yet really they all stem from that same oneness, and maybe at one point they shall come back into it. These can also show similar things to vibrations and frequencies as seen here in the very centre of the water spilling forth from the cup, and this is the space of the intuition, the emotion, and of the heart centre. And so where does that manifested form that we speak of so often actually come from in the first place? It comes from a thought, an idea, and a thought and an idea in itself isn't much use. It has to be impregnated with emotion and heart and feeling, and so really it's saying that these are the potentials for everything, and everything we see around us, such as our table and chairs and the computer screen, all began in that liquid spilling forth from the space of the heart, the inspiration and the energy to actually go out and put everything together to make it so. And in the corners of the card we can see perhaps some of this, and also a leading on to the symbol of the cup itself, of which of course is a great many different things. But the black here is Binah, and so we have the light of Kether of course filling the cup and all of this wonder splashing forth, and yet behind it is the energy of Binah, an ocean of blackness, of which mustn't be misinterpreted as anything of a dark or negative side, because Binah is black because as a goddess archetype she would be veiled, concealing her secrets, and so it's like saying that the secrets of the universe may never be truly known to us but merely hinted at. And so Binah is concerned with exactly that type of intuition and the wisdom, indeed a primordial wisdom, which is not something which is learned, but is something of which we just know deep in our heart. And therefore it's also the archetype of this womb of creation. This sea of Binah is a great mother from which all of these things, as we can see, flow into and are given colour. And the actual Hebrew god name which is associated with Binah is Elohim. And Elohim is interesting in its dualism, because the Hebrew language has masculine and feminine nouns, and the masculine ones often end with im, and the feminine ones are oth or om. And so we have Elohim is of course a bringing together of those two pronouns, and so it's saying that it is a holy joining together. It is honouring that coming together of, say, the Ace of Wands and the Ace of Cups. And we can actually see this on the card with the lotuses, and so the cup looks like it's actually springing forth from these lotuses, and it's not just one lotus, it is two lotuses intertwined together. And this symbol actually comes back in a later tarot card upon the Minor Arcana, that being the Two of Discs, and yet right now we shall just focus on this symbol in itself. This is actually a really central symbol to this card, maybe even more so than the cup itself, because in Egyptian belief the lotus was primarily the symbol of rebirth and yet also of death. and this is because, of course, the flower would retract back into the water at night and would re-emerge or be reborn in the morning with the rising sun. And hieroglyphics can tell us that there are pictures of a sun god, for example, being born from a lotus flower, and it's also been born not just from a flower, but a flower upon the waters of the noon, of which is the primordial waters of life, returning us again to that symbol of Binah, and indeed the very watery symbol of this card in general, as a great mother associated with an ocean, of which is even seen on the Rider-Waite deck. The lotus symbol is, of course, synonymous with the goddess Isis, and if we look at her and cross-reference it to this energy of Binah, we can see a goddess of Thelema, of which is connected both with Binah and of Isis, that being the goddess Babylon. And the goddess Babylon is a great mother. She represents the coming of the world of matter. Indeed, her Latin word comes from mother. And she could be our physical mothers, and also a mother of, say, the great sea, or the divine blood of life, of which is concerned with the Holy Grail, which of course is bringing us to the symbol of the cup. Indeed, Babylon shows in the Gnostic Mass, and we can actually read a small section from this to see the type of energy that we're invoking here upon this card. And so it says, "I believe in one earth, the mother of us all, and in one womb, whereupin all men are begotten, and wherein they shall rest. Mystery of mysteries, her name is Babylon." And of course that's saying that everybody of whom has ever existed has began in this union, and began in this space of this womb, and this includes both kings and gods among men, and the most evil and horrible of people as well. They have all began in this union. And we can see Babylon upon the cup itself, for the cup shows 3 circles intertwined right in its very centre, and these are the 3 aeons of which show in Thelema up in the Book of the Law as Isis, Osiris, and of Horus, and indeed they also show upon the major arcana upon the sacred wand of the Hierophant. And so these aeons depicted upon the cup show us that this is no ordinary cup. This is indeed a metaphor of the Holy Grail, and so it's a grail of which contains the actual elixir of life itself, the secret of life upon this earth. And this may be shown with the first aeon of Horus, of which represents a dying god, and is thus very similar to the Holy Grail as shown in Christian iconography, of where it may be both a celebration of what has brought us into this life, and the raising of a parting glass before we leave. It may also be shown up in the new aeon of Horus in Thelema as the goddess Babylon, yet again, such as we've just spoken of, and so it really brings it round full circle, and indeed the actual card of lust upon the major arcana shows the goddess Babylon riding upon this fierce beast, the great beast indeed, and holding up in her hands an overflowing cup of the Holy Grail. This may indeed be the Ace of Cups, and the cup itself, of which represents both wisdom and love, is born from the union of the 2 lotuses, and so sits upon this foundation of love, and therefore is open to the loving and pure energy of Kether flowing into it. And this flowing essentially never stops. We can see this represented with the twisted handles of the actual cup, of which are 2 snakes intertwined, and so it's like an Ouroboros. It's an eternal regeneration. It shows that the love of which flows into this cup is eternal. It does not perish like our bodies, and therefore is love of the spiritual kind, of which this cup opens itself completely for. It allows all of this to overflow in all of its many emotional experiences, all of the expressions of love up in the actual universe. And as well as this, it is a channel for the energy of spirit, of which is Kether, of which then spills forth into the world. And so in many ways, it's surrendering itself to the overflowing of love. It's opening the heart and allowing all creation to fill it with the oneness of universal beauty and wonder. And so indeed, to pick up this card asks us to open our heart. It could be to open our heart to a spiritual path of which will bring us into that union and into that joy of the spirit. It could allow us to be prepared to allow ourselves to become somewhat vulnerable and allow ourselves to simply open ourselves up to the possibility of wonderful things manifesting around us. It can show as well, simply, that we long for the cup of life to be filled in our world, and that we should not resist the wonderful experiences of all of the different forms of love and of colour and of beauty, of which may fill our cup at any moment and allow it to overflow from our own heart and into the world. The Ace of Swords cuts through the clouds, revealing a world of clarity and taking us on a journey into the mind. Over on the Rider-Waite card, we can actually see something similar to the Thoth card. The main difference here being these dripping letter yods, of which show in the clear sky. The letter yod is a male creative power, concerned with the beginning of form and the world of creation. It's the smallest letter of the Hebrew alphabet, and actually makes up all of the other letters, and so in many regards it is the seed of what is to come, and brings us once again to the world of thought, of where ideas begin, and everything around us began in the thought. The Ace of Swords over on the Tree of Life is associated with Kether as an ace card, and it's in the world of Yetzirah. This is known as the world of formation, and so keeps us very much on that same idea of which we have just spoken about. Kether, in the world of Yetzirah, is the origin of what will become formed in time. The Swords cards in general are connected with the element of air, and unlike fire and water, as seen with the previous suits, air is unseen. It's intangible. Even though it constantly moves and changes, it still goes unnoticed and even unthought about by most of us. We don't think about our breathing in and out of air unless we specifically focus our attention on it, for example during meditation. It's connected in this way with the mind, the consciousness, and that state of the observer, the awareness that we exist, the awareness that we are sitting and listening and watching to this video now. This is called the hard problem in contemporary science, because it delves into the metaphysical world, of which cannot be found seated as a physical object in one's brain. In mysticism, the mind is said to be somewhat of a barrier to the higher states of consciousness, and one can find conflict and struggle in that, and so we're going to really see that showing up in the Swords cards. One struggles with their purity of spiritual potential, with the things of the world around us, and even the things of our everyday life, of which can sometimes lead us into what is perceived, at least, to be a lower form of consciousness. On the card here we can see the crown, and the crown on the outside is white, and this is that element of Kether of which we saw over on the Tree of Life, and on the inside it has a yellow hue, which brings us to the 6th Sephiroth, Tifereth. Now, Kether and Tifereth together are shown on the middle pillar and are harmonious with each other. They show that light of spirit coming down into the physical world, so we're staying with that idea of formation. And on the middle pillar exercise that one sees in things such as the Golden Dawn magical system, as well as others, it could represent spirit running through the body of the adept, and so it can show a spark of inspiration, and this is something that the crown as a whole stands for as well. Higher awareness, a type of new clarity coming in. The mind has decided it's going to start a project. It's like the artist sitting in front of their canvas, and all of a sudden, like somebody clicking their fingers, the inspiration appears, the idea comes into their mind, and the paint takes form into the thought. It began with a thought, and before the thought it began with that spark, that intangible something of which comes from a higher state, and that is the crown here. The sword itself is said in the Book of Thoth to have a blade made of steel and a hilt made of copper, and so this is a male and female duality coming together, which of course results in that seed of creation. And it also shows a foundation of love, because the hilt is Venus, and so Venus is love. And so if the foundation is love, it shows that our motive for our formation of whatever it is that we're creating should be formed out of love. And so our actions, our ways of going about the world should at their very core have that foundation of love. And this is the word of the law in Thelema, and indeed the word Thelema is inscribed upon the blade and the hilt. And so the word Thelema is Greek for will. It's willpower. It is intention, which is very different from an idle want. To act with intention is to act with will. It is to act with a sureness that you are going to manifest, a complete belief in the outcome of your actions. And so we see the law of Thelema. Do as thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Love is the law, love under will. And so we have this really shown on the sword. The sword is clarity and focus. It's cutting through the clouds. It's the power of the will breaking through everything and saying, you know, there's the sky, there's what I want to bring the sun down into my life, like we saw with the tree of life. And so the sword here is that inspiration, that rising of the sword above us and saying, yes, here I go into the world. I'm going to create whatever it is that I want to create. We are doing our will, we are doing our intention, and we have no choice but to do so, for that's the whole of the law. Everything we see around us is the result of our will, or the result of somebody's will and intention. The things we see around us that began as those sparks of thought. And yet love is the law, love under will, and so we see that foundation of love, Venus, on the hilt of our sword, of which carries us through and makes sure that we are acting in terms of Thelema with true will, which will guide us back to that universal consciousness, that crown, that light of Kether, of which is essentially love. We even see that in contemporary religion. God is love and things such as that. The sword itself, of course, is green. And green, if we wanted to make green when we were painting on that canvas, would be made out of yellow and blue. And so we have a duality there, and we have a sun and a water. And so the yellow is going to obviously be fire, the sun, the day, and the blue is water and the fluidity as seen on the cups cards. It's a masculine and feminine energy brought back into one. And so the sword there is very powerful. It's the same type of image that we see with things such as Baphomet, of which of course is a composite image of opposites. You've got the white moon of Chesed, the black moon of Geberah. You've got Solve and Coagula, which is spirit and matter coming together. That's what the sword here represents in a much more simple image, and yet it's pretty much the same thing. The serpent here that we see as well is actually coiled around here with 6 different coils. This is again the 6th Sephiroth, Tifereth, ruled by the sun, and yet also very much one of balance. And so we see balance all over the card, and swords are asking us to find balance in that conflict of which arises within them. So we see crescent moons here balancing out night and day and all of the different solar and lunar energies. And we see with this sun actually rising against the sea in the background of the card, that very strong yellow and blue, which is what we saw with the green on the card in the middle of them. And so yet again that's male and female, and air and water, and together that's manifestation. And air and water as well, it's life. You know, that's what we need to live and to exist up in this Mother Earth of which we dwell upon. The sun itself, although you could say the sun is Tifereth, it's also akin to a rising of energy through our bodies in that respect, such as the Kundalini. If we look at the sword, it's actually central to the point of the rising sun. And so, metaphysically, that could, of course, be the spine and the Kundalini in the awakening experience of the inner sun rising up throughout it. What happens when the sun reaches the crown at the top of that chakral awakening is enlightenment, which is a cutting through of the clouds and a rising above the lower world of the mind, of which is symbolised by the clouds, and is essentially how we begun with that suggestion of rising above the lower with a new clarity and a new inspiration. Coming out of the crown is indeed enlightenment and awakening. It's a wonderful sun-headed crown, and it has 22 rays coming out of it very strongly, and so this shows all 22 cards of the major arcana here on the tarot. These are the 22 steps of the Fool upon his journey throughout the universe, and together, of course, they symbolise all of life and all of the ups and downs of life. It's a journey through everything of which we ourselves, as the drawer of these cards, experiences, and it is crowned here in this glorious light, suggesting that we've come to understand something about it, and we've come to instill it with light, and of course we've pierced it with our sword as well, and of course this at the top is quite a sexualized image as well. It's fertile. Of course it shows the sword entering the space of the crown, and so the crown is receptive to all of life, and the sun enters it after the clouds have been cut through, with the penetration, if you like, of the sword in that respect. And so it's a yoni and linga image. It's associated with birth, which metaphysically and metaphorically is associated with creation, and so it's that creation of whatever it is that is coming into form. It most certainly doesn't need to be a physical life, it is merely a metaphor. And so to get the card can be very much that raising up of the sword. It's that breakthrough moment, you know, that spark of inspiration that we saw, where all of a sudden we think, you know what, it's time to go out and achieve those goals that I had in mind. I now know how to do it. I didn't yesterday, but now suddenly, from wherever it may be, I know how to do it. So we've got new perspective. It's showing that clarity of knowledge, really, of a creative vision, of which gives us a totally new outlook on the different steps in life. And so it's saying, take hold of that inspiration, seize that day, and go out and make it happen. And that, despite the fact that there may be clouds, we can cut through them. And it's saying that, it's saying take advantage of having this coming together of new, inspired thought, and make change occur in conformity with your will and intention. The Ace of Discs is actually one of the most symbolism-rich cards in the entire deck, and part of the reason for this is that Crowley believed that in many tarot decks the Ace of Pentacles or the Ace of Discs didn't go nearly far enough to actually express what this card means, and furthermore they had the earth as a passive thing of which we exist on, where Crowley wanted to show the earth as a living thing itself, and so that's why this card is just full of so much symbolism. The Rider-Waite card, of course, is much, much more simple, and yet it still does show something of that green earth growing upwards and continuing to flourish, inspired by this disc, of which, of course, comes from up on high, Kether, and represents all of the elements put together there in the pentagram. So everything's coming there into the world of making, the world of actual manifestation. And that's what we see as well. On the Tree of Life, it's Kether, and here specifically, it's Kether in the world of Isaiah. And so it's the world of making, such as what we've seen. And perhaps one of the best ways of looking at this card, and in fact all of the Ace cards in some respect, but especially this one, is to imagine it as a blueprint and a diagram of a seed of life, which is Kether, of course. That's the crown and the origin point of everything. And so all the symbols upon this card are that diagram of a seed. And so when we look at this card, first of all, it's completely symmetrical, both on an X and Y axis. And this shows, of course, a duality and a polarity, especially that of male and female coming together, which of course is an act of creation, which we shall come back to much more in depth later on in this video. But the card itself, of course, is very green, and it's also got this yellow, which is the sun, and these browns and earthy colours it is clearly a card of the green earth and the spring, the shooting up of buds and the life in the green forests and mountains and jungles and so on. It really does show the earth as alive, which is what Crowley wanted to show on this, that it's not just that we exist on the earth, but that the earth itself lives as well, and so perhaps to understand it helps us to understand ourselves. Now, in the background of the card are these really beautiful looking wings, and there's actually 6 sets of wings, although they can be quite difficult to see because it is suggested that there are wings underneath the ones of which we can see as well, and this is because here we see the bringing in of life onto the earth. So it looks like these wings have been laid on top of the green earth, these angel wings. So it's the bringing in of life from source. Life has actually started on the earth, which is deep mystery in itself. We don't really know how life actually came onto earth. And yet, because there are 6 sets of wings there, that is the number of the sun and the number of Tifereth. And so life is in some way dependent upon the power of the sun, which of course is something that we all know, that we do for harvest and for the growing of crops, and even just for us to actually live requires the sun to be there. And this is true for all life, and we can see on the wings that they are actually formed rather wonderfully out of foliage and tree leaves. And this shows yet again the earth as actually alive, as well as the growth of trees and plants and flowers in accordance with the sun, such as what we see with photosynthesis and things such as that. And we can also see this suggestion of growth very strongly here, in that in the centre of the card is this earthy pattern of which represents the rings of bark or tree rings. And so of course this suggests an endless growth as well as a maturity. If we see these ancient trees of which have been around since day one, it's tempting to think about them as having witnessed all of human history right back from when they were a small sapling. And so this shows a constant growth upon the earth. And of course this is what we see with the discs cards. It's about abundance, and a very physical and practical abundance, and that growth of the wealth of the world, and of course the beauty of it therein. And leading on from this, we can also see an acorn upon this card, in fact quite a few acorns, and of course these are in one respect a fertility, an ability to grow from a small seed into a wonderful oak tree, and is also a symbol of prosperity, and prosperity to come, because we are on the ace of discs. The prosperity is actually still to come. They also are rather strange because it's believed that before the development of agriculture, human hunter-gatherers may have actually fed themselves on various seeds, as we know, and also part of that would have actually been the acorn. There has been evidence found of that, and so it sets up that whole frame of the acorn and the oak tree that comes from it being a literal tree of life. It literally sustained the life through the consummation of it and the use of the wood for fires and tools and things like that. And of course, a tree of life, such as what we see in Norse mythology with Yggdrasil and in all the types of mythology, is literally what we've got here. We have the rings through the tree, the growth of the tree, which dies, or at least apparently dies, in the winter and comes back in the summer. A constant cycling of life and death and rebirth. And that of course brings us to this central symbol on the card, and this is where it gets really quite strange. So this here has all manner of different symbols in it, and this is why I said it was a bit like a seed, because this shows a cell, and it's a cell dividing and, most importantly, turning around. You can see these spokes in the pattern showing that it's not meant to be still, it's meant to be spinning and whirling, and so it's mimicking the passage of stars in the universe and in the microcosm, DNA and electrons and things like that, and so it's literally showing the building blocks of reality. And so this is a plant cell, right in the centre of where that wood is inside the tree. It's the soul, if you like, of the tree itself. Now, around the edges of this disc is the lettering 2 Mega Ophion, and this is deeply esoteric. It refers to an ancient creation myth of the god Ophion, a serpent god, and the goddess Eurynome, of whom ruled the universe until they were taken over by things like Kronos and the Titans, so time and death and war. But for a time they ruled the whole world. It's a creation myth where they dance upon the waves, and this celestial egg, which is the Orphic egg, is fertilised by this Ophion serpent coiling around it, and so of course it's a sexual unity. In some versions of the story, Ophion becomes too big for his boots. He claims that he has actually created the whole world on his own without the need for the goddess, and is then cast into the underworld. So this idea of a wonderful ruling of the earth, and then something coming and bringing death and time to it, is something that I'm sure we've heard before. There are definitely biblical connotations to this, and Crowley was well aware of this, because we see this with the serpent, of course, in Genesis, and the bringing of nakedness and death to them. And this, of course, completes the cycle of creation and the life of man. They would have to go out and multiply to keep them alive, otherwise they would die. Rather interestingly as well, from this perspective of life beginning on earth, of course this is a creation story, after this fall of Adam and Eve, the Bible says that they were given coats of skin by God to wear, and some have interpreted this as like aprons or coats for them to wear, but that's not actually it. What it's referring to is their actual physical bodies. So they were like Ophion and the goddess there, pure spirit ruling the earth, and then they were taken over by time and death, and they inhabited these physical bodies. They were given coats of skin, and these coats of skin age and die, and they must be constantly recycled with, of course, a sexual unity and a passing forth of those genes and those cells, which is actually what this centre shows. And so, just like the serpent shedding its skin, it's showing an endless death and rebirth, and the idea that of putting one's roots into the earth and keeping them going and keeping growth going. And so we see that as well all over this symbol. There's a decagram, or a 10-pointed figure, of which is formed by 2 7-pointed stars. So the 10 obviously is Malkuth. It's the physical world that we're in, that physical realms of which are ruled by time and things like that. And the 7-pointed stars are the Star of Babylon, of which we see, of course, in Thelema and in lots of Crowley's writings, and we saw this goddess Babylon over on the Lust card. And interestingly enough here, the phrase 2 Meta Ophion, which we've just seen, appears in Crowley's writings as related to this Lust card as well. And it's all to do with a coming together and a polarity of male and female energies, which of course pass on those genes and those cells and literally create the growth of the race from however life began to literally where we are at this point now. And so we can see that that 7-pointed star is the womb, and in the centre of it is this shape of which is clearly a phallic symbol, and that's literally inside there, so it's impregnating this cell, this soul in the centre of everything. And the shape itself, as well as a clear phallus, is actually formed out of a symbol of the sun, and underneath it a symbol of the moon, and so it's showing there a divine eclipse, if you like, a divine coming together of those two polar opposites. And we can also see inside this is a point, a singular point, which is shown as the symbol of the sun, and yet could also be the number 1. Underneath there is the letters 666, the so-called number of the beast. This shows, of course, the divine creative impulse, the impulse to actually go out and do this, impregnating of the world, which doesn't have to be physically sexual. It can be bringing any manifestation into creation. And so 6 plus 6 plus 6 is 18. 1 plus 8, which is your 18, is 9. That's that powerful esoteric number, divine consciousness and all these wonderful things. And that is going to be the beast of which we see in Crowley's writings, and is also here the masculine element. The 666 plus the 1, of which we saw there on the top of the symbol, of course would be 667, and this represents the lust card again, or the Scarlet Woman if we're looking at Crowley's writings, and is the feminine, and so we've got them both together, the 666 and the 667. You could also interpret this even further in that if we look at an outfolded cube of which forms that shape of the cross, it could be lettered as 1 to 6, so we have the 6 there as the outfolded crucifix, of which is the outer senses, the physical world, which, since it's a crucifix, is that physical world ruled by time and death. The 7, the divine feminine, would be the cube folded back up into a cube, and it has a hidden number 7, so it's 6 sides, and the inside of it would be a hidden inner spiritual truth, which is that womb of creation. And of course they've both come together there to form that bringing in and birth of whatever it actually may be. There's a maturity to this card, of course, as we've seen with the tree rings, and Crowley actually wanted this to show a connection with nature as well, and a bringing out of our understanding of things, because the discs cards are going to be concerned with that seed of wealth and that coming in of all sorts of abundance. We're faced with religions and certain political ideologies that say that we shouldn't have wealth, or it's the root of evil and all this type of thing. It's all hogwash. It's all part of the experiences of life and all of the wonders that we can have. And same with that sexual unity, you know, it's coming together, it's very wonderful and creates life. It's asking us to be mature with it. We go back to this toe meta Ophion symbol. When Ophion believed that he had created the world himself, for instance, he was cast out into the underworld. And so it's showing that we shouldn't be ruled by these physical things, but that we should use them instead to plant seeds of which will allow us to grow in a constructive way and in a practical way. These cards are very practical, the disc cards, and so the Orphean symbol there in the centre is showing that with our connection to the earth, with our bringing in of wealth, and with all of these dualities of male and female and all this type of thing, we can be completely free to enjoy them and to amass them in great quantities, as long as we are using them, of course, in harmony with nature and that type of thing. And that's actually, believe it or not, what Crowley wanted to show with this. He wanted to talk about our relationship with nature, and by understanding nature we also understand ourselves, and that's what the symbols on this card actually show, as well as simply being a new beginning, as it is an ace card. It could be a new business venture, for example, although it might not be quite making money at the moment. It will be soon, because you've planted the seed, and there will be all sorts of growth and abundance to come. The Two of Wands is all about putting our goals and our intentions into motion, putting our inspirations into concrete plans in order to make them manifest. And so it's taking ownership of your life and how you want your life to be, and saying, right, I'm going to go in that direction, and I'm actually going to make things happen rather than just thinking about them. Over on the Rider-Waite deck we can actually see that, so our character is clearly surveying the earth around them, and so they're measuring things up and looking at how they're going to plan this expedition through life, this journey through the actual universe. Over on the Tree of Life, the Two of Wands is associated with the second Sephiroth, which is Shokmar, and Shokmar means wisdom. And so if we're going to put those intentions into manifestation, we're going to build a house, we need to have the wisdom to know how to do so. We need to have the tools to know how to build them and how to actually put the tools to use. And so being in Shokmar here is suggesting that we have to apply wisdom to our physical lives. We have to actually learn what it is that we want to manifest. We have to know something about who we want to be. It's no good just being abstract, and that's why in a lot of law of attraction style readings they will say that you have to have a concrete goal in mind. You have to know exactly how much you want to make or what type of life you want to live, essentially. And so here on the Thoth Tarot 2 of Wands card, moving on from the Ace of Wands, of course, we have the symbolism of 2 wands on this card, as we would, and they are shaped as Dorje Purbas, which are Tibetan ritual symbols. The actual symbol is that of a thunderbolt or a lightning bolt, which is a symbol that we saw over on the Ace of Wands for that spark of inspiration that comes into our mind. And so here we're moving on from the spark and actually making it concrete. And so the Dorje or the Purba is all about removing obstacles and cutting through limitation. It's said that even owning one of these Purbas in real life can actually help you to remove obstacles in your life. It's a spiritual obstacles, of course. They are often planted down into the ground, which is another type of fertile symbol, suggesting a purification of the ground beneath them, and therefore a sanctifying of that area, turning it into a ritual space. So to remove obstacles is to have a bit of an awakening, really. And so it's suggesting here that our inspiration has come into our mind and it's given us a bit of an awakening. It's cracked open the eggshell of which was holding inside it who we were and who we wanted to be in that regards. And so that's why we have these heads on the Dorje. The heads are Tibetan symbols yet again, and they show change when that force is put into action. So nothing is without change, everything's moving all the time. Like I've said in my videos before, you know, even a dead body is moving in its coffin, because otherwise it wouldn't turn into dust. Everything is in motion, nothing is still. And so when we put that force into action, so we've broken that egg open and we've said, right, this is who I want to be, things change and our face changes, metaphorically, because we are becoming the image of our manifestation. So the different changing faces here are the different faces of change in the universe when intention is put into action. And we can also see on the bottom of the Dorjes, near the actual arrowheads here, serpentine symbols. And it's a very powerful image, of course, serpentine symbols. And here they are connecting back to what we've just been speaking about. They're about renewal, the snake shedding its skin and becoming new again, born again. And so therefore they're representing another type of change. Now, because they're very close to the actual arrowheads, they're representing a change occurring as a direct result of that force. So again, if we imagine the Purba or the Dorje being planted into the ground to say, I own this ground, I'm going to make this ground change, there would be a ripple of energy which would emanate from that, and that exact ripple of energy is causing the snakes to shed their skin and to change. Now, this idea of using a force to create change can sound almost like a violent force in some way, but it most certainly doesn't need to be. It can be any type of force which inspires inside us the desire to manifest our will. And so, for example, we could use the force of love. This is a very powerful force which could change the entire world. And so, in fact, many of the greatest manifestations have the driving force of love behind them. So whatever force it is, it has to inspire us, because if we're not inspired, it's not going to get those wheels in motion, and we're going to be stuck on the previous card, which is just inspirations and thoughts. And we have to put thoughts into things, and so we have to use a force to get change to occur. Now, behind the Dorjes and the symbols, we can see 6 emanating flames in the centre of the card. So back on the Tree of Life, 6 is the 6th Sephiroth, which is Tifereth, which is ruled by the sun. Now, it's going to become quite astrological at this stage, so we can see that the Two of Wands is ruled by Aries. And we also know that Aries is ruled by Mars, which we can also see on the sign, so we have that wonderful influence there. So what it's really saying with all of these joined together, Tifereth, Aries and Mars, is that there is that influence of both the Sun and the Aries astrology sign. As the heart and soul of this card, it has an Aryan energy to it. And so what does that mean? Well, it means basically what we would see in Aries in astrology, and so it's like the rational thought which is going to be needed to build that house or to make things actually work and to understand them laterally. It's about going out into the world and acting upon our thoughts, upon getting those wheels in motion and essentially getting the job done, that type of thing. So this is a really practical card showing through here, and that's what we can actually see in the background as well. You've got in the background this kind of spotty image of pink and blue, and the blue here essentially is the sky. It's like the clear sky, which represents the visible world, so things that we can see, clarity. The clouds have cleared, we can actually see what's going on around us. And so what that's suggesting is that after we've put that force into action, whatever it may be, we've gone out into the world and we've acted upon our thoughts, we break through the clouds. So the clouds could be the limitations that the Purba has removed, and suddenly we can see. And so that's what it's showing. It's showing a type of haziness being removed by the definitiveness of our action. And so Shokmar, of course, is that force, like we said, and we also have the balance of Aries and Mars, creativity from the Sun, daylight, visibility, action. So it's very practical, this card, and if you pick it up in your reading, that could be what it's saying, that you really need to get down and dirty with the work type of thing, and put the effort in to make things change, or as we've seen, really start to make concrete plans for what it is that you want to be manifesting, which can mean stepping out of where we feel comfortable and going into the unknown in some regards. And yet, really what we should be taking from this is that when we step into that unknown, we're not walking into darkness, we're not walking without any type of guide at all, because we're taking inspired action. We're moving forward with concrete plans of which we've made, and we have to step forth with that faith that somehow we're going to put those things together, and those inspired forces of which we've put out into the universe really will start to manifest. The Two of Cups is a beautiful card concerned with the bonding and powerful energy of love. On the Rider-Waite deck we can see a physical coming together of a loving union, the exchanging of cups and intertwining of hands, emblazoned above them with a winged lion atop a caduceus symbol, hereby representing a symbol of union and yet also of exchange of ideas, of commerce, and the power of love to transcend and transform an energy, the winged lion, a passionate, fiery energy, suggesting an enlivened relationship. On the Tree of Life, this card is in Shokmar and represents something of the balancing and opposing forces of which come together in this card. The card itself is very feminine, and so Shokmar is going to be a balancing energy to that, and so Shokmar is often depicted as wisdom, and yet the word itself could mean something akin to the potential of what can be. And because it emanates from Kether, it contains within it an infinite light and an energy of that light emerging from a cosmic nothingness, and here the balancing aspect of that, the feminine aspect, receives and nurtures and brings into life. And so we can actually see that duality and coming together upon the card straight away. It has an astrological significance in quite a central place upon the card, and this indeed shows that the card is Venus in the element of Cancer. And so we really see here some very friendly signs in the zodiac, if you like. Venus is indeed very receptive, and it's all about love and beauty and the celebration of love and beauty in the world around us, and it's paired with the element of Cancer, showing again nurturing and supporting and healing energies. Bringing them together really shows, this card shows intimacy, and yet also a safety of love in many different forms. It's really wearing one's heart on one's sleeve, and again Venus and Cancer are going to be watery in their aspects, and so that is why this card is very, very watery in its symbology. Indeed, we can see that the card is formed out of the lotuses, of which we saw on the previous card, opening up, and they're actually opening themselves up to the energy of love that we see here. And this energy of love can be love for anything. It doesn't necessarily have to be a physical relationship. It can be the love of, a flower, or the love of the sunrise. It can even be just simply the love for the beauty of the soul itself, of life itself, and it's opening itself up to receive all of that. And in its centre are two entwined fish. They're quite strange looking, and yet they're actually said to represent dolphins. And so here we have a wisdom and a self-awareness and a great spiritual power, and yet also something of the dualism and the coming together that this card encaptures so well. After all, a dolphin is actually a marine mammal, even though it is to us like a fish, and so a dolphin is both one thing and another. It is two truths and two ways of looking at it, two perspectives coming together, and so the duality of life could be seen in this symbol. It is both love and sorrow, for instance, and without one there cannot be the other, and there cannot be the overflowing that we see upon this card. The dolphins themselves actually show this to us. If we have a look first at the dolphin over on the left hand side, it has a yellow eye symbol and a fin of which has 5 points. The yellow eye here is a symbol of the sun, and therefore the day, and the 5 points bring us to the 5th card upon the major arcana, of which is the Emperor. And so here the Sun and the Emperor shows that this is the masculine counterpart, or the left brain hemisphere, or the day. And over, of course, on the right dolphin we have a silver eye and a fin with 4 points. The silver eye being the moon, the night, the receptive, the feminine, and therefore the 4 points bringing us to the 4th card in the major arcana, the Empress. And so here, entwined upon the 2 of cups, is the relationship between the Emperor and the Empress, which is a beautiful and powerful symbol up in tarot mythology in general. And this is also a symbol of alchemy. It's showing the great work, the microcosm and macrocosm coming together, because their balance here is completely and totally harmonious. There is not one thing of which is tipping the scales too far to one side. The balance between the masculine and feminine counterparts of these two expressions of life and expressions of soul are in complete and total harmony, and therefore we can see that they are supporting the lotuses to allow water to flow from them through the dolphins and down into the physical manifestation, and they are completely overcome with this overflowing of powerful, light, beautiful water of Kether, and they are even speaking of this love themselves, for it comes out of the area of their mouths. We've seen the lotus symbol as concerned with the goddess Isis, and she is a divine and powerful mother goddess, and so in some ways the water here could even be the waters of life itself, such as shown with other symbols such as the Ankh. And even cross-culturally we see goddesses such as Lyra Gauri, a lotus-headed goddess of whom is concerned yet again with abundance and fertility and love, and she is shown in a birthing posture to suggest a birthing of idea of love into the world, and of course of physical coming together as well, which would bloom into love and the actual possibility of new life springing from it. Indeed, the water gathers and is brought into perfect harmony yet again within the 2 cups, and we can see that altogether there are 10 streams emanating from these cups, indeed 5 upon each. And these 10 streams are 2 things They are firstly the 10 Sephiroth of the Tree of Life altogether, of which is everything in the universe, showing that this love has touched and found itself up in the hearts of everything in creation. And they are also the 10th Sephiroth on its own, of which is Malkuth, kingdom. And so these are things coming in to manifestation. They are the fruits and produce of this unity and this coming together, and whether this is indeed a physical life, or whether it is the birth of an idea, a new path in life, or simply the birth of a healing process up in the hearts of the lovers brought together. Indeed, we can see that the water is flowing into a sea of green, a really beautiful sea of green, of which is tinted with this yellow behind it. The green brings us back to Venus, and therefore the creative aspect of love, because Venus is also a goddess of agriculture, as well as the more commonly known elements of her. She is concerned with vineyards and gardens, and she cultivates the land, and so this green sea can be that element of the green earth. And so the waters of life here flowing into the green sea are the seeds being cultivated into the land, and out springs, perhaps after the powerful festival of Beltane, the sun is high in the sky, and our flowers and our crops and all of the wonderful green and beauteous earth shows itself in its splendour, and it is balanced with the yellow aspect of the ocean, of which, if the green aspect was that physical, creative aspect of love, the yellow is the inspirational, the subconscious, and the spiritual aspect of love that we've been talking about, again bringing these two elements into perfect harmony. And so this is a different kind of love to that of which we see on a physical level. It's not a love of a physical attraction, it's a love of the very soul. It transcends the physical shell, it transcends the world of perceived limitation. This is the love of pure existence itself, and of loving somebody purely and wholly, simply because they actually exist. And above this ocean is a clear blue sky, and you'll notice that there's no clouds up in this sky, and there's certainly no element of trouble, there's no thunderstorms or darkening of the clouds. It is completely and totally clear. This shows that the love of which is viewable in this ocean today is clear of all of that limitation. It's clear of things of which may come into our life and distract us from getting back to that very core of what this card is talking about. And so it really is showing that despite whatever limitation may lie in our way, truly, love transcends all of that and brings it all together. Crowley even describes this card in the Book of Thoth as referring to love of which recovers unity from individuality. And so perhaps we could actually see something of the goddess Nuit speaking in the Book of the Law up in this clear blue sky. She is, of course, the goddess of the sky and the stars. And the goddess Nuit speaks to us and says, "For I am divided for love's sake and for the chance of union." And therefore she's saying that love in a physical sense here requires both a lover and a loved one, and their dividing brings them together. Their desire to be brought together, and this process of them coming together creates the great work and the magic of creation, such as we read yet again in Thelema, "The world exists as two, for only can there be known the joy of love, wherein the two are made one. And all this is one alone, and has little pain in making itself two, that it may know itself, and love itself, and rejoice therein." And so when you draw this card, it can mean that in a very physical way. It can mean marriage and, love and the coming together of partnerships and even friendships if it is not in a romantic sense. And it can mean on a deeper level access to that universal love, that, just the love of existence itself. And it's all about welcoming it into our hearts and being receptive to allowing it to overflow, such as we're seeing on the card. If we're practicing meditation, for example, it asks us to have a connection to that element, not just one side of the scales tipped far too far to one end and therefore not coming together in unity. the quality of this card is universal love. It is saturated and overflowing in that energy, and it asks us to take that into ourselves and allow it to flow. The Two of Swords is, on the face of it, quite a simple card, and yet it holds within the centre of it a deeply esoteric meaning. On the Rider-Waite card we can see perhaps a more explicit image, this showing choppy waters behind the character, suggesting the inherent conflict of which is present in the suit, and a character of whom appears guarded and rather uncomfortable. She perhaps is about to pass judgment or make a decision, and yet, being blindfolded, cannot actually see where this decision would end up. She hasn't got the right information. She can't see clearly in order to make that decision. On the Tree of Life, this card is found in Shokmar, and this is very interesting, and we will return to this later on in the card. Purely on the Tree of Life, Shokmar, being the second Sephiroth, is very close to Kether, and so it hasn't picked up any of the lower vibrations or the conflict we see in Swords at this stage. This is why Crowley called the card Peace, because on the Golden Dawn Tarot this card was called the Lord of Peace Restored. He didn't like the word restored because he said there hadn't actually been any conflict at this point on the journey. It was merely the suggestion of it to come. And yet the card, if we have a look at it, is quite muted. Its colours are certainly neutral, and that is what the card represents: balance and neutrality. Astrologically, it's the moon in Libra, and these are a harmonious connection in astrology. The moon, of course, being our emotions, our intuition and our instincts, and Libra being that deep desire for peace, harmony and balance. And so the moon in Libra suggests that we may have in our hearts a deep longing to find harmony, to find balance in all aspects of our lives. The card itself shows that there has not actually been a conflict, and that peace is what the end goal would be, because the End of the Swords shows images of peace in balance with each other. The first being these angelic figures of which kneel down and pray. One is pointed upwards, the other is pointed down in an act of total balance. Also, very difficult to see on the card, but there is an image of a dove upon each sword, one of the most well-known images of peace and of harmony. And yet, shown in the background of this card and behind the swords are these images of paper pinwheels. These are the type of thing of which would move constantly with the breeze or the wind, sometimes slow and sometimes very rapid, depending upon the mood of the weather. Here they represent the mind, the thoughts. They are the constant chatter or internal monologue of our mind, something of which we cannot truly escape. In meditation we attempt to have no thoughts, or to focus the mind only on one thought. And yet, as Crowley says in Magic in Theory and Practice, the practitioner will find this very difficult. They will focus on, say, a cross in their mind, and soon parts of it will have grown bigger, it will be twisting round, it will be sprouting flowers out of it and growing horns, you name it. The mind will play tricks and will speak to us and pull us in one direction and then the other, so that we are actually not sure what decision to make. Essentially we're stuck in a state of stalemate, which is something else this card can represent. However, there is something in this card of which suggests the answer and how to move on. Because this card could be like a calm before a storm, a suggestion that there is a peace, and yet it won't last forever, it's just a temporary peace, and eventually we're going to have to make that decision, and yet we don't know how. How do we do it? Well, we can see that the swords are crossed over through this blue rose in the centre, and that the blue rose itself appears to actually be the source of the light of which comes out and forms these patterns in the background. This blue rose is deeply esoteric. It can represent a great many things. Now, Crowley himself, in the Book of Thoth, said that the card represents the influence of the mother, of whose harmonising influence compounds the latent antagonism native to the suit. What does he mean by this? Well, the rose here is suggestive of Sophia, that is the divine Sophia, the heavenly rose, or the celestial rose. She is known in Gnosticism and in various forms of Christianity, and is connected with the Virgin Mary, the Divine Mother, and a type of entity of which has a relationship with us from the very beginning of all creation. And so Shokmar is also associated with her, because Shokmar is wisdom, and is that divine wisdom, that suggestion of, when we look at the universe, what is it that we are actually beholding? What is it that we're actually seeing? And it may be that it's all connected, and Sophia here could represent that. She could represent that one soul, that one source of life, and yet also the feminine aspect of God, and in that respect connected with what some would call the Holy Spirit, of which may have originally been a feminine mother goddess type of archetype, because the languages of Aramaic and of Hebrew, the language of the Bible, and the language Aramaic actually spoken by Jesus, and the words used to depict this Holy Spirit, such as Ruach, would be feminine, and so they bring us to divine wisdom, and therefore Sophia. Now, this rose upon the card has 5 petals coming out of it. Now, this returns us to this idea of a divine wisdom and a source of life, and it gets even stranger because it brings us to the Tetragrammaton, of which of course is the 4 letters, the Hebrew theonym, the name of God, specifically the letter He, found in the Tetragrammaton with the numerical letter of 5, of which suggests the goddess. And so this shows the peace of the goddess and the bringing together. The swords aren't actually piercing through the rose, rather the rose is holding them together. It is uniting them and suspending them, and so we see 2 other knives or daggers holding the moon and holding the symbol of Libra, and so they are suspended temporarily in a state of absolute balance and harmony. And so any conflict that they would have had has been brought to a halt by this influence of the rose, or the influence there of the Divine Mother, as Crowley would say it. And that influence of Shokmar, which we saw before, really starts to come out here yet again, because it is not just knowing things, of course, it is wisdom. And it's only the wisdom that's going to allow us to stop those pinwheels from turning round and to actually make the decision. So it's only wisdom that will allow our Rider-Waite version of this card to remove her blindfold and say, I can see clearly now. This central presence of the Divine Mother could also represent the swords cards as a whole being the child of what has come before. And so we've had fire, we've had water, and now we've got this child which is inherently going to enter a world of conflict, especially coming from fire and water. And so this goddess, this Sophia, this Virgin Mary, however you want to describe it, brings them together and attempts to give them a divine harmony and wisdom. And so when you get this card, it's saying the same thing. You're going to be having trouble knowing which way to go. You can't make the right decision. And it's not something that's going to be a life-threatening decision. It's more like one of those annoying things that you just don't know which way to go. And of course, the way to deal with this is through wisdom, to weigh up the pros and cons of something in a very basic suggestion, and to understand that true wisdom is not the same as information. And so nothing depicts that more clearly than the internet, with these millions of pages of information, every single page of it utterly useless if you can't understand what it means truly and can't apply wisdom to it as well. And so if you just read information, you're missing something, of course. You're missing that vital step, and that's why our character is blindfolded. Everything's in place, but she's missing the insight and the intuition and the correct information. And so really, we have to hold ourselves in that space of stasis. And so on a more negative regard, the card can be a type of stagnant energy, or a passive energy where you're just letting these thoughts come and go. And yet there will come a time when we have to move on, and so we have to step back, hold ourselves in that embrace until that wisdom comes to us, and then we remove our blindfold, see what it is that keeps us here, and able to decide where to place our swords, metaphorically, gearing us up to bring peace and harmony into our lives. The Two of Discs is called Change, and this card could be something like a depiction of the physical world that we live in, and a world of which, when we examine it, we find never rests, and so is indeed always in a position of change. On the Rider-Waite card we can see actually some of the symbols of which we see over on the Thoth, this image of duality and an Ouroboros-like thread of infinity here, being juggled by a character of which resembles in some way the Fool, hereby suggesting that we are on a journey to understand the universe. And we can see a sea in the background with its ups and downs, and so we're on a journey through all the good points and bad points and nights and days of life and the universe in order to come to understand it. And so that's why we see on the Tree of Life here that we're in Shokmar, wisdom, and it's Shokmar in the world of Isaiah, the world of the manifested world. So if we think about this like being the Lord of the earth, somebody of whom wants to survey his kingdom and come to understand every single bit of it, it's a coming into understanding of where we live, an understanding of how this place actually works. What is it that keeps it going, so to speak? Astrologically, it's Jupiter in Capricorn. This is quite interesting because the expansion of Jupiter is constrained by Capricorn, and so people that have this sign astrologically are usually very practical, and they're really good organisers in making things work, perhaps in business, for example, and that type of thing. And so really it's saying that when we come to understand that universe, we'll be able to organise all the things in the universe to make them work, to create good, perfected, physical things around us, homes and wealth and things of which make our life easier, or things of which are beautiful that we want to keep with us in the world, and just make our stay upon this plane more pleasant. Perhaps the most strong symbol on this card is the yin and yangs. So we have a lot of duality in the card. The card is extremely balanced. Everything in this card shows balance and shows essentially an equal and opposite reaction. We're going to come back to that. So we have these two yin and yang symbols, which of course means a dark side and light side, yin and yang. It's a complete and perfect duality, totally balanced with themselves, and so the top disc looks like it may be rotating towards the left, and the bottom disc is rotating towards the right. So you could think of that as a masculine and feminine force, and there is a depiction of that in these. And even the brain hemispheres, even simply night and day, or the passage of the year and the seasons of which come through it. So the actual yin and yangs are coloured, showing that the yellow colour on there is what you might call electric force, and the darker colours are magnetic force. And so these are force and form. So we put out a deliberate intention, and we put to work our actions to mould those atoms and molecules and electrons and things into those physical shapes around us. And the results of these things of which we make are always in direct correlation, so harmony, with the energy, the passion, the action of which is put into them. So it's a little bit like one of those Newton's cradle devices. If I let one ball go, one ball will bounce, and similarly if I let 2 or 3 balls go, then 2 or 3 balls would bounce. The ball being let go is the energy being put into it, and that energy is in direct correlation with the result springing forth there into the world. We can also see with this yin and yang that electric force could be the masculine force, so that's the yellow colour, and the darker force, which is the magnetic force, would be the feminine force, of course returning us to the moon, and of course that movement of tides and that movement of seasons. And so you can see that we're actually starting to understand how the universe works. This is what they mean by as above so below. To understand one is to understand the other, and what is true for the microcosm is also true for the macrocosm, and vice versa. We can also see very small, difficult to see in the card, in the eyes of these yin and yang images are the four elements of which make up that physical world. And so in the upper disc we can see fire and water, so that's an active and a passive energy coming together in complete harmony there. And therefore in the lower disc we see air and earth, again the active and the passive. And so there we see that everything in the universe is in complete harmony, and all of those, the growth of the seasons and the dying away of the season, and the summer and the winter, and everything's totally harmonious. You can't just wake up one morning and the seasons aren't changing. We know that the sun is going to rise again the next day, no matter how dark the night. And around these symbols of perfect harmony is this serpent image central to the card. And this serpent, firstly, represents something of that wisdom of Shokmar that we saw, so that coming into understanding of how the universe works. It can represent this as well, like simply that serpent we see in the Eden story, suggesting that to taste of this fruit, to come into an understanding of the universe, means you will become wise, and like God, you shall know of good and evil. So you will know that there will be a winter, whether that's in ourselves or in the world around us, where things die away and it's cold and you can't grow the crops, and there shall be a summer, where it's all bright and wonderful, and it's a cycle of darkness and light, like we see with yin and yang. We are understanding good and evil. The serpent is also in the shape of Ouroboros. It's consuming its own tail. It's an infinity sign, and this basically shows that this change in the universe, these symbols of which it literally coils itself around, never end. And we understand therefore that we are living in a literal ocean of motion. Nothing ever rests, everything always changes. Everything around us that we see as being solid and having been there forever, even the mountains, in the huge great big rocks that form them, they're all moving, because they're all made out of these electrons and atoms and basically vibrations and frequencies. Our bodies are on the same frequencies as them, and so we interact with them in that physical way. We can knock against them and it would hurt, for example, that type of thing. But everything moves, nothing rests. Everything is a blueprint of form, of which has been formed in the human world by that coming together, that moment of harmony where the image in the mind is set through intention and will into actually giving birth to it into a physical form. And we see this as well, moving on with the card. On the snake are its spots, and its spots are octagonal, so they have 8 sides to them. Now this brings us to the 8th Sephiroth, of which is the splendour and glory of Hod. It's also ruled by Mercury, and here it represents intention and will. And so we're going to see the law of Thelema in this card. In form of a tarot card, this would be the Magician. This is our will, and we are circling around all these things in the universe on this serpent by the use of our will. And so we're not just going to sit here and, wait to die. We're going to go out into the world and make things happen, as we should be doing. And we do that via the use of our will. Do as thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. You are the end result of these wills and intentions. And so just as we've come to understand good and evil, or understand that there are a constant ocean of motion, there's an up and a down in everything. And the key here is that we are free with our will to accept or reject anything that comes our way. And so, when we watch the news and it's telling us fear, hate, death, disease, we can just reject that. When it tells us that the economy is in a bad state and nobody's going to make any money, are you going to accept that and make that your reality, or are you going to reject that and make your business successful via the process of your own intention, your own will, by putting a step forward and actually making things happen? You can accept or reject anything that comes into your world. This is your free will. And yet, you may feel drawn, of course, to certain ways of being, certain things of which mean more to you than others. There are certain things which are just not right for one person, there might be for another. And so we see on the serpent here, to represent this, the crown of which it is wearing. And this crown has 7 points upon it. This brings us to the 7th Sephiroth on the tree of life, of which is Netzach. And this is ruled by Venus, which is love. And so this is showing that we will find things in this constantly changing universe, of which mean a great deal to us, things of which we love. Can be another person, can be a physical thing around us, it can be an emotion, just something that grabs us in that heart and we feel drawn towards it. And this is the second part of the law of Thelema. This is love is the law, love under will. And so when we put those two things together, the octagonal spots on the snake and its crown, we have do as thou wilt shall be the whole of the law, love is the law, love under will. And so we are going out there and using our free will and our intention to make all these things. And yet we also have underpinning that our true will, which is our purpose, for being here, the things of which draw us in a particular way, and that we, part of the whole so-called great work of Hermeticism, is to discover your true will. And your true will is formed at its core out of love, which again is not necessarily romantic love or that type of thing. It's something deeper, it's something greater. It's like we've seen this type of thing said before. It's not I love you because I find you attractive. It's I love you because you exist. I love every single thing about you. And so that's the true will, and that's the crown. That crown could be Kether, that spiritual light of which if it wasn't for, the whole universe wouldn't have been born, and those electrons and atoms wouldn't be here to form things out of in the first place. It could also be what you may discover as God. And so, like we say to the mainstream scientist, they're not going to tell you anything of much value, but they will say energy is just there. And then the mainstream religionist also won't tell you anything of much value, but will say God is. God is just there, was there in the beginning. And they may actually go a little bit further and say God is love. And so there we have that love, that true will, that pure light, pinning all these decisions and all of these ups and downs together. Crowley describes this in the Book of Thoth quite cryptically with the equation of 0 equals 2. This means that the 0 is two opposites coming together so they cancel each other out. So we've moved from harmony in duality into a singularity, a point where everything is in union with itself. And then the 2 is going out into, again, duality. So if you look at that like the endless birth and death and recycling of the year, and even of entire planets, entire galaxies and entire epochs in time, of which come into being and go back into themselves and come back into being. Essentially, it's the interconnectedness of the all that is, of which brings us back to everything that we've been saying there yet again. And so to draw the card is all about that. It's showing that you can do these things, you can put your will into action, put everything into order around you. That life is going to have constant change. Your business will come in peaks and troughs, and this is just the natural way of the world. And yet it is within your power of acceptance and rejection of the things around you to make things happen, to put things into a certain direction, and then allow them to happen. And it's when we allow that and we accept that motion of change, of which underpins everything, that we ourselves come into harmony with it, and we allow it to come in its own way and its own time into the world until we can have it and hold it in our hands. The Three of Wands is known as virtue, and therefore it's not just talking about the manifestation of our will and the completed cycle of creation, but it's suggesting that that manifestation of our will should be virtuous, which is to say it should be comprised out of purity, kindness, and of course the love, of which is the law of Thelema. So over on the Rider-Waite deck we can see a simple image of our character once again surveying the horizon, and the wands are very firmly planted below them into the physical world, as if they're right down into the very womb of the earth, so they have manifested. And over on the Tree of Life we can see this yet again, because the Three of Wands on the Tree of Life is in Binar, and Binar gives birth onto form. And so if you can imagine Binar taking hold of the things we've had on the previous cards, these energies and these inspirations, and these have turned into a clay, and now it moulds the clay into the final form of which they're actually going to take. Binar is also associated with a type of nurturing, and so we're not just giving birth to form, we're wanting to nurture it and to encourage it to grow in wonder. It's almost like watering a flower and admiring it as it blooms, and the wonderful scents and colours and so on that come from it, and we express a love because of that. And so we can see that with all the symbolism of this card. It is of course a completion of a creation process. We had on the Ace of Wands the spark of inspiration, the fertilization of a manifested will, and then over on the Second of Wands we were putting all of the necessary things together to actually bring it here into form, and then finally we have given birth to a manifested will, a manifested intention. And we can see in the background of the card 6 straight flames, and so they're not sort of dancing flames, these are quite almost lightning bolt looking flames, although they are said to be just flames. And we've got 6 of them, and so they represent 2 things. Firstly is the influence of the sun, because we're getting that from, we have Aries in the sun upon this card, which we will return to later, and we also have 6 Sephiroth on the Tree of Life, which is Tifereth, and Tifereth returns us to what I was just saying, because Tifereth means glory and splendour, and it's suggested of beauty, of compassion, and of a spiritual wonder in that respect. So we can look at that as bathing our newly born manifestation in the light of the sun, in the light of life, and nurturing it and bringing it up in the wonder of life and all of the good things in the world. There's also 4 extra flames emanating from behind there, and these are again connected to it, and so they are straight flames as well. These can be quite difficult to actually see on the card, and these are returning us back to the Two of Wands. It's said that these are like the imprints of the Purbas and the Dorjes, of which we had over on the Two of Wands. They are the remaining energy of those Dorjes, of which have removed obstacles. So it's saying that the obstacles have been removed, and here is our result. You know, here is the manifested reality once all of the troubles and all of the torments have been taken away. Now, the actual shafts of the wands themselves, now we're going to come to the tops of the wands in a moment because they're of particular interest, but these do represent the sun. In fact, we can see the entire card bathed in this golden orange glow, which is the sun. And because this is all 3 of the first trinity of the wands cards put together, the remaining flames around there, which again appear like the sun, and there's 10 of those, so we have all 10 Sephiroth of the Tree of Life, so everything in creation manifested together. And they also represent the original flames that we saw back on the Ace of Wands, because we had 10 letter yods emanating from that first wand, and so it's saying all of those yods, which are of course the seed of life, all of them have now been born into the actual world. On the top of the wands we can see lotus patterns, which are a particularly wonderful symbol with regards to this, because firstly within ancient Egyptian mythology it was believed that huge lotus blossoms were actually the first living things, the first expressions of life of which emerged from the primordial waters of creation. And so the lotus blossom blooming on the Nile was seen as this wonderful first emanation of life. And it's also an interesting flower in that the Egyptian lotus blooms throughout the day at various spans through the day. So it starts to open in the morning before coming into full bloom in the noon and closing up again in the late afternoon. And so there we can connect it to the goddess Isis, this powerful goddess of whom is shown always with the lotus wand in her original paintings. And we have those three aspects, the Trinity once again. In this case, it's the maiden, the mother and the crone, such as what we see in contemporary paganism. The blooming of the lotus being the inspiration, the full bloom, the mother aspect, that nurturing that we've spoken about, and then the closing back up of it again being the crone aspect, or the winter, and the completion, once again, of another cycle. Isis here, featuring splendidly in the centre of the card with her lotus blossoms, representing that fruition and that coming into being of whatever it is that we've manifested, because she represents that very powerful mother of creation. And so we have that splendid and wonderful image of Isis in the centre there. On the actual lotus wands themselves, if we count the petals, we'll find that there are actually 9 lotus petals on the actual lotus blossoms. And so this brings us back to the tree of life again, and this time it's going to be the 9th Sephiroth, which is Yesod. And this is particularly interesting because we're talking about the physical world, and Yesod is just above Malkuth, which is kingdom, the manifested world. And so Yesod is the foundation upon which the world has been created. But because it's not right at the very bottom, it's a go-between between Kether and all of these spiritual aspects at the top, and Malkuth and the physical world at the bottom. So it's like a medium in between creation. So it draws us back to what we had. The Ace of Wands, that inspiration, is what I've called femifestation on the previous video, where it's just a thought. It only exists as a potential. And then Yesod is the medium between the potential and the actual reality, and so you can see it as a kind of waiting room of manifested desires, if you like, and then when they go through the door, they're out into the sunlight, into the day, and they are manifested. And of course there's actually 3 wands, because it is the 3 of wands, so we've got 3 lotus wands, and so we have the Trinity. And in this regard, because we're talking about virtue, it's going to be of our spirit and our mind, our consciousness and our heart, and the heart centre in spirituality, which draws us back to one of the other symbols on the card which we've seen, and we can draw it all together through this. We have the Aries symbol again, and the sun symbol, so it's showing the sun in the aspect of Aries, which is springtime, so May, and the blossom in May of Beltane, which is the coming of the summer. So it's renewal, rebirth, and new life, new creation. So what does this mean? Well, we feel new creation in that swelling forth in our heart of love and of desire, of just that urge to see wonderful things brought to life in the world. And because the card is of virtuous actions, it's bringing us back to the law of Thelema, saying, well, you can manifest any will, any desire that you put your mind to, and that you work this power of creation on. But if you want to follow your true will, if you want to manifest what is good and proper for you and for the universe, it's going to have to be a virtuous manifestation. And so that is one of which is comprised at its very core out of love. And it's a very special kind of love. It's a very unconditional kind of love, where it's just loving existence itself and seeing that beauty in things such as the lotus blossoms, like our ancestors in Egypt would have done, and they'll have said that is pure life of which was possibly one of the very first forms of actual life coming. And so you bring up the 3 of Wands in your reading. It's really a positive card. It's suggesting that you can absolutely use everything at your advantage here to manifest your will, and that you can have all sorts of glimmers of of wonder in your life, and you can see them come into fruition if you put the work into them, and it could be from any side of your life, either spiritual or physical side as well, when it comes to that. And it can also represent in more open tarot readings, to deal honestly and openly with the people around us, to try and see that love, that beauty, and that opening of the petals of the heart within them, and to see them as well as what they are, which is another manifested creation. And basically, in that regard, to see all the wonder in the world of which is manifested around us. The Three of Cups is abundance, and it's all about fertility and also the celebration of the joys of life. On the Rider-Waite deck, we can see 3 maidens rising cups up above them and entwining them around each other. These could be any number of triad goddesses. They could be, for example, the 3 Fates, the Muses, or even the Nornia, the weavers and spinners of fate itself, concerned with the growth and rebirth of the world tree Yggdrasil. The colours on these maidens' dresses, that being red, yellow and white, are the paths taken by the Magician and the Chariot cards, and therefore they represent Geberah, Tifereth and Kether. And yet here with the 3 of Cups on the Tree of Life, we are centred in Binar. This is a profoundly feminine Sephiroth on the Tree of Life, and usually refers to understanding of something based on our intuition and also our empathy. Indeed, it is known as a palace of mirrors, and could also represent a point where the wisdom of the light of Shokmar, for instance, is multiplied in an infinite number of ways, and therefore Binar can also represent an understanding and a separating of one idea from another, understanding one thing in its entirety and not jumbling it up with something else. And this actually ties into the symbolism of this card. The empathic and intuitive nature of this can be shown with the fact that this card is Mercury in Cancer, and so this is showing that our emotions are going to be forming much of our outlook upon the world if this is our astrological sign, and so our judgments and our plans are going to be based upon the pull of our instincts and our intuitions, our gut feeling, or what we feel in our heart, rather than solid material so-called facts. Mercury in Cancer is also very maternal, and we can see this in that the symbol of Cancer of the astrological sign is placed at the bottom of the card in the sea, and this is the Sea of Binar, so it connects back to what we were just talking about there on the Tree of Life. Now this card has a very strong symbology of the story of Persephone, and we can see this with the fact that the actual cups are made out of pomegranates, of which are sacred to the goddess Persephone. And this whole story about the abduction and return of Persephone is an allegory for the changing of the seasons, and therefore it returns us to how we began this video, with the idea and understanding of things in their separate parts, because the seasons could not change if one season did not die away in order to give room for the other one to come. And so Persephone is in the underworld. She's eaten a pomegranate which links her to Hades, and even though she's going to be allowed to leave after Hermes is sent in to rescue her, she has to come back. And Demeter can't bring herself to allow the seasons to change if Persephone isn't with her. And so when Persephone goes away, the seasons change, and it shows us the great joy of the spring season when Persephone is said to be on the earth with Demeter, and the understanding of it changing back into winter when she is sent away. And indeed, she's on Earth for 8 months, and we can see upon the card that there are 8 lotuses, and so the first way of looking at these 8 lotuses is that they represent the number of months that Persephone is here on Earth, and therefore the abundance and the joy and the beauty of which flows from that. The 8 lotuses also have a more metaphysical meaning to them, as they represent Mercury, of which we see upon the card, and Mercury is of course Hermes, again from the Persephone tale, and so it could be that the word of Hermes here is actually causing this to flow, and it is flowing into the receptive and maternal waters at the bottom where Cancer is shown, and therefore it is the relaying of the blessings of life and the birth of the season through the relay of this world and the underworld. And so if Mercury here is Hermes, Hermes is sent into the underworld to bring Persephone back, and he brings her back, of course, on his chariot, of which could be shown as the astrological sign of Cancer, which returns us exactly to how the video began, with Mercury in Cancer being the sign of this card. The actual streams coming from the cups are numbered 7, so there's 7 streams. And the number 7 here brings us to the 7th Sephiroth, of which is Netzach. And Netzach is all about eternity and a world without end. And yet it is also the number associated with the goddess Venus. And so this shows the eternal separation and coming together of Persephone and Demeter. And it shows that there is a love of which unites them because of the Venus connection. And so it shows that their love is eternal, and that their coming together and their eventual separation will continue for the eternal life of the universe. One could also say that Persephone here is of course the cups themselves, because they are made from pomegranates, and Demeter is the sea, and so that the water flows in and out of each other there is their coming together, and therefore we have the card, of course, known as abundance. The background of the card shows very clear skies like we've seen before on the previous card, and the Sea of Benar, or the Sea of Demeter even at the bottom, is completely calm yet again. There's certainly no rough waves on there. This shows the glory of the summer, the glory of the abundance of life. The seasons have changed and the sun is high in the sky, and we're out there enjoying it, and that is in many ways what this card is actually saying, to drink in the intoxication of the spirit and understand that the seasons will change again, and so we have to enjoy them while they're here. We have to take the riches and beauties of life into our heart while we can. And perhaps some of these joys of which we find in the world can be even more beautiful because they are temporary. And in many ways this is what these stories lead us to understand, and again the understanding of things in their separate forms. That there is, for example, a profound wonder and beauty in the life of a flower, of which may bloom for a short time before dying away. The fragility and the temporary nature of it makes it more special to us. And so in a moment of carpe diem, we find our day overcome with abundance and the sun and the splendours of friendship and wonder all over, and we have to enjoy and cherish every single second of that. And it means even more to us because we know that those seconds will not come again. And indeed, Benar could be said to be ruled by Saturn. It corresponds to Saturn, and Saturn of course is death and that bringing away and that restriction and the notion of time. And so we really do see that echoed here in this card and mirrored in it. And yet the fact that we have shared these experiences with others builds and nurtures the seeds of experience in life. And that's in some ways what the pomegranates here can represent, as well as Persephone. They can be the things we've experienced in our emotions within these days of joy, and maybe it's those days that have brought us together in the first place. And this can be in some way what we can see here with the pomegranates upon the card and the 3 cups themselves. You can see that one of them is higher than the others, and so this could show a true love and a true bonding and nurturing of close friendships and relationships in that matter, and could even be on a more metaphysical level our true will. And our true will is our emotional guidance system, so it's like a spiritual sat-nav that's leading us towards our true purpose, and our true purpose at its highest form is always going to be created out of Kether, pure light, essentially love itself. And so we're guided back to love, and we're guided back to our source and our true will in that elevated cup. Of course they flow down into that sea, which we've said is Benar, and it's also a feminine and receptive state, and so it's allowing these waters to flow down into it and to be overcome in the moment when these cups overflow. And indeed, the cups truly do run over with this beautiful white water. They represent abundance in all of its different forms here, and it can be, if it's not going to be in personal relationships, it can be abundance of whatever it may be, of which causes your own heart to overflow with the energy of love. Crowley himself describes this card as the lesson to be learned here is that the good things of life, although to be enjoyed, should perhaps be distrusted. Now, this is quite a strange statement to take at face value, and yet it returns us to the pomegranate symbology. Persephone's eating of the pomegranate binds her back to the lower world, and so it's suggesting that although we may love the things of the physical world, they can perish. And even entire continents and cultures and entire civilizations can perish. They are not permanent, even if they appear to be, and that is one of the lessons of this card. He also describes the card, however, as here is the fulfillment of the will of love in abounding joy. The idea of love has come to fruition. And so really, when you draw this card, that's what it's all about. It's go out there and share that abundance, share your success and your love and all the joy that you've experienced with your relationships, which could be your friends, your colleagues, whoever it's going to be. Life is going to feel good in this moment with this card. You're not going to be short of anything, and so share it and allow it to flow. Don't try and hold it back. It's a card concerned with communication, allowing us to communicate all of those good things in life and to express ourselves, to allow that love to overflow and outpour into our own ocean of the heart, and yet also, of course, to understand its limitation. Do not get lost up in it, but to see it for what it is, even if it may be impermanent, to take it into our heart and into our mind, and to instill it with the waters of life and of love. The Three of Swords is known as sorrow, and here we begin to see some of the influence of the world and the mind creating sorrow and conflict within the deck. On the Rider-Waite card we can see quite a simple and easy to understand image. It's raining, suggesting a cloudy sky, a misery and a lack of inspiration to actually go out and do anything. And the swords, of course, are piercing the heart, suggesting heartbreak, sorrow, and being hurt emotionally, if not physically. On the Trig of Life, this is quite an interesting one. It's in Binar, that great mother, and it's a great mother in the world of Yetzirah, the world of formation, and so you would think this would be quite wonderful and quite powerful. Crowley describes this in the Book of Thoth, however, as not representing the beneficent mother, but instead the darkness of the great sea. And he also describes it as a womb of chaos, and so it's the formation of chaos within the suit of swords, and the creation of a type of chaos, a type of darkness within our lives. And that idea of the darkness of the great sea is very poetic as well. It suggests a great depth of unknowns, and just like if we look at the ocean, we can realise how little we know even of the world we live in, and so much, much less of the universe at large. The card suggests something of a fear of being abandoned in this world of which the sky flows on, unaware and seemingly uncaring of our troubles below. Astrologically, it's Saturn in Libra. Now, Binar is also ruled by Saturn, and so Saturn in Libra generally could be something of good fortune and prosperous nature, and yet because Binar is ruled by Saturn, we have two influences of Saturn in the card, and so it's overburdened by time and death and the fleeting forms that come and go beneath that grey sky. And so that can be actually why swords is quite a difficult suit to begin with, because when we're overburdened by those type of things, we are separated emotionally from our core, and spiritually you could say that's being separated from God, or separated from the light of spirit, which could be Kether, or any other way of describing it, of which you choose. And so the sword here is the same sword as the one we saw on the Ace of Swords, that breakthrough moment, that inspiration to go out there and get things done. And yet here, it's damaged. It looks a bit rusty. It's certainly been through some battle damage. And so, as it has manifested things, some of them have hurt it, they've actually damaged it. And so what it's suggesting here is that the purity of the blade, the purity of the actual sword, is no more, because it has been touched by the sorrowful things of the earth. It holds them like scars within it, and it also holds the actual rose in place, and so it's physically stopping the rose from floating onwards or progressing in its own form. And what this represents is something of which has hurt us, and that still scars us, just like that blade is scarred. Now, it doesn't have to be a physical scar, of course. This is certainly within the emotional sphere, and so it's something that's hurt us in the past, a fear that certain things may happen again. And so subliminally we react and we hold on to the emotions of which hurt us and don't allow them to go. And so they affect our present, even though they are speaking about things that could be long in the past. The two other swords here are curved, and they are actually destroying the rose. They're breaking it and pulling all the petals off it. And this is suggesting that because we are out of harmony with our source, we're pulling apart everything around us, metaphorically speaking. And so we are actually sabotaging our own peace and our own joy, and we are destroying that inspiration that we saw with the ace by holding ideas back. So, for example, saying, well, there's no point putting any effort into making this happen, because it's not going to happen anyway. Things will go wrong. Like they always do, you will tell yourself. You're actually getting in the way of your own ability to come out of the problem by focusing on these negative and sorrowful aspects, which literally pick apart the heart that we saw on the previous card. So we saw Sophia on the Two of Swords holding back the conflict and bringing a peace and a harmony into us, and we've now shattered that. And so that is a literal meaning of a broken heart, which is one of the meanings of this card. The rose is physically broken and will be scarred because of that. So it's just like if we took hold of a piece of paper and scrunched it up. No amount of ironing it and trying to smooth it out would get rid of all the creases, because it will bear those scars of what hurt it before. The background of the card is particularly interesting. We can see a very dark and cloudy sky, which appears to be certainly threatening rain and threatening a rapid change of conditions. And because there is no light present, it feels, of course, like the sky and the sun could be a million miles away. These are, of course, storm clouds, and to be caught in a storm is to know that there is an end to it, but in the moment it feels like there could never be an end to it, because it's raining down and hammering down, so that it feels almost like the wrath of the skies themselves has descended upon you. Also, in the background of the card we can see these triangular forms, of which appear to be moving in different directions from one another. They are inherently chaotic. We've seen these diamond forms before as representing the building blocks of matter, so the things of which actually make up our bodies and the things around us. You can call them atoms and molecules if you like, or vibrational energies and forms. That's what they are. And because they're moving all in different places and they're not quite sure where to go, this suggests that when we have destroyed that heart, when we are caught in this storm, we don't know where to turn. We don't know how to get out of the storm, because of course it's dark, we can't see. And it means that all the physical things in our lives are unbalanced. So these diamonds are the physical things in our lives. Our relationships, our home, our work, and they're all knocked off balance suddenly. And we find ourselves having to reevaluate our relationship with them. So we find that we don't enjoy something that we thought that we would love anymore. Or maybe somebody doesn't love us in the way that we thought they would anymore. And we go straight to that heart, as these swords are doing, and keep picking it and prodding it until it falls to bits. And so that's what Crowley meant by the womb of chaos. We've set up a formation of birthing form, but it's not a good form, it's a form that's working against us. And so to draw the card, it's not necessarily going to be something happening now, it's a past hurt, a past loss, of which still affects the present. And so really the card is one of melancholy. It's just a general unhappiness, an awareness of the scars of which we all carry, and are making them bigger by constantly attacking them ourselves, as if in that temporary moment when the clouds darken the skies, we have forgotten that the sun and the bright sky is behind it. The Three of Discs is known as Works, and this is actually quite a straightforward card. We're going to see some of that success in the world of manifestation actually showing itself to be born within the physical world. Over on the Rider-Waite card, we can see a harmonious image with this trinity of the pentacles, therefore representing the physical and spiritual building blocks of the world, and the sculptor of whom is actually building this castle, or this edifice, and holding the blueprints of what is to be built is a monk and a nun, of course showing a divine and spiritual male and female attribute. On the Tree of Life we are in Binar, and this is a symbol that shows up quite prominently on this card because Binar is that sea, that divine mother, that womb of creation. And because it's Binar in Isaiah, it's actually the physical birth this time of something that actually exists that we can touch and brush up against, so to speak, and so it's literally given birth to a physical form. Astrologically it is Mars in Capricorn. This is actually really good because Mars gives that energy and that drive, that burning passion that we've spoken about. You're not really going to build anything of great wonder without having a burning passion to see it actually take shape. And this is mixed with Capricorn, of which supplies things such as the actual practicality to make it happen, the ability and the knowledge to build it, and the ambition to see it through. And so they work really well together. They are constructive, and they show a good balance of activity and energy. And so that's why sometimes this card is seen as a good omen for some type of gamble, some type of investment, basically putting money into your business. It's a good time to do so because you are likely to make the right calls, of which in themselves will have to go through all that procedure of manifestation, and eventually, of course, if you've made the right calls, you will be rewarded for having made them because they will show up in your life. And that's what this card is all about. And the central shape, of course, upon this card is the pyramid, and we're looking down upon the pyramid. It's almost as if it's pointing skywards directly into our consciousness when we look at it. And the pyramid is actually floating and perfectly balanced upon this sea in the background, and it's a grey colour is the sea. And this of course is Binar, and it's said that this represents a melting of ice, and so the ice has melted away, allowing this pyramid to actually come to the surface. So we are to imagine here that it was below the surface within the womb of creation, and then when the ice melted, the waters of life flowed, and the pyramid was literally born out into the earth. And so together this sea and this pyramid represent something of the Egyptian creation myths, specifically that of Nu and Benben. And so what we can see is that we had this state of chaos, a kind of inert vibrational oneness, where everything that could be existed in its potential form, but was not yet given physical form. And so, if you like, you could say that the earth was void and without form, which is something that we have heard before. And so from out of these primordial waters came this mound known as Ben, the primordial mound. This is the first thing of which arose from those waters. And it's said in some of the stories that there was a lotus flower on this, and when it blossomed, out emerged the god Ra, or Atum Ra. And this is all part of a larger Heliopolitan form of Egyptian religion and creation myth. But of course what we see on the card is the birth of form. And so this Ben, this primordial mound, could in some ways represent two things. It can be the first thing of which is born there upon the waters of the earth, and also can represent a pregnant earth in itself, that pyramid shape rising out of the ground, and so it has a potential within it for, of course, the cycle and circle continuing and more life being born there from within it. And indeed we can actually see around our pyramid upon the card 3 wheels, so it really does represent a balance and a harmony there, and you can see that the pyramid is perfectly balanced. If it wasn't, it would be tipping back into the water, and so it's perfectly balanced. And yet these wheels are keeping it balanced and keeping it floating upon the water. And these bring us to a different type of symbology entirely. These are, first and foremost, wheels of Dharma. And so this is a Buddhist concept, and we can see in the Sanskrit word Dharma that it literally means a supporter, something that takes the load of a weight, a bearer. It means to maintain and keep what is established and firm. And so that's literally what we're seeing on the card. They are supporting this pyramid, and they are keeping it balanced and keeping it, of course, able to float upon this primordial sea. As actual wheels of Dharma, they are quite esoteric. The wheels of Dharma were said to be set into motion upon the first sermon preached by the Buddha, and they represent the Dharma of the Buddha. And this is a difficult concept to actually put into English. It's one of those things where we don't really have words for it. It can represent something akin to the correct conduct and virtue, the sort of right way of living, as connected with a cosmic law and order. And so thelemically we could look at it like true will is that cosmic law and order, our actual purpose of manifestation, and that if we are going towards our true will, we're going towards light and love and all these type of concepts which are often quite mistranslated and misinterpreted within the wider kind of New Age movement. And yet, of course, to set that wheel in motion represents a shift in the consciousness of mankind. It represents a new type of understanding and a coming into wisdom, which is something that we saw on the previous card, for instance. And so everything is seen to start making sense. The wheels have been turned, and we come to self-realization that we have manifested this thing ourselves when we're looking at it with the card, through that coming together and correct application of universal forces. And so that's the other thing that these 3 wheels can actually represent. They are said to represent the 3 gunas, of which again is a Sanskrit word, of which means a particular quality or attribute. And so the 3 gunas are essentially the essential nature of the universe, the attributes that bring and hold the manifestation firm and support it. And so we can see on these very small on the card, there is also symbols and elemental symbols on them. So the one on the left at the bottom has upon it the symbol of salt, and this can represent in the 3 gunas tamas. And this is the darker side of things, and can also, at least in a more positive attribute, be that primordial vibrational state like we saw with the Egyptian mythology. And so this could be water and the sea and Binar as well. And yet purely within the gunas it can be like the shadow side of things in some way as well, and so it can be the attribute of the night and in terms of our mind, that almost going back to the swords cards, it can be sadness and hurt and conflict and that sort of thing. And this is balanced over with the one on the right at the bottom, of which shows within it the symbol of sulphur. And so if we had water before, this is now going to be fire. And so within the three gunas, this is rajas, of which is that state of action and movement, such as we saw with the influence of Mars upon this card as well. And so this may be that burning passion, that determination to create those things of which we want, the longing to actually see something come into manifestation. Together there can of course be the sun and the moon, and of course that masculine and feminine, which we saw back on the Rider-Waite card as well. And of course we also saw on the Rider-Waite card a sculptor, the third character, and so the one upon the top, which has upon it the symbol of Mercury, brings us to the element of air and the guna of sattvas. And this is the important one because this is the state of harmony of those two brought together. And so this is actually the one that those practicing yoga would strive towards through their meditations. They would want to create a balance between these two energies so that they could reach a satisfaction, a sense of love, and a release from the elements of the physical world, releasing themselves of course into samadhi and enlightenment. In that regard, the element here of sattva could be referred to as the golden balance, or the middle pillar, of which we see in the Western mystery traditions, and may be described as the balance of mind and magic. So it really is hermeticism and, in some regards, alchemy. Now Crawley goes a little bit further with this as well in the Book of Thoth, where he refers to the wheels upon the base of the pyramid as Aleph, Mem and Shin, of which are the three mother letters of the Hebrew alphabet, and concerned with, again, the creation of everything of which we see around us. This kind of ties it all together in a way, because the first letter Mem in Hebrew is water, and then we have fire represented by Shin and air represented by Aleph. And so it's basically what we've had as well with the gunas and with the wheels of Dharma. For these letters may also represent an eternal cycling as seen with the seasons. And so we may see summer being linked with fire, and of course winter with water and ice, and spring returning to air. And so they can represent all of the long journey from that state of chaos, that state of vibrational potential, into that manifested world of which we are actually seeing now. And so when you get this card, it's showing that it is happening now. You know, you are actually starting to see a good outcome for all of that long journey into manifestation. It's finally showing up. The things are actually in balance, and you're starting to reap what you have sown, so to speak. And so it's a good card, this. It shows you're living a good, balanced life, you're on the right track. And all of that work that you've put in before to get to that point where you are right now is finally starting to show itself to you in quite wonderful, physical and real ways. The Four of Wands is known as completion, and so therefore it is the finished result of all of the other things that we've been working on the previous wand cards up to this point, so putting our manifestation into action from the spark of its origin and so on and so forth. Over on the Rider-Waite deck, we can see a celebration of life taking place in a golden sunset glow, and indeed a lot of tarot books and information that you will read upon this card connect it to rural life, such as the harvest, of course, because the coming of the harvest is the completion of a cycle of nature in that way, and then the harvest would be reaped and then sown again. Over on the Tree of Life, the Four of Wands is associated with Chesed, of which is ruled by the planet Jupiter, and indeed there is some similarities between the image here on the Thoth Four of Wands and the first pentacle of Jupiter from the Goetia of King Solomon. And the first pentacle of Jupiter is one of the most powerful and positive sigils within that work. It is essentially an antenna of various powerful psychical energies, and Chesed is quite an interesting Sephiroth on the Tree of Life. It's in between two Sephiroth, which are the above and the below, and so it is in many ways a doorway and a separation between the spiritual and the material worlds. And so it is concerned with the giving of form to things of which are otherwise formless, such as the thoughts in our mind, which is where this journey, of course, began. Having a look at the actual card, it's comprised out of a large circle with 8 spokes upon the circle, or rods, and these suggest a harmony and a completion, and again a turning of an endless wheel, because nothing is ever still, nothing is ever truly finished. So when one project is completed, by its very nature another begins from that, such as we see on other tarot cards and other images, such as a mandala, of which really represents that coming together of perfectly aligned universal forces which are ever in motion and ever changing, and yet in that space where we see them upon the mandala, they represent a completed and beautiful work of form. There are, of course, 8 spokes, as we've said, and this has numerous different meanings to it. In its most simple term, the number 8 could be associated with the Ouroboros, the tail devourer, which here, of course, is, again, as we've just been saying, that perpetual course of the universe, the moment where the snake devours its tail, the completion of the cycle. But, of course, the cycle doesn't really begin or end. It is a complete cosmic harmony, an eternity, a birth, a death, and an endless rebirth. It can also represent, this number 8, the actual Hebrew letter for number 8, which, when we draw that using various Hebrew symbols, contains words of which separately mean to will, to bind, and to love. And so it's suggesting that the physical world of form is coming in here, and that the true physical world of form is one of love, and a love that has been willed to actually exist, the actual desire to have something wonderful in our homes, or to have a loving partner, or even just to admire the love of the natural beauty and at the sunset, and so on and so forth. The 8 can also be the 8th Sephiroth on the Tree of Life, of which is Hod. And Hod is again suggested to the mystery of form, as they call it in the Kabbalah, of which really suggests that it breaks down these non-manifested energies into distinguishable different types of forms. And so it's almost like categorizing forms into things that we can actually understand. And so if you imagine our earliest ancestor creating idols out of clay, he understands that there's something around him, some force, some energy present in the universe, and creates an idol, a deity or a god, in order to say, this represents that particular energy. And in that way, we can actually understand it. And so Hod upon this card is saying that each completed manifested cycle is given a separate and distinguishable form, so that we can actually understand the meaning of what the form is, because form isn't just a thing. You know, a book isn't just paper with bits of ink on it. It actually means something. It has within it a thought and a story or information of which evokes an emotion or a meaning for us. So it's not just paper, it is an energy in itself. Now, the ends of the wands have 2 different symbols upon them, appearing in a duality with one another, and the first set of symbols are ram's heads, and this once again connects us to Aries, of which we can see upon these wands cards. And so the ram's head is that energy of Aries, which is a very freedom-loving sign. The ram, it's leadership, it's this sort of go out into the world and get things done type of attitude, the jumping in at the deep end and hoping for the best. So very independent and enterprising and getting things done, entrepreneurship, all that type of thing. and the ones with the doves are the balancing force of that, and so these are the harmony and the beauty that we see with the goddess Venus. And indeed, as we can see on the symbols, the Four of Wands shows Venus in Aries, and so Venus is a goddess of love and of beauty, and everything that she represents is a wonder to the senses. So just as we were saying with the sunrise or the sunset, it's anything of which gives us a longing in our hearts for beauty, for appreciation of wonder in the world. And of course that force of love brings everything together. It sort of is the moulding point, the backbone of the entire existence. Why we are here now in many regards is because somebody loved something or somebody, and so if it wasn't for that, we wouldn't be here. And so we have those two signs mixed together, the force of love mixed with the force to actually go out and manifest, to actually get the things done, whatever it is that we want to do. We also see Venus with the green background on the card, and so this represents not just the physical colour of Venus and the pictures of her which show the goddess Venus in green, but also the green earth itself, and again that love and beauty that we see in the green earth, and from that the fertility, because a green earth is a fertile earth. It's one of which is growing in form, of course, and going through those cycles of which we've been speaking about. The fact that the card is a circle is saying that a work has been completed. So if we start at any point on the circle and draw all the way around it, eventually we will come to where we started from, and so our cycle has been completed in that way. It is a finished project, a finished piece of work. And so the house that we wanted to build, which started just as a spark in our mind, is now finished, and there's people actually living in it. So it's actually become what it wanted to be. It's been born, it's been raised, and look at it, it's bloomed into this wonderful thing of whatever it may actually be. And the circle itself is yellow, and actually a very bright yellow in colour. And indeed, this is the energy of the sun, and we saw this very prominently back on the Rider-Waite card of that. That's the energy, and it's supposed to be, on this Thoth card, the energy of the sun that we've actually used in our manifestation. And so to make this task completed, we've had to put some effort into it. You know, we haven't just laid down and put our feet up and said it'll happen when it happens. We've actually gone out and made it happen, and so we've used energy of various types to make this work. And so that yellow ring, that yellow circle, is the energy that we've used, and it's the energy of the sun, the energy of life itself, of which we have actually used. And indeed, we can actually see this in the centre of the wheels. In that point where they all join together is the sun in a singularity, and we can actually see that these sun beams, these fiery dancing suns, are similar in many regards to what we saw over on the Three of Wands. And so you can see the card transitioning. So the work which manifested on the Three of Wands, we're happy with it, and we've allowed it to grow. We've allowed the flames to dance and to grow and to burn in the fire of our hearts, if you like. And so all of the energy comes together into that singularity, and we look at it and we say it is good, which is something of which we have heard in the Bible and in other types of esoteric literature. So if you draw this card, it's a good one. It's saying whatever it is that you set out to do when you sat down for this reading is coming to its natural close. It's reached a phase of its life where there is a completion, an accomplishment that you can be happy with. So it's a time of celebration, it's a time of joy. And so it could be that after that you would want to rest, you would want to step back for a while and just appreciate it. You know, just appreciate the wholeness and the stability, the harmony of what you have manifested. You can look at it and you can say, I have made that happen, and it's all good, it's all perfect in some regards. And so the Four of Wands is generally a very positive and energy giving card to receive in your reading. The Four of Cups is known as luxury, and this may seem somewhat contradictory at first when we examine the imbalance present in this card, and yet its meaning should become clear as we examine its symbology. On the Rider-Waite card, we can see a character of whom looks unfulfilled. They are peering at the cups in front of them, almost becoming indifferent towards them, so much so that they are unaware or unappreciative of the cup being offered to them from the universe. On the Tree of Life, this card is connected with the Sephiroth of Chesed, of which is the fourth upon the Tree of Life, and indeed is the beginning of manifestation, and so it is the central Sephiroth on the Pillar of Mercy, of which is directly under Shokmar. And so here the form of which originated in Binar on the previous card has been born, and this Chesed Sephiroth is often translated as loving kindness, and it can even be an overflowing of kindness, an overflowing of mercy and generosity, and therefore luxury, and yet of course an overflowing, especially when we consider the heavy water element in this card, can represent a tipping of a balance or an unbalance present in the card. We can see that the card represents Moon in Cancer, and the Moon is of course always associated with endless change and things being in flux, especially when we see its influence over the seas and the waters and the ever-shifting waves of our world. And so the Moon in Cancer, especially when associated with Chesed, we've got this excessive amount of water here, which means that that potential really can be tipped too far to one side or endlessly in flux, so much that things become imbalanced. And so it could show that perhaps the drawer of this card has a deep need to be fulfilled emotionally and spiritually, and yet they don't know how to, and they go about it the wrong way. And so they may attempt to cling to these things of luxury, these things of the world, of which are prone to an endless cycle of changing. And so perhaps this could explain why some people seem to have all manner of wonderful wealth and beautiful things of the earth, and yet they are still spiritually and emotionally unfulfilled, and they've got all this stuff around them that they don't need, or that doesn't mean anything to them. And so we can see that the card is very much watery. In fact, every element and every attribute of the card is associated with water. Even Chesed, of which we can see on the card as the 4 cups shaped into the form of a square, of which represents the square or the 4 of Chesed. And this Sephiroth is ruled by Jupiter, of whom has a brother, Poseidon. These could also be Zeus and Neptune. And Neptune or Poseidon, the brother of Jupiter, is of course a god of the sea, and so we have the first watery symbol coming on there. And as we have discussed, Chesed is on the sphere of mercy upon the Tree of Life. It's the highest of the spheres below the abyss, and it's in the section of the Tree of Life of which is known as the world of Bria up in the Kabbalistic theology. And the world of Bria has a connection with the letter He of the Tetragrammaton, of which connects to the suit of cups, and yet again the element of water. The card being the Moon and Cancer are both watery symbols. The Moon, of course, controls the tide and is concerned with the endless ebb and flow of the waves and the notion of time in our physical world, the tides coming out and in an endless cycle. And of course the astrological sign of Cancer is one of the water signs. It is very intuitive and also maybe a type of surface level water if we're looking at it in terms of metaphor, and so it could be the water of which laps at the coastline and touches the sand, therefore mixing with the creatures of the sea and the things of the land, and so it's coming in to that physical manifestation such as what we saw with Chesed and the rest of the symbols upon this card. Indeed, if we have a look at the actual cups, we look at the lower cups first here. They have square bases upon them, and these represent a type of stability, of which may, in one interpretation, bring us back yet again to Chesed, of which is associated with a stable energy. And yet, if we have a look at the actual symbol on the card, the bases have no actual foundation. They seem to be floating upon this ocean in flux. And so this shows that there is an inherent unstable nature to this card. These cups are prone, of course, to shifting and moving about, of which would disturb the water within them, of course, and create ripples and waves inside of it. The sea itself, as we can see, is different here. It is darker for a start, and it has a lot of waves showing in it, of which were not present in the previous cards, and so we can see the influence of the moon there, changing the tides, and also that these are rougher seas, and therefore if we were a sailor in a ship in rough seas, we would be more alert to dangers moving on around us and the possibility of the winds changing direction and all sorts of rogue waves and things like that. So we would be acutely aware of a change in the actual weather physically around us, and in the card, of course, this relates to the emotional mind and the world of the heart. However, if we look below these cups and in the very centre of the sea upon the card, there is an Ouroboros, or an infinity sign, which is almost hidden amongst these symbols at the bottom, of which are said to be the roots or the stems of the lotuses coming up through the centre of the card. And this is quite difficult to see, and yet it is there right in the centre of the actual card. And so this shows that despite the shifting seas and the possibility of ripples and waves and all manner of unknowns, that we still have that infinite love and that infinite potential to come out of this situation deeply in the centre of everything, and so it's within our very heart. And so despite the endless passage of change, there is still a type of stability, and there is still the infinite potential to take hold of a situation and to change the course of this ship upon the rough waves, so that it indeed reaches its destination without being destroyed and ravaged by the waves. A particularly interesting symbol upon this card is that we can see that the top two cups are still receiving this beautiful white light and flowing of Kether and of water, of creation into them, and they're overflowing, such as we have seen on the previous cards. And yet the bottom two cups don't overflow anymore. They seem to be just taking in all of this water, and it's not overflowing into the ocean, and it's not going anywhere, so it's just disappearing into those cups. And so this represents, on a more stranger and negative term in one way, that we are no longer content to allow it to overflow, and it is simply being collected and pooled up. And of course, if water in reality stays like that, it becomes stagnant, and so that could mean a stagnation of the emotional mind, or a stagnation of our journey throughout the universe. We're no longer flowing outwards into the world as we should be. We're just pooling up all of this physical manifestation around us, of which is the so-called luxury of which the card speaks of. And so when Crowley describes in the Book of Thoth this card as being number 4, as a dead stop, a blind alley, an idea of totally different order is necessary to carry on throughout the series, of which he means the series of the Cup Suite, and indeed the entire Fool's journey throughout the universe. We need to look at things differently in order to move out of this state. And so it could be that the 4 here as well represents a type of maturity and a type of yearning for a stability, of which will stop us from going wild, so to speak, into the universe. And it can also be something of which we see, in my opinion, misinterpreted in a lot of New Thought material, in that they tell us that we can strive for this world without any contrast, this world where everything is always going to be in that white light of Kether, and there will be no contrast, there will be no sadness to counterpart the joy. And yet, of course, we can't have desire without contrast. We can't want to accumulate those things around us if they're just there anyway. If we can just click our fingers and everything appears in front of us without us needing to go through that process of manifestation, we wouldn't actually appreciate them when they were there. And so we do need to have contrast, which doesn't need to be looked at negatively. It can simply be that we need to look at the world as for what it is, of which is an endless flow of new experience. And so when you pick up this card, perhaps it's showing that there is a boredom or a stagnation in some point or some area of our life we're just not motivated to move on, and that the things of the earth in general, the physical world, are in their nature temporary. They cannot be stored up forever because they will change in some way, even if they simply change that they don't mean anything to us anymore, because our new experience that we have found on our journey through the universe has overtaken them or given them a new perspective. And so we should stop looking to the temporary and surface level pleasures, of which will keep us stuck into that very stagnated atmosphere. We have to appreciate that the things of which we have, which very much can be physical things as well. Again, it's important not to throw the baby out with the bathwater and say that you don't want any physical possessions or anything, because you're just doing the same thing, which is tipping the scales too far to one side. You might have a physical object which has no actual value. It may even be all battered and dirty, and yet to us it means the world. It means more than silver and gold. And that's because it means something to our very heart and our very soul. It's not the physical object, but it's its meaning behind it. And so we go for those things instead, and we appreciate those things. And that will open up new doors of perspective and of appreciation of the things of the world, and enable us to come out of rough and choppy seas, and to move on with our journey into the higher self and of the inner wisdom, without allowing our energy to pool up and stagnate. The Four of Swords is known as truce, a word meaning a temporary agreement for the ceasing of conflict while some type of resolution or negotiation takes place. Here, that negotiation could be within that world of the mind of which we see up in the Suit of Swords. The Rider-Waite card shows a mournful image resembling an effigy in a church, often of a knight or of somebody of importance. Their hands are clasped in the praying position, representing a type of rest and also a hope for rebirth or renewal in time. The fact that the remaining 3 swords of which are not on the tomb point down towards this figure, however, suggest a type of conflict and a stasis where there is no fighting for the time being, but who knows how long this may last. Over on the Tree of Life, we are in Chesed, and here we are reminded of Chesed as a type of virtue in itself. It's often translated as loving kindness, for example, and the emotive and merciful aspects of the mind. There's a concept known as tikkun olam, of which means literally repairing of the world. And this is connected with Chesed as a type of virtue. So tikkun olam, to repair the world, is metaphysical. It means to instill the world with the qualities of God, and therefore allow in the divine light, therefore healing, spiritually enlightening, and bringing peace, joy and charity back into the world. And so because we're in that world of Yetzirah, the world of formation, Chesed in Yetzirah can be tikkun olam. It's saying there's a need, a requirement to repair something in a mystical sense, to hold back and to allow a healing, if you like, in that respect to take place. Astrologically, we are Jupiter in Libra, and this again refers to that exact same concept. So Libra is asking for balance, of course, and Jupiter is about bringing expansion and abundance, and also good fortune and prosperity. And so to practice that tikkun olam, we find balance in the world. We are mortal beings with immortal spirits. We're spirits having a human experience, that type of thing. And so we're to use our expansive mind and the power of our consciousness to resolve the conflicts of which show up around us in the world, and that is how we move on from them rather than being imprisoned by them. And so the fact that this card is number 4 is that you're going into a period of stability where you can stand firm and decide to move on. We understand that it's only a temporary rest, and so we have to kind of gather our thoughts together and figure out where we need to go from here. And that's why you can see these chaotic yellow lines and shapes in the background of the card. They resemble these type of images that allegedly show brain activity and that type of thing. And that's actually exactly what they are. The yellow is air and that constant movement of air. And also it represents the constant movement of thought. And so this is like our brain, or certainly our mind, if not the physical brain. It's all those different thoughts going through our heads and the different conflicts that are happening in our lives. Relationships, money, worries, health, that type of thing, and indecisiveness. We don't know where to go and we tie ourselves up in knots, such as shown in the picture. And the swords here are those aspects of us that are fighting against the different ways to go, and we've decided that there needs to be a truce. We're driving ourselves mad with this chaos, and so we need to take a step back. And so the swords have formed themselves into this cross, and it is the cross of Saint Andrew, otherwise known as the Crux Decussata. The X-shaped cross is that of which Saint Andrew chose to be crucified on, because he thought he was unworthy to be crucified on the same type of cross as what Jesus had been crucified on. And here it is coloured in green, of which brings us back to Libra and its ruler, that of Venus. And so through Libra here, the energy of Venus manifests as a desire for balance and compromise. And of course the cross itself is one of total balance. It meets in the centre and is perfectly balanced with itself. We could also see something of a desire for a type of social order and a fairness going on here, because Libra is interested in ideals, in pointing out those injustices and saying what is fair, returning us there to Saint Andrew and his idea of being crucified separately in that respect to Jesus. In the centre of the cross, all of the swords point in towards this beautiful rose, of which has upon it 49 petals. This is of particular interest. In the most simple manner, it is a type of balance and harmony because it's 7 times 7, so we have that duality and that perfect balance with Libra. And more metaphysically, it represents a in-between state, of which is the state of the truce. It is said that the Buddha meditated for 49 days and nights, and also 49 days in Buddhism is the length of an intermediate state such as the bardo, of which is a state between death and rebirth. This is a concept of which we see in many different religions and metaphysical beliefs. Of course, you may be thinking about purgatory, for example, the Catholic teaching that those of whom die in grace with God, but are just imperfect, undergo a type of purification, a rest period, before moving on. And it's also sometimes known as limbo, a state in between one thing or another. They wait in limbo until salvation finds them. The idea with the bardo in Buddhism, and here connected to the card, is consciousness free of the physical body, but before it has been reborn. And so if we return to the Rider-Waite card, we can actually see that, and we have the effigy showing the knight in that state of prayer. His battles are done temporarily, because his life is over, his consciousness continues, it is forever, it is immortal. And yet, he has not yet been reborn. When he becomes reborn, he will enter again into a world where there is conflict, there is time, there is death. But within that state in between, there is a peace, there is a release from those things. And so we've brought in here our swords to the very centre of this bardo, of this intermediate state, and it is the liminal point in between the two points of the St. Andrew's cross coming together. So it is that state of neither one thing or another. That's the point of meditation where enlightenment takes place. We can also see on the swords themselves, it's quite difficult to see on the images, but they have different lines upon them, such as wavy lines and circles, and these are the 4 elements of air, water, fire and earth. And so it represents all of the physical world coming together, and most importantly, the actual points of the sword are not visible. They are within the rose. They've actually gone behind it, or certainly they are hidden because of it. And so this shows that all of the things in that physical world, all of the sorrows and of the conflicts of which led us to require this truce in the first place, are suspended within the petals of this rose, suspended in that limbo, that intermediate state. But they can't stay there forever. There will come a time when they have to be pulled back out or move on to do something else, otherwise they shall rust and go away. In the background of the card we can see the answer to this quandary, in that it has a deep blue in the background coming through. This is the energy of Jupiter, which we saw earlier, asking us to expand our consciousness. So when the swords are removed and the truce is ended, it's saying, well, don't just go straight back to what you had before with the conflict. Use that chance that you have to expand your consciousness and to see things better, to look at things with a perspective. If we're down in the forest, the trees look huge and overpowering. If we flew high above them in an aeroplane, they would only look tiny. It's just a matter of perspective. And so that doesn't mean that when we end the truce, it's all going to be plain sailing. But it certainly means that we will have a better perspective to know where we are going. And so when you draw the card, it's saying you do need to step back. You can't just stay in this state, whatever it is, forever, because it will destroy you. Step back. Go away, perhaps. In reality, in our actual lives, we could have a holiday. Or we could have a weekend in bed, just recharge our energy. And it's not going to make things go away, but it's going to get us out of the position that we're in temporarily, so that we can look at it with a fresh set of eyes, so that we can get a new perspective on it. And when we come back from that holiday, we may find that those things that were causing us issue probably weren't that stressful to begin with. It still might not be resolved. There's still certainly going to be some work to do. But our intuition has returned to us during that space of respite. And then, after rest, we know where we are going. The Four of Discs is called Power, and this is all about that physical world that we have created, of which we'll have within it things of which mean something to us, and we want to protect them and keep them close to us. We can see that on the Rider-Waite version of the card, and yet this perhaps shows something of a little more negativity to the card. He's attempting to hold on to these things above all else. He is literally clothed in his possessions, sitting around an empty town, perhaps showing an element of loneliness in trying to keep these things to him. The fourth card doesn't necessarily go down that actual angle. This shows us something of which I think is actually very human, and therefore this card can be very relatable to a lot of people of whom draw it. In fact, on the Tree of Life we are in Chesed, of which is often translated as loving kindness, and so we can see that those things that we want to wear and keep close to ourselves are actually things that we love. It may also be, of course, the love and mercy of a deity, God, given to humanity, and so those things, those physical things, are still divine. They don't necessarily mean anything less, simply because they are material and not purely spiritual. And we see this error made all the time in New Age and certain religious movements, where they say, give up all your possessions and don't owe anything and get rid of the ego completely. What you're going to be there is extremely unhappy, because you are living in a physical world. There are physical things that you want to pick up and hold, and that feel nice and that you love and are drawn to, and you shouldn't be putting them aside to try and achieve some nirvana, of which is actually all about balance when it comes down to it. And so you have to have a balance of the two things going on. Astrologically, we are the sun in Capricorn, and so Capricorn is very physically focused and very grounded, and so the Capricorn element here would be knowing how to actually build this castle, of which we have on the card, knowing how to actually put the bricks one on top of another so that the castle would actually be built. And the sun is giving it the energy to do so, it's giving it the inspiration. And so the sun in astrology in general is very powerful and very dynamic, and so we have that power element carried all the way through that element of the sun. And so if you wanted to build this castle, you would have to have the will to do it. It's no good just having the bricks and the cement and a blueprint, because you wouldn't be able to build it. You have to have the will to do it and the intention to actually see it built. The symbolism of this card is very material, however. You'll notice that there are 4 towers upon this card, and within all of them is an elemental figure, and yet there is the 5th element missing, and so there is no spirit, although we may still see an echo of it later on. For all intents and purposes though, we do see air, water, fire and earth, and of course that represents the physical world. This castle is very much in that physical world. It's also a closed structure, and so it's stable, it's not going to fall down, and so it shows that everything in there is complete. More metaphysically, you could say that the elements have actually come together to form this physical structure, and so it's a bit of a symbol of the actual structure of anything around us. The air element is the power of the intellect and the mind to draw out the plan to see it built. The water is the emotion that comes through with wanting it to mean something. It doesn't just want to be a physical object, it has a meaning to it. The fire is the spiritual energy that we've put into it, because in order for it to mean something, it has to have a spiritual foundation in the first place, even if it's interpreted in a materialistic way. The fact that we are able to relate to something and love it or hate it, or it feels nice to wear or whatever it may be, still has a spiritual foundation to it, for it interacts with our consciousness. And then the earth element, to finish off this stable number 4, would of course be the physical benefits of it, so our physical well-being of which we get from having this physical object, whatever it may be. And that physical object here on the card is a castle, of which of course is a fortified structure. It's literally designed to keep things out and to keep things in, and so it's protective and it's defensive. The castle here represents us and our world around us, and so if you're watching this, you know, in your living room now, and you look around you and there's all those things and family photos and items and things that you've bought and that you like, that's your castle. That's your world of form that you have created through your intent and will and all of those energies around you. And you want to protect those things. That's why you lock the doors at night. You know, you don't want people coming in and taking them, because they mean something to you when it comes down to it. And this is evident on the castle itself, in that around the 4 corners are encased in a square 6 towered crenulations or castellated walls. The number 6 is the number of the sun, and returns us to the astrological associations here, in that we've known how to build this or buy it or whatever it may be because of the energy of the sun inspiring us and giving us the will to do it. The will is also shown here on the drawbridge, and so the drawbridge is the only way in or out of the castle, and it can be lowered or raised based entirely on the instructions of the people of whom dwell there. And this represents the fact that we do have a complete control over what we let into our lives and what we give in our lives. And so essentially we have the power to accept or reject anything that comes up to the gate of our world. We don't have to let in thoughts or ideas or beliefs of which are going to sabotage those things around us. We can raise our drawbridge, and yet of course if we so choose, we can also lower the drawbridge and allow things in, or allow us to come out of the castle, to give charitably, for example, which returns us to the idea of chesed, repairing the world, the process of the correct morals and all this type of thing. And yet when it comes down to it, if we let something into our castle and then they destroy the things around us, even though it's a nasty and horrible thing to happen, we made the decision to lower that drawbridge. Because at the end of that bridge, you will see, is actually the gate of which leads out into the wider world, of where both good and bad things dwell, metaphorically. It's also pointing downwards in the direction of Malkuth, if we were looking at this on the Tree of Life, and so it's pointing towards the world of the kingdom, the physical world. And upon this road is also the glyph of Capricorn. And so this shows that this card is very much centred in the physical world, and that we are to step into that world to empower ourselves. This is where we find our success or our failure, all based on that will. And so it's essentially saying that we have to learn about that world, like we see on the wider Fool's Journey of the Tarot. We have to not give our power away, like in the well-known song The Gambler, of where you know where to hold them and when to fold them, and you also know when to walk away and when to run. You need to raise your drawbridge, even if it results in the shouting and swearing of those on the other side of whom want to come in. You don't want to give too much of your own power away. Here the chesed, or charity, really does begin at home, which is another very famous saying that you could relate to this. And we do see this through life. You see, often when people do have a house and a home or a family to look after, their priorities change, and so they no longer want to spend money recklessly, for example, or do things of which may put that world of which they have built into danger, and the things of which dwell inside that castle, their family and their possessions, are in many ways the actual bricks that build up the foundation of their actual world. Now, quite importantly here, the castle as well is also surrounded by a moat, and if we look on the top part of the card, we can see the glyph of the sun, of which leads in the opposite direction to the drawbridge. So this leads up back towards Kether and the sun, and yet this isn't actually accessible at all. You could only get in or out of the castle through the drawbridge. The moat here would actually stop you from getting towards the actual sun. The moat is said to represent our boundaries, and so as far as the castle is concerned, it shows where it begins and ends. And so in life we find those boundaries, we know what we stand for and what we won't allow. And it's different here to what it was on a card like, say, the Princess of Swords, where she was fiercely defending her identity, and yet she'd already changed her identity multiple times, and so it was prone to change anyway. This is something which is much more solid, and the castle, in theory, would live for hundreds of years. Castle ruins still stand, we can still go around them, they are very solid. And so this shows that our boundaries here are fixed, we are more mature, we understand more about our lives, and we want to hold it and keep it. And yet, because this moat cuts off the path to the sun, it shows that it can become quite dry, the world, and quite colourless if we haven't allowed that spiritual foundation in. And so the card actually looks quite desert-like in some ways. It's actually quite barren, the landscape on it. And so as well as this finding of boundaries, we have to be careful not to shut out the light, so to speak. And so, because that element of spirit is missing and can't get in, life could, if we're not careful, end up like the Rider-Waite card, where he's just grabbing onto all these physical things, but perhaps the meaning is lost. In order to find the true meaning, the light has to shine on them. It has to be truly shown there. And so the card can be a very good one in many regards. It can show that, of course, you yearn for that material security. You have a good foundation of life and family and possessions, and you want to, of course, keep them. You want them to be there always for you. It can show that this has been built because of your wise investments and choices and lessons through life. And yet it also gives us a lesson, and that is that we have to have that spiritual foundation. We have to let that light in. And so a good metaphor for this is, it's no good having huge, great big expensive TVs in every room of the house if there's nothing for you to watch on them. The TV itself is just a box. It's what you tune it into and decide to watch upon it, of which gives you meaning and emotion and connects all of those elements together to create the will to do and build the world of which you see around you. Therefore bringing us to that united balance of which we began this video with, of where we enjoy and love those physical things, and they in themselves inspire our divine will to grow and expand upon the universe, while also keeping our world and our own castle close to our hearts. The Five of Wands, known as Strife, represents a very different type of energy to what we saw on the 1 to the 4 of Wands with that manifested creation. Here we can see a conflict starting to arise in all of the different things of which have been created. And so over on the Rider-Waite deck we see 5 different characters, each dressed differently to represent their different stature in life, their different cultures, their different beliefs. And they are coming together in a clash. They are actually in conflict with each other when trying to go each separate way. And so their energies are against each other rather than acting in unison with one another, and therefore we get conflict. And over on the Tree of Life, as are all the 5 cards, we are going to be in the Sephiroth of Geberar, of which is ruled by the planet of Mars, and is all about, especially in this case, withdrawing our compassion from somebody because we feel that they don't deserve it. And so it's the judgmental power of God in the religious aspect, and it's the deciding not to give charity or not to give help because we feel that in some way our action would not benefit the person that we're giving it to, or that they don't deserve it. And so this is why it's considered to be part of an ethical triangle on the Tree of Life, and it's opposite to Chesed, which is the giving of the energy, and so it counterbalances it in that actual manner. So let's have a look at the symbolism here on the 5 of Wands, and the wands are actually 3 separate types of Golden Dawn ritual wand, and these are all real wands of which have been used in the Golden Dawn. And the one in the centre of the card, which is the main wand, which is therefore the most important one in here, is the wand of the Chief Adept. And this is actually, if we look at it, a caduceus, and so we have the winged image and the serpents coming all the way through the wand. And so this is obviously a herald's wand, and so it's a wand of an authority over the other ones, hence it's bigger. And as a caduceus, it's also associated with the Enlightenment experience, because the caduceus shows the serpentine energy, that kundalini, rising up a wand, which may as well be our spine, and these wings coming out at the top, the moment where the consciousness transcends the body and flies upwards, metaphorically. Because it's enlightenment, it is obviously going to be in some way above the others, because it is above limitation and it's above conflict, and it understands the joining together of opposing forces to result in this enlightenment, as we will come to throughout the rest of the symbols. The next wand are the phoenix-headed wands, and these are the wand of the Major Adept. And these are an interesting one, for they're about the destructive energy that we see in the 5 of Wands. However, as a phoenix, they represent a rebirth as well. So it's a purification through fire, through destruction or death, such as the phoenix coming out of the ashes. It's something new. The old has been destroyed, but there is no death, there is no stillness, there is never a moment of nothingness in the universe, and so something new must come out of that. And we can see that the actual wands here are a red colour upon their shaft, and that is that energy of Geberar that we spoke about, which is a fire energy there, and their heads are blue, and we have water, and so there is the first element of duality coming into the card. So we can see an elemental feel to these, as well as the apparent divisions, fire and water and so on, which are against each other because of the conflict, and yet they must learn to come together. And therefore, if we have a look at the wings of the phoenixes, their wings are purple, which is a mixture of the red and the blue, and so there we have our truth and our justice and peace coming together in there. The lotus wands are going to represent the polar opposite of the phoenix wands, and so these are the wands of the minor adept, and upon them we can see the shape of the lotus, of which we previously saw on the three of wands, representing the goddess Isis, of whom also is concerned with rebirth, but in a more feminine and nurturing way than destroying something with flame. And so Isis gathers up the body of Osiris after he is killed and resurrects him, and therefore they are able to conceive and give birth to the god Horus. And so we have another type of rebirth, and yet it's a rebirth of a gentler nature, it's a rebirth of that divine fertility and of the nature of birth itself. Therefore we have the colours upon these ones coloured in blue, therefore representing water and the waters of life, and also of course that they would be ruled by the moon, bringing us once again to the goddess Isis. Looking at the lotus heads, however, we can see that yet again they are purple, and so we have a mixture of the blue and the red there. The large wings on top of the actual caduceus wand are also purple in colour, and so here, that stage of enlightenment that we spoke about, that moment where the magician, the meditating yogi, achieves enlightenment and all of a sudden everything is clear, is purple, which means it's all of those things mixed together. It's that coming together of so-called opposites, and there is no more conflict, there is no more strife and things going against each other and things like that, like we saw on the Rider-Waite card, because they've all come together, and suddenly, instead of being against each other, they are in harmony. Because this card is strife, however, we can actually see that the wands behind the main wand are apparently facing each other. The phoenix wands look like they are facing the lotus wands as if they're coming towards each other, just like what we had before, so they are in a state of conflict with each other there. Now, in the very centre of the seal of the caduceus, we can actually see a 7-pointed star, and this is the Star of Babylon, of which is also combined with the thelemic symbol of the Mark of the Beast, which we see in Aleister Crowley's literature and also shows up on other minor arcana cards, which we'll come to later. And this, of course, if we simply look at it, we can see it represents the phallus, and it's actually the state of the phallus inside the womb, and that's what this symbol represents. And so it's another bringing forth of opposites, it's another bringing forth of two divinities. And so it could be positive and negative, or the both ends of the card coming together, such as wings, serpents, fire, water, all that type of thing. So a winged serpent is a creature that crawls along the floor, mixed with a creature that flies in the sky. It's a coming together. And of course the phallus inside the womb, as we saw with the goddess Isis, is the state of divine creation. It's the state of the creation of life itself, fertilization and conception of a new life, a vessel for consciousness to inhabit. The actual serpents themselves around this area of the card are the same thing. They are another union of opposites. So we can see that because they wear the crowns of Upper and Lower Egypt. And we've seen over on the Major Arcana characters wearing this hat known as the Shent, of which is a combination of Upper and Lower Egypt's hats put together. And so when they come together, obviously, they are above and also one with the other two. And so really, that's talking about unity, of course, and it's talking about the way out of the state of conflict of what we've got. We have to provide balance, we have to provide a tranquility and a diplomacy in order to stop coming towards each other with these wands and not being able to move forward. The 10 flames which are in the background of the card could be another symbol of the 10 Sephiroth of the Tree of Life, the universe. It could also here be a reference to the later card on the suit, which is the 10 of Wands, and the 10 of Wands is known as oppression. And that's what we're having here, of course, because we have Saturn in Leo on this card. And so when Saturn completely dominates, which is time and death and a much more negative attributes, it comes into it much later in the Wands cards. And the 5 of Wands is still too bright, it's still too much life going on for Saturn to overtake it completely, and that's because Leo is a very strong fire sign. We've got phoenixes going on in this card and all these type of fire things, but later on Saturn does dominate, and old Father Time comes into it, and Aleister Crowley himself describes this in the Book of Thoth as while Geberah represents all of this tameless, irrational energy and disturbance, it derives from the benign, gentle influence of the feminine, and he encourages us to look at goddesses of which are benign and gentle and yet also have a destructive element to them, so we have that coming together yet again. And good examples of this could be the goddess Kali from Hinduism, which is one of the most well known of this type, because she actually holds a severed head in her hand as well as a sword, and the severed head is our ego and the sword is that of divine knowledge, of enlightenment, and so it's the destruction of the ego by the divine knowledge. And another example of this type of goddess would be the Egyptian goddess Pakhet, of whom is a lioness goddess, and she is a protector of mothers and of motherhood, and yet also her name means she who scratches, and she's a goddess of war and the hunt, and so she protects the home against vermin and against disease, and yet she also goes out and hunts for prey. And she was sometimes known as the night huntress with the sharp eyes and the pointed claws. It's really quite fabulous stuff. And so to draw this card could represent that you are unhappy in any type of situation where there is a clash with somebody. It could be workplace stresses or family conflicts in somewhere. It could even be very real conflicts, but you're certainly going to be in a situation where there's all this type of different ideas coming together and there's a struggle to actually accept them. And yet, because we see that coming together of the energies as the only real way out of this and the way to achieve enlightenment in the situation, it's encouraging differences of opinion and differences of culture and things. So it's actually saying to get harmony, we need to have that diversity. We need to realise that we are these divine beings on journeys that are separate. And so, unlike on that Rider-Waite card where they're all coming together into the same spot, let's go our own ways and enjoy the wondrousness of the exploration of the universe, and understand that it's only with the diversity of all of the stars in the sky, for every man and every woman is a star in this philosophy, that we're going to move on from this state of conflict. The Five of Cups is known as disappointment, and its symbolism is remarkably simple when we consider this is something, of course, of which we all know, this feeling of disappointment and of something having not worked out the way we hoped it would. On the Rider-Waite card we can see that our character is fixated upon 3 spilt cups. They've overturned, and all the wonderful, colourful abundance has fallen onto the ground. And yet behind the character are 2 new cups, suggesting a world of new potential, and yet maybe the character can't see them because they are so focused on this physical manifestation of disappointment in front of them. On the Tree of Life, this card is in Geberah, and it's representing, quite simple really, this fire element of Geberah having overpowered the watery elements of the card, and all the cards leading up to this point have been very watery, and now it's come into this intense heat and fire, which of course has caused it to evaporate, and it's got dry, and the element of fire has been too strong for it. And we can even see that with the astrological symbols in the card. It's Mars in Scorpio. Now, Mars in Scorpio can be quite a positive thing. It's a real instinct for a powerful energy, and it's about going on with your urges and your desires, putting them out into the physical world. And yet that type of energy can get obsessive. It can latch onto things and not let them go, for example, and can become, just as we've seen, too overpowering. And if an energy becomes too overpowering of any description, it's going to be unbalanced, and something that's unbalanced is prone to tip over, such as what we saw on the Rider-Waite card there. The symbols upon our 4th card also show empty cups, and so all 5 of the cups are no longer overflowing, and in fact you can see clearly that they have no liquid in them whatsoever. And this means quite simply that the water has evaporated out of them, because the water of which we put into those cards hasn't been what we thought it was going to be, and so in real terms something hasn't worked out for us the way we wanted it to work out. Perhaps we've made an investment and we haven't made a profit on it, or we've made a loss, or we've dedicated a lot of time into manifesting something like that journey we've seen throughout all these cards, where you get that the spark of inspiration and start putting things together and putting all the little molecules of the physical world together to make it manifest, and then when it has manifested it wasn't really that good, or maybe it didn't manifest, you just lost interest halfway through, or something came in your way and tipped those cups over and the water's gone and you have to start again, and you have that feeling of disappointment. You'll notice that the cups are formed into an inverted pentagram, and the stems of the lotuses are all coming around here and forming this inverted pentagram of the actual 5 cups. Now, the inverted pentagram gets a bit of a bad reputation. It's not necessarily a negative symbol, it's merely an inversion of energy, and so the standard pentagram shows the element of spirit here at the top, and the 4 elements of which make up the physical world around us as the 4 points of the bottom of the pentagram. To turn a pentagram upside down is to put the element of spirit at the bottom and the physical material world first. What this means in a positive sense could be striving for material and physical gain, and that can actually be a very good thing. We've spoken before that we shouldn't neglect our physical nature, and when we create and manifest things physically that we love, of course it involves the spirit as well. And yet in this regard, the weight of the mass, the physical mass of the physical world, is crushing down the spirit. We can't flip this over again. It's so that the spirit's at the top, because there's just so much physical mass here having built up that again it's been overwhelmed. And so this can mean that again in our actual lives, when we get this card, that perhaps we feel overwhelmed with whatever project we've been putting out, or our emotional life. Maybe we're digging around in this physical world here at the top of the inverted pentagram, and we can't find the spirit, the spark, to start again on a new path of creation, because it's buried deep down underneath everything. And the lotuses themselves, of which form this inverted pentagram and are shown on the card, are for the first time looking dry. They are not being fed by the waters, and in fact these 2 at the top appear to have no life in them whatsoever. The sea in the background of the card is also dried, cracked. It represents an arid wilderness of where no life could possibly live. And since the sea upon this suit of cards represents the source of all life and a feminine, nurturing element, to have a sea that is so dry without any life in it may invoke an image of the impermanence of things of the physical world, of which we discussed on the previous card, here shown in a very real manner, and that if there was one day where the seas would run dry and no life could dwell upon the face of the earth, our entire existence and everything of which we have created, maybe these videos and our books and everything, would go unread and unwatched until our star itself in the sky would wink out, and all would be dark and all would be lost. That world of physical form of which we have put once again on top of spirit upon this card is impermanent and does not last forever, no matter how much we would want it to. Back to the Rider-Waite card, we could see an element of hope in the card, in that if the character was only to turn around, then they would see that there was cups standing the right way up, ready to start again. This card, however, looks at first glance far more hopeless, and yet there are images of hope within this card. You may notice the roots of the actual lotuses at the bottom of the card have formed themselves into the shape of butterflies' wings. And so here we have, of course, a potent symbol of transformation, of having changed from one thing to another, perhaps representing here a learning process, that we have to go through a period of darkness in some way before coming out of that chrysalis as the butterfly, having transformed, having completed our journey into the world. We can also see that two of the lotuses here, although they are drooping and appear to be dying, their petals falling off towards this dry sea, have not yet fully died. And so there's still a chance, there is still a hope that we can resurrect them in some way, we can bring them back. And yet, since these petals have been blown by the fiery winds and they have dried up and drooped due to the heat coming from Geberar and everything we started with, if we did want to bring them back, we would have to remove them from that immediate environment in order to give them the best chance that they have. And yet, since the bottom parts of these cups here, these pyramid crystal looking patterns, are prismatic in their design, the crystal designs on these cards often representing the makeup of the physical world, the structures of molecules and atoms and so on, coming together to form what we think of as solid, even though it is only a frequency and a vibration. Of course, as a prismatic pattern, it reflects thought, intention and desire, and so it's suggesting that if we do want to move these still living roots away and turn back towards our potential with that butterfly wing and regrow, then we have to start again from the very beginning with the thought, which basically has to dismantle everything again into its unmanifested femifestation like we began with, and bring it back together, hopefully in a more complete form, which again is the transformation shown by the wings and is the aim of alchemy. The alchemist splits things into their separate component parts, perfects each part, and then brings it together again, and when it's brought back together again, it is much more wonderful and much more perfect than it was in its corrupt form. And so there is an element of hope to the card. Saying that, however, when you do draw this card, it represents not achieving the goals that you set out to do so, and so you feel disappointment. You think that something just hasn't worked just how you wanted it to, and maybe you feel simply like you can't be bothered. You know, it's sort of your expectations haven't been met and you've said, I'm not doing that again. You've become disillusioned with whatever it was that you were trying to manifest, and you really can become quite bogged down when you feel like that, and we've all felt like that. And so it's suggesting that don't hide away and stay in that energy, however, saying I'm never going to do anything again because I don't want to be disappointed again. We have to move what we still have and what hope we still have out of that negative emotion, away from those fiery winds of which are blowing things away. Look at what we've still got, perfect it, and move on with our journey. And with hope, the intensity of Mars and Scorpio in this card will play their part, and your feelings of unfulfilled expectations will swell within you with a new inspiration, and you will begin again. The Five of Swords is known as defeat, and it certainly shows a lot of that fear and troublesome nature of which the suit has built up to towards this point. The Rider-Waite card shows two figures walking away from what appears to be a battle. They are sad, defeated and mournful, when a sly character picks up their swords and glances up back towards them. This shows a distrustfulness, a sadness, and a feeling that perhaps all our efforts have been in vain. The sky upon this Rider-Waite card is jagged and unpleasant, threatening rain, suggesting that although this battle is over, there is still trouble in the air, and all is not calm. On the Tree of Life, this card is Geberar, in that world of Yetzirah or formation, and so it's the coming upon our life of this defeat. Geberar is often known as might, and is suggestive of the punishing of the wicked, the judging of the souls of humanity, and so in this regard it can be the restraining of our urge to be good, of which we saw on the previous card, and it's just a melancholy, a strict letter of the law type of attitude where one cannot look outside of the straight and narrow and they can only see what's right in front of them, which is of course actually a very negative and false way of looking at the world. On the astrological side, the card is Venus in Aquarius, and this shows a great disconnect and incompatibility between the two, because Venus is beauty and love, and therefore is a nurturing aspect, whereas Aquarius is more rebellious. It is more logical in its outlook and appearing more confident in its manner because of that, although not necessarily, although its mode is fixed, whereas Venus is more concerned with the nurturing and a mother style aspect, and so really they're going to clash here, and especially so because Venus is often shown with the rose, and the rose is shattered upon this card. This is the same rose of which we saw on the Four of Swords, holding the swords together in a truce. There has been too much pressure and too much conflict, and the rose has actually shattered. It now forms the shape of an inverted pentagram. This is a symbol of which can often be quite misunderstood. It's used to frighten in a lot of mainstream sources, attempting to demonise occultism. What it truly means here, however, is the physical world of matter and form, of which includes time and death and conflict, overpowering that of the spirit. And so if we have a look at the normal pentagram, of course, we've got the point at the top is spirit, consciousness, source, and the 4 points at the bottom are the 4 elements that make up our physical world. To flip it upside down places the 4 elements on top and the spirit at the bottom, so the spirit is less important or is overburdened by that nature of time and conflict and death and so on, of which we see in the physical world. And so with regards to the actual card, the conflict that we're in currently has defeated us. It's weighed us down on top of us, and so we can't express all of the things that we wanted to throughout the tarot journey so far, because we're bogged down with all of the horrors and the sadnesses and the negative aspects of the physical world. It is essentially crushing our spirit, and that's what that represents. The swords themselves are formed around this into relatively the same shape, and there are different designs upon each of the hilts of the swords. They all mean something different, connected into why our spirit is being crushed and what it feels like to be in that state. Perhaps the one which connects to that inverted pentagram image is the lowest sword, which would be in the space of spirit if we looked at the pentagram, and this indeed shows a crown. The crown being Kether, that white, spiritual, beauteous light here at the lowest point of the image, and suggesting therefore that we feel we are at a low point during this time in our lives. Of particular interest, the blade upon this sword is actually broken, and so here we have a physical representation of that feeling that we have been broken by something, that our spirit is broken, and so we feel that we have become weakened. This sword clearly couldn't be used in conflict anymore because it is damaged. It has been used too much, it has been put under too much pressure, just as the rose had done, and becomes, over time, shattered and damaged. The other swords here show a variety of different designs, and so we have a serpent here upon this sword. The serpent, that energy of transformation, of which we have seen many times throughout the tarot cards, that kundalini, that enlightenment, and that start of a journey. Well, here it's stuck, of course, because all of these swords can't move on, they're clashing with each other. And so it's showing that we can't find that spark within ourselves anymore to raise that energy upwards, such as that, like in that awakening experience where the energy rises up from the lowest chakra out of the crown. We can't do it anymore, at least for this time being. We feel like that spark of light has left us. We also see an image of a fish, of which here represents Pisces, but specifically it's the age of Pisces, which is the age in astrology that we're coming out of now, and yet we are still in a transitional phase of it. And yet it started right back in 1 AD, and so it is the world of the past, and all of the crowning glories of humanity throughout its different ages. And perhaps within our own minds, of which are still working overtime at this stage in the suit, it means that we can't move on from our own past, or that our own past, perhaps, is that thing of which is bogging us down and making us stuck in a rut. So we are preoccupied with the mistakes of which we've made in the past, and specifically the what-ifs and the I wish I hadn't, that type of thing. But we can't get the past back, and we can't actually do anything about it at all. And if our past is stopping us from moving forward, then we really are going to be stuck, which is what this card is showing. There is also the image of a twisted handkerchief, of which is drenched in a red pattern, of which clearly is supposed to be blood. And so this shows that all of these things we've been doing are actually physically hurting us, and spiritually as well. And so it's essentially saying this has opened up an old wound, and it's shown as a physical wound that's bleeding, but it doesn't have to be. It can be anything that produces fear in us. Often when we have a fear or a phobia, when we see it happening in front of us, it opens up old memories and old scars from our past, and suddenly our whole mood changes and becomes something a lot less pleasant and more focused again upon those miseries of the past. And that stops us from being able to move forward, which is what we see with the other symbol on the sword hilts here, which is the ram's horn. This suggests usually that one would take hold of the horns, of course, and control the movement, and so it shows that pushing forward and going onwards with life. And yet here, even if we grabbed hold of it, we wouldn't move, because all the swords are stuck together and they're literally blocking each other from moving on. And so it's saying we haven't got the inspiration to actually get up and do anything, which of course is something that shows up a great deal in situations of that crushing defeat that one feels. They just feel like they don't want to get out of bed and move on. And that's what it's saying, that even if we had both hands on those horns and were saying, come on, let's get out of this, we just haven't got the spark, that creative charge in us at the moment to do so, because at that time we're stuck in the present, we're stuck in the what is and the what was, rather than the what we want to be and how we want to move on. And so in that respect, it can represent that we're actually sabotaging ourselves by staying in that situation. We can see that in the background of the card, in that the twisted lines and all this chaos, of which represents the activity of the mind and the thoughts of the mind, are actually working against us. And so we've heard that saying before, like, we're our own worst enemy, and that really is showing up in here. The lines are twisting round into quite jagged and sharp shapes, of which would damage us. We're actually hurting ourselves, and yet that actually causes an endless cycle, because really this card is about fear, and it's a fear perhaps that those things of which caused us to get stuck in this position may just repeat, or that there's no way we could ever get out of them. And so it actually makes our consciousness work against itself, which is a very negative type of position to get yourself in, which is why amongst these shapes they've actually formed shapes here which look firstly like swastika images, which are in a duality with themselves. So one is pointing one way and the other is pointing the other way. The one that's pointing clockwise, which is the traditional swastika image, represents the sun, and that's good luck. It's the day and all of the positive prosperity and things that comes from it. The counterclockwise image is the opposite, and in Hinduism it can represent the elements of Kali, of which is again time and destruction and perhaps quite a violent change and an overwhelming power and that type of thing. And so really the fact that they are pointing towards each other and are seemingly in conflict with each other is our own mind just not knowing where to go. We can also see at the top of the card that the images look like they're trying to create pentagrams. They're actually trying to draw pentagrams, and yet they're not working out. It looks like the hand has slipped, or that the shape hasn't quite formed correctly. And so this actually shows that we know that we're stuck in a rut. We're trying to get out of it. We know that that pentagram's the wrong way around, and we're trying desperately to get out of there. And yet, for the time being, it's perhaps not working. That's because we haven't got the clarity to see that. If we can see the image clearly in our mind, the job's already half done. That's why the blue upon this card is only in the edges around the card. And so the blue here is the sky, as we saw, and the element of Jupiter from the previous card. And at the moment they've been pushed right to the edges because we're in so much stress and fear. And so we can't see the sky, we can't see the clarity to actually draw the images like we would want to. There is, however, in this card a hint of hope. Right in the very centre we can see this pinpoint image of bright white light. And so that shows that our spirit is well aware that it's not going to be here forever. It's trying to make itself shine. It's trying to make itself overcome the situation, and it knows that no matter how dark the night, the morning will come again at some point, and we really have to ride through this storm of fear. To draw the card really does suggest a type of fear, because fear distorts the things around us, which is everything that we see on the card is distorted. And so with fear we may lose control, either physically, emotionally, we may be hurt from previous relationships and things like that. And so this is the deep level of the Suit of Swords, and we need to accept that it's like that and try to bring back that sky from the edges of the card into that white light in the centre, so that we can clearly draw out the plan for how to move on with our lives from here. The Five of Discs is called Worry, and on the previous card we had built a fortress around the things in the physical world which meant something to us. From this state, it's rather natural and quite human that we are going to enter into a state of worry about those things. Are they going to stay with us, or are we to become overburdened by them? On the Rider-Waite card we can see that these characters seem to be physically ill or impoverished in some way, and it's a cold, wintral scene. The only glimmer of hope here being the stained glass window, showing a tree of life adorned with the pentacles. One of the characters is looking up at this, perhaps recognising it as a source of hope, and yet the other character walks on coldly by, their face down, facing, as it were, the cold, physical world beneath them. On the Tree of Life, this is Geberar in that world of Isaiah, that physical world. And Geberar could be described as the essence of judgment and limitation. And so we find that some type of limitation, such as the infirmity seen on the Rider-Waite card, limits us either in our accumulation of the physical things we want, or can result in us actually being bogged down by them. And so we see this as well astrologically. It's Mercury in Taurus, and so Mercury is very fast and very fluid, and yet it's bogged down by the much slower energy of Taurus. And in astrology, people of whom are natively Mercury in Taurus are said to be somewhat plodding along through life, and they will get to their destination and their goal eventually, but they're very slow to do so, and they are, in some way, it is said at least, dictated to in their lives by the physical elements around them. They understand things physically, and yet perhaps there is a want of a spirituality. And so we see this very much so on the card. It's an inverted pentagram, and in the background of the pentagrams are the discs themselves, and here they actually look like cogs and gears. And if we have a look, the cogs and gears aren't actually fitting together. So if you try to move this wheel and spin it round so that the pentagram was the right way up, you would find that they were all jammed and that you couldn't do it, so you would actually be feeling trapped in the situation. The inverted pentagram, of course, literally shows us weighed down by the physical world. Usually the spirit is on top, showing spirit comes first and flows down into the physical world, the other points being the four elements. When it's upside down, the four physical elements are on top and are placed before spirit, and here are literally crushing down on top of the spirit underneath it. We may also notice that the elemental symbols upon this pentagram are not the usual ones that we have seen so far. These instead here are Hindu tattva symbols of the elements. And the tattva means that which is. It's all about trying to understand how something is the way it is, to, if you like, put it into its constituent parts and understand them all perfectly. And so we understand how things have come to be, why we are like we are, and why we are in the position that we are with regards to this actual tarot card. And so the one at the bottom, which is in the space of spirit, is the tattva of Akasha, and it's depicted as an egg. This perhaps shows that with an egg, the secrets of life itself are concealed within. We can't see them because of the shell of the egg, and yet in there are the secrets of the consciousness and the birth into physical form. It may also not be necessarily an egg in some depictions, but the Vesica Pisces symbol, suggesting a fertility present in the universe itself. And so again, that birth of spirit, and that coming in of spirit, like we see with the Tree of Life, coming down into all of the physical world. Here, of course, it is, as we've shown at the bottom, it's literally feeling the weight of the world on top of it. And by looking at the symbols on top, we understand a depiction of how it feels to be in this state of worry. So the red triangle, of which is the element of fire, and within the actual tattvas would be the tattva of Tejas, or the god of Agni that we see in Hinduism. This is that burning passion that we've seen before, and yet here we haven't got the burning passion. Instead we feel like before, we're plodding along. We feel that we haven't got the energy to actually get something done. We know what we need to do, but we can't raise within us the desire to get up off the seat, so to speak, and actually go and make it happen. The blue circle, meanwhile, is not actually water, although it looks like it is. This is actually the element of air, and is the tattva of Vayu. And this one shows our communication in a matter, so our way of expressing why we feel the way we do. And I think, again, this is why this card is so human. We've all felt like that we can't express exactly why we feel the way we do. Perhaps we will feel we have difficulty in speaking about something because we fear the reaction, or even that we just literally don't know how to put these things into words that can be understood. Now, the yellow square, of which is the element of earth, and is the tattva of Prithvi, suggests the physical world, and quite importantly, the impact on the physical world of us feeling in this state. And so obviously when we get into the position where we're very worried, we can't communicate, and we haven't got that burning desire to get up and have the things actually taking shape, then we end up falling behind, in our work, struggling in our relationships, in our home life. And so there is a knock-on effect, an actual event of manifestation taking place, but in a way that we don't want it to be, in a way where we end up feeling like we're going down a slippery slope, a spiral, and we think, how am I going to get out of this situation? The final one, which is the silver moon, this actually is the element of water, of course suggesting the movement of the tides with the moon, and is the tattva of Apas. And this represents our instincts, our emotions, And of course, in that state of worry, we are literally worried. Our emotions are going to be all over the place. And very importantly, because we're unable to communicate, it will feel like the emotions that we feel are not being heard, are not being understood. And of course, all these things actually link together on this pentagram symbol, and so one thing leads to another. There is perhaps, however, an element of hope to be seen, showing firstly within the moon symbol, of which is the tides, and that no matter how high the tide and how violent the ocean, it will change and it will draw back, and as it does so, the weather itself will change as well, and when the weather changes, things will look much different. And so we see this in the background of the card. In the background is a tiny glimmer of light. It is a yellow symbol, of which is the sun, and this shines upon the parts of the cogs and gears of which are not fitting together. And so this is a bit like that light bulb moment where we think, I actually can make these fit together. If I, jiggle them a bit and move one to the left and move one to the right, then eventually the cogs will fit together, and I could literally spin it round so that the pentagram was the right way up, spirit was on the top again, and I would no longer be feeling the weight of the world on top of me. And that's the real meaning of this card. It's usually something that's been going on for some time. It's not just the comings and goings of moods, for example. This is a more deep-seated thing. This is something that you found yourself going down that rabbit hole in for a long time, and it often comes up in readings with financial worries and expenses and disruption in financial and job situations, things like that. And it genuinely shows that worrying about them and not doing anything about them isn't going to help. It's going to feel bad when you're in that situation, and you must look for that glimmer wherever it may come from that will show you how, as it were, to slot things back together and to deal with them, really, when they come up in our lives, to know what to do, to turn them around so that we end up back on the right track. The Six of Wands is known as victory, and so it's a really positive card to actually draw. And in the actual chronological order of these cards, it's carrying on directly from the strife of the previous card, and we've overcome our troubles and come out victorious on the other side. We can see this over on the Rider-Waite deck, where the character is wearing a wreath of victory around their head, and they appear to be riding back to their kingdom after conquering some type of battle, and upon the wand in their hand is another wreath demonstrating that they have succeeded and they have come back richer and more powerful and perhaps even more enlightened after their victory. On the Tree of Life, this card is very much centred in Tifereth, and Tifereth is in many regards a perfect sphere on the Tree of Life because it represents beauty and harmony, and indeed it actually brings together all of the other spheres upon the Tree of Life into a central point, and so it's like a singularity in the middle where all of these other journeys and all of these other experiences are harmonised. And Tifereth is associated with the Rose Cross in Western esotericism, and that suggests that in order to have this victory, there has to be some type of sacrifice before there, and so Christ had to die upon the cross in order to be reborn and give salvation in the Christian doctrine. And within our own lives, we can see this mirrored. Sometimes we have to go through quite unpleasant times or sacrifice something in ourselves or in our lives and go through a bad patch in order to come out of the other side victorious and having learned from the experience, just as the character on the Rider-Waite comes home after conquering a battle and not coming back drenched in blood or full of torment or anything like that, but instead coming back bathed in the light and beauty of the sun, having learnt and become more enlightened because of it. So, having a look at the symbolism here on the card, the first thing we can see is an echo of what I've just been saying. So we can see that the card is completely symmetrical, and so it's almost like a mirror image of itself. And of course this as a pure symbol is all about balance and harmony, just as with Tifereth. And so, essentially, they are balanced with their opposing forces, perfectly representing the aim of Hermeticism, the as above and so below, and the coming together of all that is great and harmonious in the universe. The actual wands upon this card are the same ones of which we have seen over on the Five of Wands. These are ritual wands of the Golden Dawn, and they are actually used in genuine Golden Dawn rituals, and what they are the wand of the Chief Adept, of which is the caduceus winged serpent with the eye, the wand of the Major Adept, which is the phoenix-headed wand, and the wand of the Minor Adept, of which is the lotus wand. And on the Five of Wands they were turned towards each other. It looked as if the fire symbol, the phoenix wand, was turned towards the goddess symbol of the lotus wand, and they were in conflict with each other. Now we can see the opposite of that. They are in harmony with each other. They're all pointing the right way, so to speak, and so they're not clashing like what they were before. Instead, they've come together, and of course things are much better because of it. And so this card, we can see astrologically, is Jupiter in Leo. And so within astrology, Jupiter in Leo is going to be somebody of whom is very creative and enthusiastic about their creations and their self-expressions. And it's often said that by expressing ourselves in that type of way, we will actually attract a lot of abundance and luck and success towards ourselves. And that's basic law of attraction, as it's known today, doctrine. The more you put out, the more you get back. And if you go into your world of work, for example, saying, oh, no, I'm fed up with it, another boring day, then you're going to get a boring day. Where if you go into it full of the wonder of what's happening and the harmony and the beauty, which is of course the Tifereth symbol, then that's what you're going to get back, and you're going to really experience an abundance of everything that is good in your lives. And it all starts when, instead of those wands turning towards each other, they work in harmony with each other. And so the wands themselves are pretty much exactly the same. There is one little difference with the caduceus wand, or the winged wands here, and instead of the mark of the beast in the centre of the wands, we now have the winged eye of Horus. And this is all about clarity and of healing. So in the ancient Egyptian mythology, Horus loses his left eye after a struggle with Seth, and then it's magically restored by the goddess Hathor. And this symbolises healing, making whole, and being able to see with a clarity. And so essentially with regards to this card, it's saying if we want to make whole, if we want to come into harmony, then we have to see that in ourselves in order to see it in the universe, which is basically what we've just been saying. And so the fact that the card is a mirror image of itself, a symmetrical symbol which works in complete harmony with itself, essentially it's saying the same thing. To see it in yourself, and you may start to see it manifest in the outside world as well. And so that goddess Hathor was sometimes associated with the gathering of minerals from the desert, and therefore she was known as the Lady of Turquoise because of the turquoise mines. And we may be able to see this with the colour of the wings here next to the winged eye of Horus. But one thing is most certainly true, and that's that the gathering of minerals is usually associated with the physical and manifest world, because the minerals are the process of the birth of the actual physical world and the creation of physical form and matter. And so we can see that purple in the background, and that's going to be Yesod on the Tree of Life, of which is foundation. It is the foundation of which creation has happened within. And so for us living up in this world, it is where we can use our communication, of where we can use our creativity, as we've been saying, to actually create within that foundation. And so it's like a treasure house of all of the possibilities there coming together, as well as a grounding in the physical world. And a grounding and a connection with our earthly home often makes us want to turn away from the conflicts and the strife, like what we had on the Five of Wands, and indeed we emerge out from them with harmony, such as what we've got now. Have a look at the lotus wands. We can see that now they are coloured in white and blue. So these are a rather really interesting symbol, because the white is Kether, it's pure spirit. It's above all of the other colours there and the spheres on the Tree of Life. It's this pure white spiritual light. It's the origin of life itself in that regard. And the blue is, of course, once again with the lotuses and the goddess Isis, like we had before, the power of water. And so clearly there we have the waters of life, of which give birth to our physical forms, and the sustaining of our life after we have been born, because we cannot live without water, of course. The goddess Isis is also a bringer of water. It's said that she would actually bring food and water to deceased souls in order to calm them and in order to heal them. And it says in spell number 473 in the ancient Egyptian coffin texts, "It is Isis of whom will give me water." And so she's a healing goddess there, bringing water to dampen wounds and burns and to heal. And so that might be water, but of course we are a card of complete harmony, so we have to have fire going on in there as well. And that's going to bring us back to the phoenix-headed wands. And of course the phoenix is a very fire-related symbol, and so here it represents the power of Tifereth. Tifereth of whom relates to the sun, and therefore it's not the centre of the universe, but is the centre of our local universe or our solar system, because the sun illuminates our world and allows life to flourish and grow there, just as the water does. And so we have a wonderful duality with these two wands. Without them we wouldn't be here. We have the power of the sun and the power of water infused with Kether, the light of which is the true centre of all of the universe, and is the singularity from which all of the universe began. And in many regards on the Tree of Life is Tifereth yet again, because it brings together into that singular point all of the different paths and spheres of the Tree of Life. And so it really is quite fascinating symbology there. In the background of the card we can see 9 flames, and unlike the flames on the previous wands cards, of which were quite violent almost and dancing around all over, these ones appear more like the flames on candles. They're a little bit more gentle looking. They seem to have settled down, and so of course that's going to represent the balance, the harmony, and the coming to peace of which we have come to upon this journey. The fact that there are 9 flames brings us once again back to the Sephiroth of Yesod foundation. Yesod is a lunar sphere. It's associated with the goddess archetype, and therefore we could say that the moon is bringing a goddess, and so a femininity and a calming and a healing attribute like what we had with Isis, to that powerful power of the sun. And so just as Isis pours water over a burn in order to heal them and to calm them, the moon here is balancing the flames, bringing a harmony, bringing a peace to them and stopping them from flying about all over and causing damage. And so to draw this card in your reading is all about that. It's about coming with victory past your troubles. It's about emerging out of the other side. And so you've put a lot of effort into something, and it's not always going to go well. There's going to be down periods, there's going to be disagreements and all sorts of things, and you have to fight through them and work through them, and eventually your confidence and your creativity will bring you out of this rocky patch, and you will be much better because of it. It's a really positive card, and it can also be a time for us to just sit back and reflect on what we've been through, and in many regards to celebrate what we have achieved and be proud of what we've done and what we've come through with our efforts, and really to recognise within ourselves all that we have achieved. The Six of Cups is known as pleasure, and indeed, if we look at the 6 cups upon this card, we can see that they are formed somewhat like the actual Tree of Life, suggesting straight away that this card is talking about finding pleasure in its many forms here upon the world that we actually live in and within the universe of which we experience. On the Rider-Waite deck we can see a hazy image suggesting a type of golden memory or even a dreamlike vista, asking perhaps the reader to hearken back to wonderful times of yore, and the offering of a flower as a symbol of friendship and of a blooming relationship. On the Tree of Life, this card is centred in Tifereth, of which means beauty, and indeed we can really see here that this card is concerned with finding that beauty in the world and taking pleasure in it. And so Tifereth represents the descent of divine consciousness, what we may call God, into the lens of our bodies and our localized consciousness, so that we can experience ourselves from different angles and find life and light and brilliancy in the world. And this sphere is ruled by the sun, and indeed this card is very much concerned with the sun. It's really yellow and bright in its colour, and we have a double aspect of the sun coming through in it because it is ruled by the sun in Scorpio, and so the sun is central in the card straight away. And Scorpio speaks about transformation, which is something that we're going to see in this card, and it also has the element of sexual unity and the creative power of that, of which we shall come to later. And yet the sun in Scorpio there is really going in for that passion and devotion, of which is seen in this astrological sign and the 8th house of which it is centered in. And so it's about deep feelings and powerful driving emotions, of which in themselves often induce or are induced by the sensations of pleasure. And so we can see upon the card that at the very bottom are 10 lotus stems, appearing to actually come from the direction of the observer of the card, and we got 5 on that side and 5 on the other, representing harmony and balance, which is something else we see in this, because the number 6, unlike the previous card, has balanced these cups perfectly and harmoniously upon each other. And so these 10 stems of the lotuses are the 10th Sephiroth on the Tree of Life, of which is Malkuth, kingdom. And so this is a card of grounding us here in this physical world and looking at the things of the world of which has brought us that pleasure. And so often the card can represent that type of naive happiness of childhood and a desire to return to those hazy memories, such as we saw on the Rider-Waite card. And it can represent a great love of having had these experiences. It's not just a memory, it's something that's actually made us who we are in some way. It's part of our very existence upon this earth. And if we look at theories such as causistic formation, it is believed by some that the places themselves where the memories took place contain something of that passion and that pleasure within them. And when we invoke a memory such as that, something within the actual place it happened is set forth into sparks of creative memory within the very function and form of its being. And so that's what those 10 stems there are saying. It's grounding us in the world of which we live in, which is often, as we've seen on the series many times, sometimes neglected by spiritual seekers, and yet we do live in the world. Inside the actual cups, it's quite difficult to see, but there are snakes inside the cups. And this, of course, is a symbol of deep transformation and of regeneration. That being because the snake, of course, sheds its skin, and as this snake moves forward, it leaves its old skin behind. And so this, in a simple way, could be meaning that we are trying to induce within ourselves a feeling of renewal. We want to experience a moving forward and a leaving behind of the bad, moving away from what's held us back, what's hurt us, and saying we've learnt from that, but we're going to move on. And we can see that also reflected in the sea in this card. It's a little bit different to how it was before. The sea has a rather grey look to it, and so this is showing that we've come out of a storm, we've persevered through a very difficult time in our lives, and we've come out the other side and have looked back towards it. All of us have experienced being in a storm, maybe not literally, but metaphorically. we've found ourselves in a situation where it may even feel hopeless, or it could just feel that we want to be let free from this bad situation. And we don't give up, of course, because we're sitting here watching this video now. We're still here, we've come through it, we've learnt from it, and so the sea here is showing the storms behind us. We've lived through it, and imagine the life of a sailor upon a wooden sailing ship actually going through a literal storm. Ice, snow, rain pelting down upon them, the intense difficulty that they would have experienced, and they may have felt like they wanted to give up and throw themselves into that sea, but they didn't. They got through it, and at the other side were rich new horizons and fertile lands for them to explore, and so we've come out of that onto the other side. The cups themselves, of which actually have these snakes encased within them, are said to be made out of brass, and so this is bringing us to another rather esoteric function of this card. The card is pleasure, and as we've seen, we can take pleasure in a great many things in the physical world, and pleasure often brings us healing, and brass in alchemy was a healing element. It is also, of course, a metal which is made out of copper and zinc. And in alchemy, copper is a feminine element and zinc is a masculine element, and so we have a harmony and a duality within the actual copper, and this is showing a sexual alchemy, as are the symbols of the snake and the cups. The snake being inside the cup is quite clearly a symbol of sexual coming together, and of course it's a very powerful energy. It's an energy powerful enough to give birth to a new life, and so this is representing something of which was a secret in the esoteric mystery traditions of which a lot of these symbols are based on. What was called sex magic was essentially producing something of value, manifesting something for us or for the world in general, perhaps, something of great pleasure, of great joy, and a healing out into the world through the union of a type of sexual alchemy, of which Crowley has also shown as connected with the Holy Grail and things like that on other cards. It's the fulfillment of the sexual will, and what that means is love, a coming together, a joining together, and a production from that unity of new life. And even if we're not talking about a physical baby, the new life could be the life of a project, the life of the building of a home, or the life of a new venture into business or into life or marriage or whatever it's going to be. And so that is that coming together. In Eastern religions, the balance here of the snakes and the cups could also be the redirecting of sexualized energy and the transmutation of the energy into a form of meditation and a type of channeling of this very powerful creative energy to result in enlightenment, of which brings us back to the Kundalini awakening experience and Kundalini yoga in general. And this brings us back to the element of Scorpio and the suggestion of transformation that we see in the card, because when we lose ourselves in the sea of pleasure, which again can be interpreted in any way of which you need it to be for the moment, doesn't have to be this sexual alchemy. It can be the pleasure being overtaken by any form of love, and when we're overtaken by that, we die to the moment, and that's the death element in Scorpio coming, and then of course we are reborn. We come back to our senses and we're back into the physical world, renewed, and having put out a very, very powerful energy of which comes back to us in manifestations, in people, things, and projects lining up around us. And so bringing up the Six of Cups in your reading is a really good card. It's talking about a pleasure of which you have experienced in your life. It's saying you have had a wonderful life. There are all these great things that have happened to you in life, and take great respect to remember them, and because the very earth itself remembers them too. And it may also say that by this respect and this remembering of great things, we're going to go through a period of transformation and healing. The brass cups are healing. Brass is a healing element, and it contains snakes within it to transform us, and so as we're healed, we are transformed. It's also a card quite clearly concerned with relationship And it's asking us not just to go out looking for any old type of relationship, but to be open in our heart centre to a relationship of somebody of whom can share in the pleasure of deep love upon all aspects of our being, and therefore bring that love into all aspects of our journey through the universe. The Six of Swords is called science, the gathering of knowledge, the knowing what is real about our world, and the application of it into our journey forward. On the Rider-Waite card we can see a literal journey of where the character has gathered his family into a boat along with the swords and appears to be leaving the state of turmoil that we saw on the previous swords cards. So they are leaving a state of which was not working for them, and perhaps striking out onto new land to begin again. The easiest explanation of this card can perhaps be seen in its Golden Dawn version, where it is known as the Lord of Earned Success. And so, just as the character is leaving the turmoil behind here on Rider-Waite, we have earned a respite, found ourselves coming out of a difficult situation with a new understanding of which actually benefits us in the end. We have grown stronger, and we have earned the success that we now begin, or at least we hope to begin, to see manifesting around us. On the Tree of Life we are Tifereth in that world of Yetzirah, or the world of formation. This is interesting, as Tifereth is the Sephiroth with the largest number of paths linked into it and out of it. And so really it's the centre of activity on the Tree of Life, and all of the different paths come in and out of it like a wheel forever turning. And indeed it is the sphere of limitless light, because this wheel will always turn and always, like we saw, bring morning back after that time of darkness. And so here upon this card it's connected with the coming of what may be termed metanoia. We see this in religious iconography as concerned with the repentance of sins, or a type of spiritual conversion. And yet it can also simply mean a transformation of our being, a new perspective, a new understanding. And so we find ourselves transformed and able to focus more purely with a freshness and visibility in our mind on our spiritual quest, and not on that which was holding us back, for example, in the world, such as what we saw on the previous cards. Astrologically, the card is Mercury in Aquarius, and so we have the element of Mercury coming in here, bringing communication and intellect and that type of thing into the card, mixed with that air sign of Aquarius, of which is very intellectual, yet very likeable at the same time. And Mercury in Aquarius, with regards to astrological reading in people, may suggest inquisitiveness in one's nature, for example, perhaps somebody of whom is very inventive. And so we can see that element of science coming out there. For example, we're known in Aquarius to see that originality of thought, and it's been communicated very well through Mercury's ability to bring a clear perspective, for example, and to communicate things. And so it's a bit like a personification of science, of which may appear to us as detached and unemotional, and yet able to break things down into their separate components and understand them very well in their physical nature. However, as we shall see through this card, there is a need to bring together a duality of being, that is, the physical and the spiritual, and this is why scientism, or a very dogmatic and regressive science, is not actually true to its name. It's not actually bringing knowledge of the universe, because it is only exploring particular forms of which are found in the world, and not actually looking at the universe as a whole, either simply by ignorance or even by choice due to the spreading of certain dogmas and things. And we shall see in this card that that's not actually the best way of moving forward, because we can see in the centre of the card the most important symbol here is the rosy cross. Now this can have many different meanings. If we just have a look at it in its most basic form, it is a cube of which is outfolded and we are in the centre, and so we are here enclosed by the firmament of the sky. We are children of this world and we are looking up to that sky in our search for meaning, in our quest to understand who we are and where we've come from. The rose cross itself may show various symbols of astrology and esotericism relating to the all that is. For example, its petals may show the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet, and in correlation to that, the 22 paths on the Tree of Life, of which in totality make up everything in the universe. Albert Pike, of whom is sometimes known as the father of modern Freemasonry, when discussing this rosy cross, likened it to the symbol of the ankh, simply meaning life. The meaning of life is simply to be alive, to be able to look at that sky and search for meaning, to ponder on our existence. And therefore he associated it with the Roman goddess of dawn, Aurora, and so we have a symbol of new beginnings, the new opportunities that the dawn brings us, such as we see in the Rubaiyat, where the characters are waiting outside of an inn at dawn and they're asking for the door to be opened so they can go in and drink and live, because they know that they will only have that one day, a symbol of one's life, in order to do it. And so the fact that this is in the very centre of the card places it at great importance here, and so it shows that we are looking to understand our life, to solve the problems of which we've had before and learn from those experiences, and at the same time as this, actually apply these things physically into our lives. So it's no good just being a dreamer, for example. We have to actually be able to put into actual action the lessons of which we have learned. Otherwise they are merely information and not knowledge, the two being actually very different from each other. Now the rosy cross is positioned in the centre of this circle around the card, and the various different shapes around it. Now we have the return of pinwheel looking patterns here, representing the movement of air and the passage of thoughts in the mind, such as the reoccurring theme here on Swords cards. Here they are much less erratic than they were before. They have actually formed into a shape of which is able to move, and so it's suggesting, such as we saw on the Rider-Waite card, that we are in movement away from our troubles. We're actually making a little bit of progress. And yet the patterns in the background are actually rather interesting. They are not as esoteric as what they may first appear. The square and circle, far from being some type of hidden Masonic symbol, are actually related to fencing, and they are fencers' diagrams of which show the positions of which a particular sword fencer may stand in order to be invulnerable from attack, or so to win a fencing match. These type of pictures associated with it may look like mystical and esoteric symbols, and yet they are actually based entirely on geometry and upon the actual formations and recommendations of a fencing tournament. The image later became known as the magic circle, and today we associate that with something very different, and yet it is not a magic circle in terms of a type of mystical ceremony. And so this can be scientific in that regard. When we understand what this is, it is a dispelling of myth. It is an understanding of something of which can help us physically, such as if we were a fencer standing in one of those positions. It reminds me of the phrase from a song by Bad Religion: "Rain fell like judgment upon my window pane. It felt like judgment, but it was only rain." Once we understand what something actually is, it becomes much less frightening, and therefore we understand it and we can say, well, it is only rain, and if I close the window, I stop getting wet. So we're able to move on, we're able to actually see things for what they are and understand the magic in the reality of the world around us. However, there is that need for the bringing together of those opposites, and so we see the hilts of the sword here, They are all different colours, and this we can trace to something much more mystical. This is the path of the planets in the world of Atziluth, and together they form the shape of the hexagram, of which we have seen many times, being the as above and so below. The idea that when we peer to those stars and say, where did we come from and who are we? We find that when we understand something about the universe, we understand something about ourselves, and vice versa. To understand ourselves is to understand the universe. We are the mirror of heaven in that regard. And the movement of planets in Atziluth is the bringing in of the first of the four worlds, the world of archetypal creation, the primordial substance, the first words, the first emanations from the essence of God or creation, the singularity in the point before it expands and gives birth to divine creation. And so it's bringing that into Yetzirah, the formative world, and so it's combining, as above so below, our scientific understanding of the world with the fact that there is a spiritual basis to these things. And so, for example, this world of Atziluth may be concerned with what is called Shi'ar in the evolution of souls. Shi'ar being, again, life, like we saw before with the Ankh. The coming into knowledge that we all come from that same source, that light or that singularity. Doesn't matter how you want to interpret it. It's that part of our spirit, our soul, connected with all life, every living thing, every growing thing upon the planet. And so we come to understand that concept, and we embrace everything in creation and understand that everything in creation grows and develops. And we can see that on the card, in that the cross in the centre of which, of course, all the swords are coming together upon, is this bright yellow. And so this is Tifereth again, and is the sun, the light. And of course it is one with the rose, and so we have the sun, the father aspect, coming in to the rose, the womb of creation. And so we have a balanced, harmonious position, the swords gathering around it and pointing into this, implying that bringing balance, reconciling two things together in there, into that point of union, that macrocosm and microcosm put together, expressing it through ourselves, has allowed ourselves to actually move on from the defeat and the sorrow and the pain of which we have seen before. And we have grown because of these things. We have evolved. We have gained new perspectives and able to take them into ourselves and benefit because of them. We now know perhaps where to go. We have a greater awareness of what to avoid and things like that. And so, oddly enough, Crowley describes this in the Book of Thoth as the perfect balance of all the mental and moral faculties, something of which is almost impossible to hold in an ever-changing world, of which, of course, returns us to that growth and understanding. We may find ourselves believing that we are on the knife edge of progress and that we understand more than any other era in civilization, and yet every era was the same. And we have to grow, perhaps through trial and error, perhaps through situations which are, in their core, very difficult, in order to come out of them with a willingness to learn from them and to apply this new knowledge to our lives. The Six of Discs is called Success, and this card is a little bit like a lesson in how to actually achieve success in your manifested world. And of course, after you've got it, it will spill forth into the world at large. And this is what we see on the Rider-Waite version of the card, where there appears to be some type of charity, a giving out of wealth to these people. And the character holds in his hands the most important symbol here, of which of course is the scales, representing balance. And on the Tree of Life we can see balance in that we are in Tifereth, and so it's the centre of the tree. All the other paths and Sephiroth, all their energies pass through Tifereth at its centre, And so what does this look like in the actual manifested world? Because it's in that world of Isaiah, manifestation. What does Tifereth look like when we've actually manifested it? Well, it's all about coming into a balance of all of the different things around us in the world and basically allowing them to flow and allowing them to be. And it's like we've seen before, where we are looking for that Goldilocks element in our life. We don't want our life to be too hot or too cold. You know, we want everything to be just right. And it's when we understand all these elements and allow them to flow that we actually start to allow things to be just right, so to speak. And we see that as well astrologically. It's the moon in Taurus. And so with Taurus, of course, we're going to see that going forth towards the pleasures of life and the craving of the comfort that one may get from having a lovely home and all the things around us that we enjoy to have, like we've seen in these cards so far. And the moon is exalted in Taurus, so it's showing that this is a good thing and that we're really moving on with this very well. We've come into that understanding of how these things are and we've got them in balance. But there is actually a bit of a warning to this as well, in that the moon, of course, is very temporary in its state. It goes through cycles, and so it doesn't stay solid and firm for very long before moving on. And so this can show that once we have achieved this success, it may or may not be only short-lived. And this, of course, is to do with what we do with it once it has actually arrived. Now, the card itself shows at its centre the esoteric symbol of the rosy cross. And in fact, the card in general represents something of a sacred space which is found in the Adeptus Minor ritual of the Golden Dawn, of which places a strong emphasis on the rosy cross. Now, this rosy cross is a deeply multifaceted symbol. It has many meanings. Some may suggest to you that it means the physical body being the cross, and the rose our spirit, our consciousness. And it can also be a symbol again of unity. For example, the union of our physical mortal state with our higher consciousness, our higher spiritual state, as well as the basic masculine and feminine unities and things that we've seen before. And of course that Adeptus Minor ritual and all this ceremonial magic, the great work, so to speak, is all about actually understanding these things and allowing that rose to bloom. And that unfolding of that rose is the unfolding of our consciousness into a higher awakening, if you will, or a higher understanding of our place in the universe. The rosy cross on the actual card is a red cross and a blue rose. And so this is Geburah, the red cross, and Chesed, the blue rose. And this is rather important because Geburah and Chesed work together. They create a balance. And it's a principle known as the left arm repels and the right arm draws near. And so what this represents is that it's drawing others near to us of which are beneficial to us, while at the same time repelling that of which would not be beneficial to us, or those things of which aren't in tune with ourselves. And so it's a wonderful channel of harmony into our actual lives. We also see on the card these diagonal rays, and these really bring all these symbols together, actually, because this represents the letter INRI, or INRI, of which we might have seen on crucifixes. And this is Latin and can be translated as Jesus the Nazarene, King of the Jews. Now, we can actually look at this in quite a religious way if we want to, but we could also look at it with all of the symbols of which we've got so far. And so if we were to look at the crucifixion, it could represent something of what we've just been saying, in that the crucifix itself, the cross, is made of wood and would rot and is temporary, and placed on top of it is a symbol of eternal life, a God upon a cross promising us that we would live together if we come to him, or we come to understand what this means. And so it's like what we saw with the rosy cross. the physical body, and superimposed over it, the eternal spirit, the essence of God. Let's go even further and superimpose an image of the crucifixion over the tree of life. Christ's feet in Malkuth, suggesting of course that he's manifested in the kingdom, and we will see if we do that his arms and his hands are in Gebarah and Chesed, which is what we've just seen with that symbol of the repelling and drawing near, and is also the colours of the rosy cross on the card, the red and the blue. Most wonderfully, however, with this pattern, his heart would be in the space of Tifereth, which is what we are seeing throughout this card, and so that would be the Sacred Heart of Jesus in the middle of all of these energies. And the Sacred Heart and the Litany of the Sacred Heart is one of the most common devotions in the Catholic Church, and in that prayer we learn that the heart of Jesus contains within it all of the treasures of wisdom and knowledge, just as Tifereth contains within it all of the different Sephiroth of which pass through it, all of the paths coming in to Sephiroth, so it's all the treasures of wisdom and knowledge. We also learn that within the heart of Jesus dwells the fullness of divinity, and so again it's showing that everything is contained within that centre, and it unfolds into that awakening and that wonder. It gets even stranger in that this INRI symbol is also associated with the Philosopher's Stone. Now the Philosopher's Stone is a mythological symbol of alchemy. It's the elixir of life. Some have believed that it is an undiscovered element. Others have believed it could be created through the synthesis of elements. And it could do things like turn base metals into gold, which is a metaphor for enlightenment, and that it could bestow all manners of wonders upon us. Now, the Philosopher's Stone, in this way, could be the elements, or the elements of things like salt and sulphur, mercury, and the mysterious element of azoth, of which were said to actually create this Philosopher's Stone. And yet if we just look at them as the four elements and superimpose them again onto the cross, well, that's the physical world of the elements, and on the top of it is the divinity which unfolds. And so we've actually created a symbol of the spiritual truth of our being. And of course this card itself shows us how to turn that into the microcosm, so it's how to create our own little Philosopher's Stone that enables us to have success in our lives and in our manifestations. And so all of the discs here are planetary symbols, of which are arranged in the space that they would be associated with their Sephiroth on the Tree of Life. And of course they form a complete equilibrium. We have an as above and a so below, and so they are a harmony, and to put all of these things together into harmony will result in the manifestation of success. And so we have Saturn. Now this is a more positive element of Saturn. This shows that use of the physical world, that understanding of the way that the universe works through laws and rules, for example. These laws and rules are completely precise. And so we combine that with Jupiter, which is the expansion. We are open to, create new experiences, to explore new things and bring all of the things back into our lives, which will enable us to continually expand, therefore actually mimicking the passage of the universe itself. And we join this up with Venus, showing that we go through love. The things that we bring into our life, we know to be beautiful, so to speak, and we enjoy them not just because they are there, but because there's something in them that we love. And so it's asking us to follow our heart with our expansion. No, we're not just expanding for no reason, we're following our heart, and in Thelemic terms it could even be a little bit further, and following the true will. We're going to get this by looking at Mercury, which is showing our good communication, our fluidity of being able to deal with all different types of people and even different problems that occur, and that could be with ourselves or in the world at large with other people of whom come into our life and come back out of it again when the times are right. The moon comes into this as well, showing of course our instinct with these things, and that we really should follow our heart. We follow what we feel is right and what we know to be right for us, because really nobody else knows what's right for us. You could read a million different books promising you all manner of success, but if it's success in the eyes of one of whom views success very differently to you, for example, you're not really going to be happy because you wanted something different. So you follow your instinct, you follow your own heart, and therefore you get back onto that path of your own true will. And we also have Mars, which we've seen all throughout these cards is that burning passion to actually get the things done. So it's about putting the energy in and to get them to manifest. And we're not just throwing energy around for no reason. It's channeled into exactly what we know to be right and what we know we want to manifest. And of course, when they all come together, we have, as Crowley says in the Book of Thoth, a full harmonious establishment with the energy of the element. And so that's what this card is all about. It's a really good one to draw in your readings, and it often shows up in times of actual wealth and physical success and actually getting what you want. And we hold on to what we want, but remember, the phases of the moon are prone to change and it can be temporary. And so once we actually get what we want, we hold on to it, and we have to know what to do with it in order to figure out where to go next. The Seven of Wands is known as Valour, and therefore it's talking about courage and having a courage in the face of some type of physical conflict. And so traditionally this would be the courage of battle, but could be the battles of the mind, or even simply a metaphor for something that we are having trouble with in our lives. And over on the Rider-Waite card we can see an interesting depiction of this, where the character appears to be set upon by the other wands, and they are holding their wand in a defensive looking position, attempting to hold their ground. And of particular interest, they are wearing two different pairs of shoes, two different styles, and this could suggest that they are unsure of which way to go. They're not sure whether they should fight back, whether they should run away, and they're at a bit of an impasse. They're having a difficulty making a decision in this split second. Which way to go? What do I do? And on the Tree of Life, it's a rather interesting one with this card. It's in Netzach, so the seventh Sephiroth of the Tree of Life, and it's a rather interesting one. It does mean victory and all of those type of things we would associate with valour, and yet it can also represent, in pure occultism, this path of occult intelligence that we see on the Tree of Life. And so we've come this far and we're starting to understand a little bit more about the great work of esotericism, and maybe certain things are confusing, but it's difficult to understand. You're not sure which way to go, and people do see this with occultism and with spiritual studies in general. They move back and forth between religion and then they realise that there's a lot of corruption there, and so they move on to something else, and they're confused by the symbols, which may look frightening or may look evil, and then when they read them they think it's not like that at all. And so there's a bit of a confusion going on with that. With regards to the idea of valour and of pushing through, Netzach is the first feminine Sephiroth that we see upon the right hand pillar of the Tree of Life, and so it's the feminine principle in this lower triangle known as the astral triangle, and is counterbalanced by the masculine energy of Hod. What makes it connected to a struggle here is that if we look at Geberar, ruled by Mars, and of course this Seven of Wands card is ruled by Mars, and there's a very strong Mars influence here. We can see the energy of Mars coming down through Tifereth, so through that powerful energy of the sun, into Netzach, and so it's suggesting that the things around us in our physical world and even the natural forces of nature are providing a somewhat of an instability. Things around us may not be working out how we think they might be, that type of thing, and so it creates an instability. And in fact that's what we can see upon the first symbol upon the card, which is the central wand, which is very different looking to what we've seen before. It doesn't in fact look like a wand, it's a piece of wood, it's more like a staff or a club, and it's knobbled and bent into 10 different segments, the 10 sections representing of course the 10 Sephiroth of the Tree of Life. And also sometimes this type of staff symbol can represent our spine, and therefore is connected once again with the passage of energy through our bodies and enlightenment. And so if the staff isn't straight and upright, it's not allowing the energy to flow freely through it, and so it's got all these corners and all these knobbly ends to it. It's disorganised and it's not balanced properly, and so therefore we have that energy manifesting through the actual card. And we can see that the card is a yellow or an amber colour, and yet there's some streaks of red showing up in it, which is that energy of Mars coming through. It's been overtaken by the energy of Mars, and in fact we can see that with all of our other ones upon this card as well. There's some deep reds going on here. The other colour that we can see is the blue, the light blue, which is the counterbalancing energy of this, and this is shown yet again upon the Lotus wands. But of particular interest here, the Lotus wands are actually closed upon this card, so they're not open and thriving like what they were before. They've closed down, and this is because that energy, the goddess Isis, and the blue, which can be referencing Venus as well in this regard, that feminine energy and the nurturing and gentle energy isn't going to do very well in this environment of Mars, so this environment of conflict and of struggle and battle and so on. And so they've closed up. And yet they haven't gone away, they haven't died off or shriveled up, they're still there. And so it's suggesting that once this energy has been sorted out and everything is back to harmony, they will open again, and a nurturing and a gentleness will be back in the world. And the fact that they're closed up as well suggests that we're going to miss that. We're going to miss that beauty of the lotus upon the water. And so we may want to end this struggle so that we can actually allow them to open back up again and enjoy the beauty once again. The phoenix-headed ones really are showing the influence of Mars upon them, so we can see this red, and they are crossed over in this element of disharmony, such as we can see with these diamond symbols, which I'll come back to in a moment. And so it's suggesting that that energy of renewal that we get with the phoenix, that rebirth, which in itself relates to progress and things being a new start, things transforming into something new, is put on hold. And we do see this with conflicts in our own lives of various definitions. Things are put on hold until the conflict is actually resolved, and so the phoenix isn't able to complete its transformation of rebirth while all this difficult circumstance is going on, and so they're kind of at a bit of an impasse. They can't move on how they would want to due to this influence. The caduceus ones have actually been moved backwards from what they were on the Six of Wands. So if we just look at the Six of Wands, those caduceus ones are very central and big in the middle of the picture, and here on the Seven they've been pushed back and they look smaller almost, they look less important. And remember, at this stage they show the winged eye of Horus, and so they're representing enlightenment, and they're representing rising above the physical world with an occult knowledge and a wisdom, and of course it's that wisdom that's going to get us out of bad situations. So the fact that they're pushed into the background here as all this chaotic and unpleasant energy takes the foreground is to suggest that for the moment our clarity and our vision through which we see the world in its true enlightened and beauteous state has been pushed backwards. We can't see out of that eye. It's been disrupted, it's been pushed away. And so just like with the lotus ones, and as I was saying, that we may long to see them open up again, and so we can see the splendour of them, we can't, because our clarity of vision has been pushed further away. And it's worth noting here that this is not talking about physical vision, it's talking about the way in which we actually perceive the world. We've heard about our third eye and so on, and this Eye of Horus symbol is talking about the energies around us, and that we can translate these things in our consciousness via half-recognised senses into an energy of which is positive or negative in simple terms, or an energy of which has that warming and nurturing aspect of the sun, and the lotus blossoms are open. or one of which has a destructive influence of Mars, and so our lotus blossoms in our own hearts close up. And so it's not physical vision, it's the vision of the heart and the vision of the soul. Of particular interest here, where the wands cross over, show these diamond symbols, and emanating from the back of the diamond symbols are the flames of which we have seen up to this point on all of these wands cards, and yet here the flames are completely different to what they were on the Six of Wands. So on the Six they were really settled and they looked like candles. There was no wind blowing them around and they weren't unstable in any way, where here they're all over the place. The flames are flickering and they're spitting bits of fire out here, there and everywhere, which is destructive of course, and in reality could cause a fire, could cause a problem. And so what it's saying is, because we're in this state of impasse, the wands are coming together almost like what they were on the Rider-Waite. They're coming towards the character, and when they're coming together like that, they can't move forward, and so there's a friction with them. There's a anger almost, which results in these flames spitting out all over and causing all sorts of trouble. And we can really see that influence of Mars here is stopping the Phoenix Wands and stopping the Enlightenment from carrying on upon its purpose, by the fact that even the wings at the bottom here of our Phoenix Wands are coloured in quite a deep red, and so they've been influenced by Mars. And so that renewal, that rebirth's not rising up and going back to the symbol in the centre, if that can represent the spine. The Kundalini, the energy, is no longer rising up to emanate from the top, of course, where the eyes of Horus are located on those wands upon the card. It's been blocked, and we see this all the time, even in more base level new age material. We hear about various chakras being blocked and things like that, and it's the same thing. If there's a part of our consciousness, a part of our being of which is not experiencing this wholeness and ability for energy to be channeled freely throughout it, it's going to get blocked in a particular place, and it's going to end up like that wand in the middle, all sort of nobbled out of place and so on. And so if you pick up this card, it's a rather strange one. It suggests that you probably find yourself in a place where maybe you don't know which way to go. You have to fight for what you believe to be right and push through in order to come out the other way, opening the lotus wands back up, so to speak. So you realise that you're in a bad situation and you think, right, I'm going to have to do all I can to get out of this. You're going to have to use a lot of energy, perhaps, such as the ones creating friction there to make these fires spit. You're going to have to burn a lot of energy yourself in order to try and get through this situation. And of course, not everyone's going to be happy. Some people are going to be left behind, they're going to be angry or upset, and there's always going to be people who don't want us to move on for whatever reason it may be. But we do have to move on from this. We have to defend what is true to us and in our hearts in order to carry on upon this wonderful great work of enlightenment and of experiencing the universe in all of its rather beautiful forms. The Seven of Cups is actually quite a simple card, at least on the face of it. It's known here on the Thoth card as debauch, of which is concerned with an excessive indulgence in the physical things of the world, often things of which we might associate with vices such as alcohol and drugs and things, but it doesn't necessarily need to be. Debauch is to poison the waters of light with an over-indulgence of something, even if it's something which isn't actually that bad, if it was practiced, say, in moderation. And so over on the Rider-Waite card we can see that the observer is looking at these cups, and each one has an image in it, and it's something of which he may be manifesting or something of which he simply may be thinking of. In the physical world we've got snakes and dragons, all sorts of images to capture the imagination and to tempt, and they are all held in clouds, of which means that they may be somewhat dreamlike, and dreams are illusory and in flux. They're not real, we can't actually physically take hold of them and grab them. And so it's suggesting that these things in the physical world are illusions as well. They may serve a purpose for us, and yet one day they will get old and they will break down and be thought of no more. And on a deeper metaphysical level, it's energies and vibrations and things like that. They are illusions, especially when put against the great work of Hermeticism, which is of course what we're looking at through this journey through the universe. And so on the Tree of Life we can see something similar. It's Netzach, and yet in the Four Worlds idea it's Netzach in Briar. And so if we actually have a look at the cups themselves, they represent the spiritual triad. So you've got the 3 cups at the top and the material 4 below. And so when we compare this to how they are on the Tree of Life, because they actually represent the first 7 Sephirot on the Tree of Life, it represents being cut off from the source, the spiritual source, that light, that ocean of life and rebirth and experience. And so it's a material world of which is cut off from its actual origin, its actual purpose. And if water is cut off from its source like that and pulled up into a bucket and just left and never done anything with, what will happen is, of course, it will stagnate and it will start to get algae and all sorts of things in it, because it's cut off and it's not serving a purpose. It's just there for the sake of being there. And so that's really what we can see here, and that's actually why it's quite a simple card really when we have a look at this. It is in fact Venus in Scorpio, and so Scorpio is actually all about that intensity in astrological readings, and we often see it in people of whom would call themselves natural born leaders and things like that. And of course Venus is about love, and you might think, oh, that's quite wonderful, it'd be this intensity of love, and yet Venus is in detriment in Scorpio. And so what this means is simply that this love cannot be expressed purely because we're cut off from that sea, remember? And so instead we're channeling a desire, a search for love, a search for meaning into anything around us, and that's why it's like accumulating physical possessions thinking they're going to bring us something, and it doesn't. And so we search for more and search for more, and so you have that intensity of looking for a type of love in the world, and instead indulging in all manner of various things that are paraded around in front of us in the physical world, and then they of course lead us even further down, and we can become bogged down in all of these different things, and these reactions to the things around us. They can actually affect us quite deeply, and in that way cut us off even further from returning to that source. And so the card itself really does show that symbol. We've seen all throughout the Cups card so far this flowing of water and this pooling of this sea of love and all this, and yet here we see there is firstly a change in colour, and it certainly doesn't seem to be flowing very well. The actual water appears thick and sort of gloopy and not very healthy, and so the petals on the actual flowers are drooping. They don't look healthy, they're spotty, they look diseased, and this represents a poisoning of that water becoming stagnant like we saw. And so it shows perhaps that because the petals, the flowers, aren't being instilled with that life force anymore, and yet we haven't sort of taken these away or tried to bring them back to life in any way. They're still there, and they're still pouring out this poisoned liquid into the seas. And so it's saying there that we're allowing ourselves to become bogged down. We're using our energies almost against ourselves in some way. We're putting that really powerful energy of thought and of that spark of creation into things of which actually affect us negatively. And so it could mean that we're actually working against ourselves by allowing this type of thing to actually continue. And the sky behind the card looks rather dismal, perhaps raining or simply growing with thick clouds threatening a negative turn in the weather. This is a symbol of the build-up of emotions of which are not properly harnessed and not properly expressed. And we've seen this, all of us, I'm sure, in our lives, where people swell up with this intensity of emotion, which could even be the emotion of love, or certainly of hate, or just of frustration, and they can't express it in some way, and so it builds up and up and up, and that's what this sky is saying. It's building up with all of this unspent, unharnessed and unchanneled energy. We're not allowing that energy to flow through us. The rain should come and fall when it falls upon this card, of course, it goes back into the sea and rejoins the light and the harmonious nature of connectedness and all of the wonderful things that come from that. And yet instead, it's building up in these clouds, and it's becoming very, very heavy and dark, and one day the heavens will open, so to speak, and all of this will have to come out, and it'll have to come out in some way which could actually harm us if we allow those type of energies and emotions to build up. We simply have to let them flow. And of course that's partly one of the problems with this, because we're still kind of accepting that there's going to be a flow. There is still water, if you like, coming from these petals, but it's poisoned. And this is why Crowley describes this card in the Book of Thoth as being almost suicidal. You're allowing something which will harm you to go into your spiritual sea there at the bottom. And he says that this card essentially represents the sinking into a mire of false pleasure. And so that's how we began. And back with the Rider-Waite card, all of these options of things to try to channel those energies into. And they're never really going to work, because they are things of the world and things of the physical world, of which are illusions. They're here today and they're gone tomorrow. And when they go, we look for another, a replacement, and we end up drowning in this excess of emotion building up. And that's really what this card is going to mean. It can mean that we are indulging in something in our lives which simply doesn't do us any good. And it could be any matter of things. I know people may think about, smoking and drinking and drugs and things, but it could just be, even if you just sat, say, scrolling through the internet, and then there isn't time to actually do what you wanted to do, and you can't get that time back. And so the card is saying we need to accept, and we need to look at what is in front of us. It's quite obvious from this card that the waters are not in a healthy state. And so it's saying, hold on, there's a time in your life here where we are indulging in something negative. It could be negative moods, it could be destructive coping mechanisms and whatever else it may be. And so we feel like we've lost control perhaps when we get in this card. And yet of course it's not going to be all doom and gloom. Once we've realised that that's what it's like, we can bring ourselves in and reclaim our power, rechannel the energy into something which is going to get us out of this mire of poisoned water. We need to stop looking towards this and look towards the positive instead. Look towards what we want to manifest in our lives. And of course when we do that, we will have to face whatever it is that we are not dealing with, because otherwise we're never going to be able to continue through our journey in the universe and see what is waiting on the other side of the ocean. The Seven of Swords is known as futility, a state of something bearing no fruit, a situation of which is hopeless. Perhaps in the emotional sphere, it can represent a laying down of one's swords, a sensation that one wants to give up and say, what's the point? On the Rider-Waite card, we can see a character attempting to carry away swords from a space of battle, and yet there are two left behind because it would be impossible for them to carry them all away. Why, however, would they want to carry away all these swords in the first place? It could be that they are being clouded by their emotional centre rather than actually seeing the situation for what it is, such as what we were suggested to do on the previous card. This shows up on the Tree of Life where we are in Netzach, and Netzach is called Victory, and it's all about that power of endurance, of going through the storm and coming out the other side. And yet, it is also associated with the world of emotions. And so the emotions actually overtake our reasoning and our intellect and explain why we feel confused. We're in the grasps of success and yet we feel it is futile. Perhaps we just lack the get up and go to actually get things done, and so the potential is still for success. But we need to overcome this crushing futility, this depression, if you like, of which clouds the card. Astrologically, it is the moon in Aquarius, and so again we have that strong emotional impact here. We've got Netzach and we've got the moon, and they are clouding all of the science that we saw on the previous card, that quality of understanding and forging out a path for ourselves. Now we've been caught in the world of illusion, in the state of intellectual limbo where we know basically where to go, what to do, but we feel weakened, we feel we've lacking clarity, lacking energy, and basically we can't be bothered, that type of thing. And so we see this on the symbol on the card, the central sword in the middle. It could be actually the sword of which we see on the Ace of Swords. It is the spark of creation. It's that knowing where we want to be and that cutting out the path in order to get there. And we can see that because it has upon its hilt the sun. And so this is our spiritual centre. This is where the light has actually entered into us and gave us the inspiration to come this far in the first place upon our journey. If we didn't have the inspiration to begin with, we wouldn't even be here. And we also had to have the intellect and the drive in order to get us this far in the first place. And so that's astrologically going to be Aquarius showing through. And so here we have the moon overtaking Aquarius, overtaking and weakening our sense of self. And because this sword therefore represents the sun is actually in its fall state in Aquarius, and so that really does show up that our intellect has been put to the side for the moment. Our wonderful powers of manifestation are at a low ebb, and one of the reasons it's doing that is, as we've seen before, we tend to sacrifice our own success, certainly on this suit of cards, and so all of the other swords surrounding the central one are us attacking our own potential. And these are all the reasons that we are telling ourselves in that sphere of emotions for why we shouldn't be bothered, of why it's not going to happen, and that type of thing. And so all of the swords actually have upon them planetary symbols, and so they represent all of the different attributes of the consciousness in the unfavourable aspects of the planets and how they might affect our present moment. And so the sphere of Mars here to begin with shows a general lack of energy to actually put up a fight and get through whatever stands in your way. It's basically attacking oneself by telling yourself that you aren't strong enough to do it, or that there's no point because it's going to be too much hard work, that sort of thing. And all of these, of course, are quite dangerous in themselves, but when they build up to a whole, that is why we see so much chaos in here. The next one down, for instance, actually shows the sphere of Venus, and yet it is in its negative attribute, and so it's telling yourself that you are not loved, or that you will not find love if you continue to go down this path. You're sabotaging your own ability to feel and sense a universal love in everything by saying you will be broken-hearted if you continue down this path. And so it's basically saying stay where you are, don't go any further because it's not going to work out. It's your consciousness genuinely and literally holding you back. We also have the sphere of the moon. This shows rings linking around each other, forming the lunar crescents. And this is attacking the emotions with the emotions. It's telling yourself there's no point following your intuition. There's no point following on with an instinct because it's only going to end in disaster or something like that. And this is really damaging because it's following that intuition. It's following that instinct that often gets us wonderful results and sees all sorts of things link up, where here you're saying, oh, that's not true, that's not going to happen, that sort of thing. On the other side, we have the sphere of Jupiter. This is an interesting one, as it represents one telling themselves that Lady Luck isn't on their side, that sort of thing. And it could be that Lady Luck is just behind the curtain counting out your winnings, and yet by the time she makes her appearance in the light, you have left the stage because you've decided that she wasn't there. And this is perhaps a big problem with our modern age. We've come to expect instant results from things straight away, and that's just not how things work in the universe. Things take time to grow and to form, and we have to have that endurance and that patience to allow them to actually come through. And we can see also here the sphere of Mercury, showing that we have at this time a poor level of communication, and this can be either with others or even just with ourselves, that internal monologue. And so words and speech, very important, because they are the way of which we actually express the state that our consciousness is in. And we can communicate with others very badly and they have no idea what we're talking about. And we can also do that with ourselves, where we drive ourselves mad like we saw on the previous cards, with all of this internal chatter, of which attempts to hold you back and attempts to actually stop you from changing your paradigm, from changing your results. And that's actually a very important part of this. The final sword, for example, actually shows Saturn, which shows that we don't have the flexibility to get around the problem. Perhaps this means that our thought processes are too stuck in the mud, too rigid, too set on rules and regulations of which just enslave us at the end. We need to break out of them and make things happen, and we need to change our paradigm, which is connected to the subconscious mind, of which just accepts what is taken into it. And so often we've got no idea what our paradigm actually is. We're just going through the world and reacting to things that happen around us rather than actually making them happen. And so we can see this in the background of the card. The lines are very chaotic, they are muddled, our thoughts are not clear, we don't know where we're going. You can't get to where you want to go if you don't know how to get there. It sounds very simple, but that's really the way it is. The background of the card is also very pale and cold. It doesn't look very comfortable at all. It's certainly not a warm and friendly looking card. And so what this represents here is that we're not letting our warmth shine through. We're not letting the wonder of our consciousness and our unique personality show itself. Instead, we're coming across as closed and cold and not very approachable. And so getting this card can mean that we are sabotaging our own potential, that perhaps our mind is distracted right when it needs to actually be focused on something. And it does tend to do that, our mind. It tends to hold us back, and that is because of the paradigm. The paradigm, the way of being, doesn't really want to change. It's comfortable as it is, and so it's going to attack us with all these different swords, telling ourselves all these different reasons why we shouldn't bother. Because when change happens, it will actually be very quick, and it will actually charge onwards, and there's no stopping it, which is why actually the major Arcana card associated with this card is the Chariot, which is that movement and that change. And so this card can appear really quite grim, and yet if we think about the Chariot there, we need to use that to motivate ourselves to get away from this state. And so we need to say, well look, we have these chaotic mental images in our mind, and our subconscious is attacking our own potential, and nobody can stop that apart from ourselves. We've brought it on, we can stop it. And so we need to change our paradigm, change our way of being. We haven't given up hope. We need to find the will, which we have, because if we didn't have it, we wouldn't have got here in the first place, remember? And when we find that will, we can stand back up, and we can once more see the path of which lies in front of us. The Seven of Discs is called failure, and in some ways this could be a companion to the card we had before, which was all about success. This shows what would happen if, literally, the glass of which was once full is turned upside down. On the Rider-Waite card we can see an agricultural character on the land, of whom is looking at the fruits of his labours, of which are full of all sorts of quite wonderful abundance, and yet he seems fed up with them. He looks almost like he can't be bothered continuing to till the land and to actually grow these things. And why would he feel that way when he's figured out how to make things manifest, and yet he decides that he can't be bothered anymore? Well, that's what this card is all about. On the Tree of Life, it's Netzach in the world of Isaiah. And Netzach is concerned with endurance, and yet it also has a great sense of chaos surrounding it, and it's not a random chaos, but one of which degenerates from what comes before it. And so previously we were in Tifereth, and that's that wonderful state of harmony, and everything was extremely well balanced. And as we leave Tifereth and come down into Netzach, the things around us and the way we feel about them, because we're also concerned with the emotion here, changes form, and so it looks different. And so what we see in Netzach here on the 7 is a distorted and twisted version of the energy that we saw on the previous card, which was success. And so obviously here we have failure. This card is actually very dark in colour. It's quite black, there's not much actual sunlight or anything like that coming from it, and so it really does show the night as opposed to the day like we had before. Astrologically, it's Saturn in Taurus, and this symbol we see actually all over the card. The actual discs on here all contain within them symbols of Saturn and Taurus, just repeated over and over again. And so Saturn, of course, is concerned with time and limitation, the awareness that things will die and decay, like we've seen. And it's also very slow moving astrologically, and so when it's linked with Taurus, of which also is relatively slow, it moves towards things cautiously and takes small deliberate measures towards its goal, you actually end up with something of which is extremely slow, Saturn and Taurus. It would actually lead to stagnation instead of growth, which is what we see on the card. There is a tree or some foliage on this card, and yet it doesn't seem to be going with its natural cycle. It's in a state of stagnation, so it's dying away, and yet it's not even fully turning to the skeletal branches of winter, which would return it back to life again in summer and spring, of course. Instead, it's just stuck there, and so it's like the seasons aren't changing for it, and it's not moving. This, of course, in our life is something of which is very negative. We feel like we can't move forward, or like we saw with the Rider-Waite card, we probably know how to move forward, but we can't summon the energy to do so. We're stuck in a state of laziness, essentially. And since these discs cards are often used in material readings, business and things like that, it can be where you just can't summon the energy to actually grow the business. You know exactly what to do. It's not like you are stuck in terms of ideas. The idea could be sitting in front of you, but you just haven't picked it up. And this can be because of a fear. And there is a fear in this card. There is a suggestion of fear of the change of the season, of which of course would make this plant lose its leaves, and it would look as though it was dead, and yet we know that it will come back. There is just a fear to put the foot forward and make the change occur, because even though we know what's going to happen, we just feel that we're not ready for the emotions and things of which actually would come with that. You'll see that the actual discs themselves have around them the red and blue colours of which we saw on the previous card, connected with the rosy cross. And yet here the colours are deliberately faded, almost as if they too have grown old and began to die away. And they're surrounded, of course, in the relative drab brownness of the card, of which is the earth and yet can also be again, the element of Taurus. And so this shows that lack of spark, that lack of burning desire to put that foot forward and go ahead with the change, like we've seen. This is because, of course, the red and the blue energy are a fertile symbol, they're masculine and feminine energy, and we saw them with the rosy cross coming together to implant a universal spirit upon a material object. We saw it with the image of the crucifix and Christ representing spirit superimposed over the top of there. Here, those colours have faded away, and so it's a bit like picking something up, watching a movie, for example, reading a book, and it's all very good, and yet somehow you just weren't emotionally involved in it, even though you feel like you would have been if your mind was just in a better place. You just weren't in the mood, so to speak. You just hadn't got that spark to allow yourself to become immersed and to learn lessons from it and so on. You would feel like the experience was passive and even superficial rather than actually engaging. Now these discs, of which have these symbols within them, which are, as we've seen, all Saturn and Taurus, are arranged into a particular figure. And this is a rather strange image. This is part of a series of images connected with divinatory geomancy. And so the throwing of rocks or even bones, symbols, into a series of patterns for a type of divination. Traditionally there were 16 patterns of which could be interpreted, and amongst them they are said to represent the different forms of manifested reality, and therefore can be used to generate meaning in the query of which has been put forth. Here on the 7 of discs, our discs are formed into one of these symbols, and it's the symbol of rubeus, of which is Latin for red. And yet this is actually one of the worst of these geomantic symbols. In fact, some suggest that if one was doing a reading and this symbol showed up first, then the reading itself would be abandoned and no longer carried on. The image is said to represent an upturned glass, and so, of course, success would be the glass filled up with the wine, the elixir of life. Abundance would be the glass literally spilling forth with this liquid, and failure is turning the glass upside down and allowing it to all pour out. And so this is a very unfavourable shape to find in your divination, and so the fact that the coins are actually in this shape does show that this is perhaps one of the darkest cards in this suit that you can draw. Rubeus, in terms of geomantic divination, could also represent something of the 4 elements here placed at the bottom, like what we see with the inverted pentagram, and the point of which is pointing down towards the physical world. And of course, when we connect this with the element of Saturn in the card, it's those things in the physical world that we don't want to see, of course, death and misery and all that type of thing. It's called red as well because it can mean that the wine in the glass, that elixir of life, has spilled down onto the ground. It's stained the ground, and it could have even stained us, metaphorically, which can mean that this could represent a type of anger, lashing out due to a temporary mishap, like tipping your glass over, so to speak. And so, of course, that can set off a snowball effect, and your anger could turn into violence, and then people could get hurt, and it goes on and on and on until you're in a quite deep level of darkness. And so that's why this is a bit of a warning, actually, in some regards, this card. It's not entirely without hope, of course. There is always some type of glimmer of hope in these things, and yet it's not a good card. It can mean a difficult period in your life, and specifically in terms of finances, and in terms of business and the gaining of things in life. And the sense of hope that one can get from it is to look at these symbols of Saturn, of which is actually, we often fear Saturn, and there is that fear in the card. We have to move beyond the fear of it and look at what it can teach us, and that is that it's about time. And so we have to step back and allow a period of time to pass. Yes, the glass has tipped over and the wine has spilled out, but instead of lashing out immediately, imagine if this could happen much slower, and you could understand the consequences of the actions. You could understand that there's always a way to turn the glass back up and pour out another glass. It's not the end of the world, even though it may feel so during its actual time. And of course the card suggests that we're not putting the effort in. We know how to put the effort in, but we can't actually be bothered, like we saw with the Rider-Waite card. And so we have to find something of the element of that Father of Time in Saturn, and in a positive spin on it, know that the spark will return. Something will show itself in our physical world, of which could come from the corner of our eye, or could come from a simple word that somebody says, or from anywhere. And we will begin to snap out of this state of sloth, and understand that if we want to make things succeed again, we actually have to physically get up and turn the glass back over. It's not going to turn back over on its own. And so we step back, we analyse what it is that's causing us the fear, or the anger, or the lack of energy. We allow it to be, we allow it to pass, and then we will know how to move on from it. The Eight of Wands is known as swiftness, and indeed straight away we can see the symbol for Mercury here on the card, and Mercury, due to its mobility and behaviour, was of course known as Quicksilver. Over on the Rider-Waite card we can see a much more simple image where the wands appear to be flying rapidly and swiftly throughout the air. Nothing is stopping them or coming in their way. They are flying through the air completely at will and free until, of course, they would come to their landing in a place of manifestation. Of interest, we can also see on the Rider-Waite card this mound or mountain in the background, of which is a symbol that we shall also see here on the actual Thoth card. On the Tree of Life, the Eight of Wands can be found in the Sephiroth of Hod. And this is an interesting one because it is related to the building of form. And so Hod is a constructor. It is taking the unmanifested realm, the clay, and forming it into recognisable forms that we can pick up and say, this exists. Aleister Crowley himself spoke about this, and he said that Hod is a reaction to the mischievous nature of Netzach, of which mirrors Hod upon the Tree of Life, and so it's suggesting a coming together of emotions and feelings with, of course, the ability to give them form. Netzach is also ruled by Venus, and the will, Hod, is ruled once again by Mercury, and therefore we have a perfect balance, turning thoughts into things. Having a look at the symbolism on this card, it's of particular interest. This is the only card upon the wand suit which doesn't actually have wands on it. The wands have been turned into these bolts of electricity, these sparks or rays. And first and foremost, these are related to the element of Sagittarius that we see upon this card. And so we have that influence coming through there, the shooting forth of the arrow of desire, and the ray of light, again moving very quickly, vibrationally, to produce what it is, essentially to hit the target and create manifestation. On a more esoteric level, these moving bolts of electricity, these impulses of energy, are talking about that actual physical world and what it's made out of. And so Crowley describes this in the Book of Thoth as electrical rays sustaining or even constituting matter by their vibrational energy. And so that is what we're seeing there, the makeup of the world. We think everything's solid. It's not. It's all made out of vibrations and frequencies of energy moving at different speeds. And the simply reason we don't go through them when we touch them is that our bodies are also made of the same thing and are vibrating at the same speed as what they are. And this is, in itself, a work of great wonder when we see the world not simply of solid form, but of energies coming together to create a semblance of form, a thing that we understand as form, then it means something different, it means something more spiritual, and perhaps even we have more of a respect for it in that way. The image in the centre, from where these rays are emanating from and through, this geometrical shape, of which seems to be two pyramids overlapping each other and therefore creating an 8-pointed shape, is that world of form. So these type of diamond-looking crystalline patterns in the Thoth Tarot almost always represent the actual world, the physical world of which we inhabit right now as we're watching the video. It's also, because there are 8 points on it, representing the symbolic side of the Hod Sephiroth, of which we have had before on the Tree of Life. Because Hod is concerned with Mercury, and we have Mercury as one of the elements in this card, it's a perfect balance and it's a perfect symbol to actually show there with that number 8. And it's also saying swiftness. It's saying swift action is important to making these things work, and we've heard this in our New Thought movements yet again with these phrases such as the universe like speed and there's no time like the present and things like that, saying basically don't just sit around waiting for something to happen, put that energy out there right now and it's going to instantly, swiftly start manifesting. We may block it as we move on, but it will start manifesting straight away in, of course, its vibrational form. Perhaps one of the most interesting symbols upon this card is that rainbow shape shown at the top there, and this is what it is. It is a rainbow. A rainbow is a division of light into 7 colours, of which are the spectrum of visible light, the way of which we actually see the world around us, all of the colours and shapes. This spectrum of light has many different ways of being interpreted, all these different forces coming together, making up all the different types of forms that there are in the universe and within us as well, because we have various different conscious expressions and emerging personality traits and orders of being all around us, and they're all represented by a great spectrum of all possibility. Of course, there's more to it than that, as there usually are, and we can see in the Book of Thoth, as Crowley describes this symbol himself, that above this restored universe shines the rainbow, the division of pure light, which deals with the maxima and into the 7 colours of the spectrum, of which exhibit interplay and correlation. And so he's saying that they're not really separate. They appear to be separate, and indeed all the colours are very much their own colour and their own energy, their own warmth or coldness even, as it may be. They mean something separate, and yet they come together and they come from that same origin. And they play with that, they interplay with each other, they mix their colours together to create even more vibrant or wonderful expressions of that. And indeed, this image of the shape in the middle, the rays coming from it, and the rainbow emanating above it, is reminiscent of a prism. And we've seen this type of prism, it's very popular, shown on the album cover of The Dark Side of the Moon, for instance. It's a very well-known symbol. And this shows a oneness coming from the left-hand side here. So this is God, this is the singularity, it's the origin of all of those colours, and it passes through the pyramid shape to become creation, to become a world of colour, and a world of divided colours which come together. And so when we see in the Book of the Law, the goddess Nuit exclaims, "I am divided for love's sake, and for the chance of union." That's what she's saying, that there is no bond that can unite these colours back together apart from love. And so that moment where they pass through that liminal point is that point of love, and everything spreads out into the universe in its own separate way, and yet comes back together into that oneness, which is that divine love. Because we see, however, 2 pyramid shapes here, and indeed the pyramid shape as represented on the spectrum, there is even more to this than what first meets the eye. That pyramid shape is Ben, of which is the primordial mound in Egyptian creation mythology rises from the primordial waters of Nu, upon which the creator god Artem settled, and that is a coming together of god and goddess. And there's even more to it than that, because Benben represents a pregnant earth. Because we have that polarity of male and female in there, it is suggesting here that the very earth itself is pregnant. And upon the card, it is pregnant with those rays of electricity of which are coming out in all directions and giving birth to form, giving birth to the plants and the trees and the mountains and the seas and everything that we express around us in the actual world. And so in our ancient Egyptian mythology we see this. We see Artem, a sky father, which is one of the earliest ever types of male god deity, and indeed our rainbow is above the card, it's in the sky. And so we have a sky father coming together with Isis, or an earth mother, and so the actual womb of that earth mother is shown as Benben, shown as the Benben stone and the Great Pyramids. It's a fertile, pregnant earth. It's an absolutely beautiful symbol, of which is shown here, of course, on the card, that primordial womb, of which is carrying within it the light, the rainbow of the illuminated world itself. And because of they all come together in that centre, they are divided, and now they come together in unity, and the unity is love itself, where they all come from, where they all spread out from, and where they come back to again at the end of their journey. And so when you pick this card in your reading, it's talking about that world of the tangible, that world of the physical, the geometric form itself. And so something may arise in our lives in the physical world, which means that we need to act quickly in order to manifest it. And so it could be an opportunity which is only going to come around once, or something such as that. And it's saying, don't resist it, go with the flow, don't think about it too much, just move on with it, and things will manifest in a clear and many ways wonderful way. It's telling us that it's time to put everything we've learned so far into action and create the things that we want, make our own geometrical shapes, of which, when we understand that they are vibrational, that they are divided purely for love's sake, will start to manifest in our lives very, very quickly and wonderfully and clearly. The Eight of Cups is indolence, of which is a word that we don't really use that much in common parlance, and yet it could mean a type of profound inactivity, a lethargy, sort of being so sluggish that you just can't find the will to get up and do whatever it is that you'd want to do. And over on the Rider-Waite deck, we perhaps see something like this. There's a great sadness to this card, with the face there in the moon and the sun, and the character abandons his great work. The cups are being stacked up, and yet there's one missing. They haven't been able to be bothered to stack it back up, and they've just abandoned it and walked away to do something else. And so this is quite a dark card because of that, and we can see that very simply actually this time on the Tree of Life. It's Hod, and yet it's Hod in the four worlds there, Yet Serah. It's far down on the Tree of Life, so it's not directly in contact with the spirit of Kether from the top, and so perhaps it's not seeing that light, it's not getting the inspiration of which we would be lacking if we were suffering from indolence. Astrologically, as we can see here, it's Saturn in Pisces, and these can be somewhat at odds with each other if they are not properly balanced. And so Pisces, of course, is very spiritual and intuitive. It swims in the currents and the flows of life and the universe, and it's very artistic and finds that spark of creativity, where Saturn is the opposite. It's going to be structure and discipline and law and all this type of thing, and a sort of very heavy, dense physical energy. And so the two put together don't often work. I mean, they can do, but at the face of them, They are quite at odds with one another. Saturn is going to weigh down the emergent joy of Pisces, and so it's going to pretty much overshadow all of the energies, and then of course you find yourself feeling indolent. You feel lazy, essentially. You can't be bothered, and so that's what we can see on the card. It shows some of that poison of which we saw from the last card, and indeed it can be a bit of a complementary and yet opposite card to the Seven of Cups. So the Seven of Cups was like an over-indulgence in physical things and in joy and pleasure, and like hoarding almost, where here with the Eight of Cups, it's not enjoying anything, so it's going to the logical extreme on the other way. This is under-indulging in life. It's the equivalent of just sitting around in an empty room and not caring whether you do anything or buy anything or enjoy anything at all. And so there's that poison, there's that depression, really, that energy of just sorrow and like a sort of thick, treacly inactivity seeping over everything. Nothing can be cultivated in a field of which would be poisoned and dried and cracked, and so that's what we can see here upon the card. And because there's no sunlight, it's a very miserable looking sky and quite a sad looking card in general. All the petals, the lotuses, are drooping, and that's simply because they're not getting the light, such as what we saw over on the Tree of Life there. And when they don't get the light, it won't be long until they droop and they fade away and die. And so it's saying in that respect that we could feel like that. When we draw this card, we can feel like perhaps we are not getting the nourishment of life of which we seek and of which we have known in the past, and so we notice that it's gone. Just like we would notice if the sun went in, the skies go dark, and you say the weather's changed. The weather has changed in our life in that regard, because we're no longer seeing the light, the sun, of which, we open our windows and see the sunny day and we want to go out and explore. Instead, it's dark and miserable, and you just don't want to do it. An interesting symbol on this card are the cups themselves, and so we can actually see here that the cups are broken. Specifically, their handles are broken, and so it's showing that the cup is damaged. It needs to be healed. It needs to be put back together in order for us to be able to pick it up and to actually do something with the water that's in it. If we wanted to drink the water or pour it out, we would be unable to actually pick up the cup until we have first repaired the damage to it. And so that's quite a simple metaphor, really. You can't get out of these type of frames of mind and these type of situations until you've healed in some way what it is that's made you get into that position in the first place. And there's no point just patching it up, just pretending it hasn't happened. You have to actually work at trying to solve the issue, and it can be in very, very small ways. Like if we were going to repair this cup, it would need clay to be kneaded and put on there, and it would need to be dried and fired, and it would take quite a long time, especially to get it back to a position where we could pick it up without fearing that it was going to break again. It doesn't happen overnight, and so it's the same with our own issues and getting out of this this sluggishness of indolence. You need to work at healing what got you into it, even if it's only in tiny little ways, because it's still going to help in some way. Because what we can actually see with how the cups are behaving on this card is that the lower cups, there's actually liquid coming into them, and yet they're not filling up. And so the water's not particularly flowing very well. It doesn't look like it's a healthy flow of water, and yet it's just not actually filling the cups up. And so this is rather similar to what we had on the last card, but not identical. This is showing that we're just not being nourished with whatever it is that we're doing. So we're not finding what we need to find in perhaps the things around us, or the people around us, or whatever it may be for the individual. We need to feel both physically and spiritually nourished and, fed in the joy of life with all of the things around us. As people make this mistake, we've done this before on the actual series, because there is this mistaken suggestion that we shouldn't have physical things, that you should get rid of the ego completely and all this type of thing, and that you could just sit in a small cell like a monk and that's where you would find true happiness. Well, to be honest, you probably wouldn't. You're going to need to have a balance of things in your life, and we don't identify or worship the things of the physical world because, of course, they fade away and go, and they mean something today and they mean something different tomorrow. And perhaps like we grow out of something, or it no longer fits a purpose for us. But while it does fit a purpose, it's infused with meaning. And so to say that you don't want to have anything physical because you've decided that that's not spiritual and that's not what spiritual people would do is a big mistake. You need to find a meaning in things and understand that it's not a physical object as such. It's an object with meaning, and it's the meaning of it that makes it something that we love, for example. And that's actually a little helper to starting to get out of indolence, and we can see it on the card. It's a very grim looking card, this, and yet there is still that glimmer of light on the horizon. So there is still a sun somewhere over the sea, over the part of the landscape that we can't see. And it's almost as if the observer of this card is asking that sun to come towards them. It's saying, come on, it's time for the sun to rise on my patch of land here. And we could go off towards the sun, or wait for it to come to us, or perhaps meet it halfway. But either way, the symbol is showing that this state of darkness won't last forever, because the sun will come round to you, or you can go to it, and so you will feel, whether you're waiting for the sun or whether you're going to go straight to it, you feel a desire for its warmth. You feel a desire for its light, otherwise it wouldn't interest you. And so that sun, that horizon, is the spark of promise in this card, that no matter how dark the night, the morning will still come afterwards. And yet at the time when you're actually in that dry and poisoned field and vista like what we've got on the card, it can feel like that's a long way off, or maybe that it's not even going to come at all. Crowley describes this really poetically in the Book of Thoth. About this card, he says that it is time and sorrow descending upon pleasure. And that suggestion of time there, that you feel like you're going to be stuck in this situation forever. Crowley also likens this card to Wagner's Parsifal, and in specifically a character in there known as Kundry. And Kundry is a character we may not be familiar with, and she's essentially she's called a wild woman, but she's like a hag archetype, of whom at the other side of the horizon, so at the other side of the mountains, is a beautiful maiden. And so she's both the crone and the maiden there, so she's a duality. And in Parsifal, she meets with Parsifal and she attempts to woo him with a kiss. This is rather unsuccessful, and yet it unlocks within him compassionate feelings towards the Keeper of the Grail, and this is all to do with the story in it, and makes possible everything that comes from there. So the restoration of the Holy Spear, the Holy Grail, and Kundry's actual death, of which she has longed for. And so it's this unlocking of compassion, this unlocking of the light, perhaps even just like metaphorically opening one's eyes and seeing the things around us and saying, yeah, these are wonderful things. They do mean something to me. They've got memories, they've got love in them, or they're just fun things or beautiful things. And that could unlock something in us, like a little spark that says, yeah, let's go out and do that. Let's go out and put our energy towards that, and then we shall get out of that stagnation of indolence. We've found another project for us to work on. We've found something to stimulate us emotionally, of which is lacking in this card. It's an emptiness of which needs to be filled, and yet it can't just be filled with anything. You have to find that spark, that creativity, that thing to get you out of the mire and take you away to continue your journey. The Eight of Swords, despite its rather busy appearance, is actually quite a simple card in its symbology. It is known as interference, and because we are here in the space of the mind, interference is something of which we are all familiar with. On the Rider-Waite card, we can see the character is literally tied up and blindfolded, and so they are unable to figure out which way to go because they cannot see which path would lead them out of the imprisonment of which they find themselves in, even though it turns out if they simply walked straight forward, they would be able to escape from this prison. On the Tree of Life, we are ruled by Hod. Now, Hod is quite low down on the actual Tree of Life, and so the energy of which we have got from Kether at the top, and also the energy from Mercury, because Hod is ruled by Mercury, is going to be weaker here. A suggestion that it's not quite as bright, of course, it's not quite as strong as what it would be. However, it's not actually that grim. Because of the space this is and the paths of which come through it, one could say it is the start of being able to move back forward again. So if we've been ill and our body starts to fight whatever is wrong with us, we may feel very bad because of the symptoms of which that's actually giving us. And yet it is actually the start of us improving. It's the start of what is going to, in the end, allow us to get back on our feet again. Astrologically, the card is Jupiter in Gemini, and this is quite interesting as Jupiter is very expansive, and yet it's actually in its detriment in Gemini. Now, it is the ruler of Sagittarius. It's a full 180 degrees around this zodiac wheel away from its home, and so it's the furthest it can be from its comfort zone, if you like, in that regard. And so what this means is that all of the energy of Gemini that we have, which of course is a duality type of energy, has affected the expansiveness and the potential for expansion that we see in Jupiter. And so the energy has been scattered into different elements, into different corners of the Earth, and so it's not quite as strong again as what it would be. It's also of note here that Mercury rules Gemini, and Hod on the Tree of Life is ruled by Mercury, and so we see them all joined together here. And because Hod is in Yetzirah, in the Sphere of the Swords cards, that's the world, of course, of formation, the physical world, we're actually seeing the splendour of Hod and the powers of Gemini and Mercury, of which are all connected to there, dropping down into this physical world of which sees distraction and torment and deception. It's the world of phantasms and of fantasy, and the world of time and of death. And so because of that, we start to become very confused, of course, in this card, and we just don't know where to go. We have two large swords down the centre of the card, and these are different, of course, to what we saw back on the Seven of Swords, where we had the one central sword, showing that we know where we want to go, but we're just not sure how to actually make it happen. Here, we don't actually know where to go to at all, because we're torn between these two different possibilities, almost like the fork in the road, and we don't know which way to take. There are no signs to say, this is the way to our destination. And there comes a time when we will have to decide which road to go down. Otherwise, of course, we would decay. We would not move forward at all. And this type of thing can make us very much doubt our journey to begin with. Returning to Hod, that splendour could in this regard be about pretentiousness and a type of facade of success, a type of makeup of which we wear for the world, that we know that when we remove, we look very different. And so it's a lack of being true to ourselves, and with it, a lack of persistence, certainly with regards to the mind and the powers of the will. Just as we saw with the previous card, in order to get somewhere, we have to know where we're going in the first place. And so these two swords show that we really don't know where we're going. The other swords crossing over them represent the different mental interferences and patterns of the mind of which are stopping us and pulling us in different directions. Now, these are actually rather interesting. Firstly, they're a lot shorter than the long swords of which we have seen all the way through the swords cards, and so these show that the thoughts that are causing interference are firstly less important. They are not the large issues, And yet they are that chatter of the mind, of which we also see with that chaotic background in the card yet again. All of the small things that are basically attacking our presence and our power of targeted will. As for how these thoughts would actually show in our mind, the swords themselves can point something towards this, in that they are actually the different swords of various different countries. So we see a kukri, for example, and a dagger, machete, that type of thing. Now, they all do the same thing in principle. They are a sword, and so they will cut and stab and make you bleed. And yet their shape and their patterns are culturally imprinted with where they come from. And so with regards to those thoughts in our mind causing interference, it shows that the interference can come from outside ourselves and be formed and shaped by the cultures of where we come from. And so we may subconsciously cause interference because of the religion of our youth, for example, or because of some torment of which has happened in the home during our lives, and even simply because of our media-created identities, the avatars of which we put out to the world, especially today on the internet, which isn't us, and is expected to behave and to achieve and to look even in certain ways, of which isn't actually us behind that. And so all of these different swords, the different cutting implements of various cultures, are creating a crisscross going one way and of the other, so that in the end we don't know what is true, we don't know what we should be focusing on, and because of that we end up focusing on nothing at all. We are, like we saw with the astrological connotations, scattered in our actual mental state. And when we're scattered, of course, or we are distracted, nothing is actually done. In the Upanishads, we see a concept known as neti neti, of which means neither this nor that. And this type of concept can help us to understand how to break out of this state. And so this is about getting rid of everything of which is not of the highest universal principle, that ultimate reality of which lays behind everything. And so in the end, all of the different distractions and illusions of the physical world are abandoned because they are not of that true oneness of which lies behind all of these things, just as the true nature of all these swords is that they are a blade of which cuts. Their cultural connotations and their mythology and the folklore behind them may be very interesting, but in reality it is a blade of which cuts, and that is the truth of it. So we have crept behind the curtain, and there is no wizard. And so we have to say, well, what is it that we're seeing? And in order to get out of this crisscross of not knowing which way to go, we understand that it is the emotion, the heart, and the soul of something of which provides meaning to us, and not the actual thing itself. Somebody once said that we are all talking about how good a story is in something, such as a book or a movie or a game, and yet it's not actually the story that you're interested in, it's how it makes you feel, the emotion behind it. And so just like we hear, above all things, know thyself, it is that thyself, the real substance of your soul, of which feels and knows and is connected to all of these things. And this is why we go back to the astrological signs on this card now, because we have that aspect of Jupiter in Gemini. Jupiter is about growth and expansion, and yet because we're linked with Gemini, we're torn and we have too many decisions and too many paths. And so really it's about overthinking in some way, which is something I'm sure that many people are well aware of having done. It's analysing things too much, or seeing things as all their different constituent parts and what they're made out of, rather than how they make us feel, rather than what they actually mean to us as a being living in this world. And so when you get this card, it really shows that you're going through this period where you just don't know what is the best option to take. And yet because we've got that spirit of Hod and that spirit of wanting to expand, but just not knowing which way to go, it's not actually all that negative. It shows that we can get out of this. So if the Rider-Waite character took off their blindfold, then they would see the way out. And so we have to get away from the situation that's putting us into this state of indecision. And we do that by looking for that optimism and that expansion that is there in Jupiter. And then we see that these small thoughts, which are symbolised by the swords here, are really quite unimportant, and they all do the same thing anyway when it comes down to it. So we leave them behind, and we get a new perspective on where we want to go, and we put the first step forward onto the path of which we have chosen to take. The Eight of Discs is known as prudence. It's a word we don't necessarily use in everyday language. It could be described as somebody being careful in how they make decisions, perhaps quite frugal in spending money or investing, avoiding unnecessary risks, that sort of thing. And yet this is actually quite a simple card, very straightforward. The Rider-Waite card shows a character actually creating and crafting the discs, and they are also hanging them upon the tree as if to show them off, to say, this is the fruit of my labour and I'm proud to show what I've actually created. And that's actually what we will see a lot in this card. It shows up with readings to do with hobbies and interests and passions that one may have. And on the Tree of Life, it's Hod, and so we actually see that yet again. We've described Hod before as being the sphere in which the magician actually works in terms of magic, or the workshop where somebody would actually build something. And so it's to do with how form in the world is turned into different aspects of which we can distinguish between each other. So it's like we want to get across a concept, an idea, and we take the clay of the earth and form it into a symbol or a shape or an idol, and say this represents whatever it may be. And so when we pick it up, we understand in our own consciousness what it means. And so this may be how certain concepts could have been communicated even without language, such as in the Neolithic, the first farmers, and they would create quite primitive tools, hand axes and so on, and they may be able to communicate their use to other people just by the shape of the actual item it can fit in your hand, for example, or by showing how it is used. And it's a learning process in that regard. We actually see that agricultural element coming up with the astrological elements of this card. It's the sun in Virgo, and so obviously the sun actually allows crops and the world around us and trees to grow. And of course the card itself shows a tree of which is in a obviously constant state of growth. And when that sun is mixed with the energy of Virgo, it energizes it even more, that hard work. And so it really is like getting up at the crack of dawn, to go and follow the plough, or to actually build the plough and communicate its use to the farmer. This is how you plant seeds of which of course in time will grow. And if we have a look at the actual tree, the leaves are firstly curled around the flowers of it, and so they're actually protective of it, which is a way of acting in prudence as well, and also making sure that it's not damaged and that it has time to grow, because this looks like quite a large tree. It's like when we see those huge, great big ancient trees, and they're fascinating because of their age. They've survived throughout all of these things of which in our world we see as conflicts and disasters and changing political moods and cultures, and yet this tree is still there and its branches still continue to grow. Therefore it may show us something of the wonder of the actual world. Now the discs themselves, of which of course are the flower of this tree, are actually comprised out of 5 sections of fruit, or the pollen in the middle, and 5 flowers around the outside. And so it's a total balance, and it also represents the number 10 if we add the two fives together, of which brings us to the Sephiroth of Malkuth, which is kingdom and the physical world. And so it's showing in a symbolic way, that the tree is actually literally rooted into the actual physical world. It grows from its connection with the earth. And people love that, connecting with the earth. We have spiritual grounding, walking barefoot, that sort of thing. And so it represents those things around us that we can touch and that we say are manifested into this world. There's more to that as well with the number 5, of course. It's those 5 physical senses, and so if we interact with the tree on a physical level, we touch it, we can perhaps smell, the flowers from it, and we can taste of the fruits, we can hear the wind rustling in the leaves, and when we see all these things, we know that it's quite wonderful. We're taken back by these fantastic sights of the wonder of the earth. More metaphysically, however, this number 5 is the 5th letter of the Hebrew alphabet, of which is the letter He. Now, the letter He is referred to as the divine breath, and so we may see this in the Bible and in other religious passages, such as by the word of the Lord the heavens were made, and so these things are literally spoken into existence. In the beginning was the word, that sort of thing. And also by the use of the word, we are communicating a symbol. We communicate with each other via speech and language, and when we say a word, it is just like we saw with Hod there at the beginning of the card, communicating concepts of which would be very difficult without language. So if I said the word book, you can understand the English word book and you can imagine one in your mind, but trying to explain it without the use of language would of course take a lot longer, and so on. And so it's the divine breath, the idea that by speaking out the word we can communicate its meaning instantly to one another. Now, even further than that, with this letter He, in the actual Hebrew alphabet, the letter He can be used as a suffix at the end of a noun, and by doing that it feminizes the noun and therefore allows it to be reproductive. And so what this means in terms of the card and the tree upon it is that it is of course fertile. It actually gives birth to its fruits, and it in itself is sustained by a great mother, if you like, of the earth itself, and so it's all interdependent and interconnected with itself. And by all that, it of course grows. The actual trunk grows, and each year the flowers grow, and as one grows, so does the other, so you get more flowers, and so on. This, however, would happen very slowly, and so that's why we have them protected, so that it doesn't get damaged. And this is a symbol for protecting that of which, means something to us in our world, and to understand that they don't necessarily come overnight. This is something, of course, a lot of people struggle with, and since it's a discs card, in terms of financial success, people just, obviously want to win the lottery, and all the money comes at one go, as if like every penny you're ever going to earn is just going to arrive tomorrow morning. It's probably not going to. It's not impossible. It could happen, but it probably won't. And Crowley actually describes this in the Book of Thoth, in that there is a great strength in doing nothing at all. And what he means by that, it's not saying that, you can just laze about and not do anything, but he's saying that one sows the seeds, like we saw with that agricultural connection, and then you have to allow it to start to grow. You plant your seeds and you don't actually see the result of them until the harvest time. So it's saying be patient. You wouldn't keep coming to the field and prodding and knocking against the crops and saying, come on, when are you going to grow? You understand that it takes its set time to actually show up, and so that's what the card could be saying to you. It could be saying, you need to have that patience and that time to awaken to whatever you do. If it's about one of your passions in life, a hobby, something you want to do, somewhere you want to go, you may have to work up to that, such as that the greatest journey starts with one footstep, and all these type of metaphors that we see. You have to work up to it, and it's not a race. it will take time, and you have to go at the time that's right for you. And so it's saying, really, keep at it and allow it to grow naturally. You start off with the very first farmers, of whom just witness that the trees grow and sees that flowers grow out of the earth, and eventually is planting seeds and making the plough, and now we have all this great big farm machinery and so on that's been engineered specifically for it. It all started with that single step, that single awareness, a concept of which was communicated to us by our senses or by a symbol, and we got a passion, we got an idea, and we have to keep working at it, and we have to stick with it to make it grow fruit in our lives. The Nine of Wands, strength, has a strong influence of the moon upon it, something that we can see quite prominently upon this Thoth card. On the Rider-Waite deck we can see something quite different. Our character appears to have come through a battle or a conflict of some kind, and they've got some damage to them, such as you can see through this bandage upon their head. And they are looking around quite cautiously at the other wands, almost as if they could attack them at any moment. And yet they are still holding their own wand and pushing forwards, finding the strength inside to carry on upon this journey. On the Tree of Life, this card is firmly planted within Yesod, of which is the 9th Sephiroth on the Tree of Life, and is ruled by the moon, and so we're starting to see the moon coming into this card already. Now, having a look at Yesod here on the Tree of Life, we can see that above it is Hod and Netzach. And so Hod is our intellect, our intellectual mind, and Netzach is our emotional mind. And being in Yesod says that we have become free from the bias or the influence of these Sephiroth above us. And so that means that essentially with Hod, the intellect, we have recognised the ego for what it is, the I am, and the desire to want everything now, so to speak. And the emotion, or Netzach, is the emotional influence on things, the desire or the pull towards wanting things to be in a certain way, all connected with our sense of self and our ego within our physical bodies. And we've risen above that in Yesod, we've come away from it, and we've started to become aware of the spiritual orders of being, of which exist all around us, what we may call the astral plane, and perhaps we've come to peace with that, recognising that things have their own way of working out, and we have to have the strength or the endurance to ride these things out and allow them to happen in their own time. And so on the card itself, we can see in the centre the most dominant wand upon this has upon it a sun on the top and a moon on the bottom. And so the sun on the Tree of Life is Tifereth, such as we've seen before, that very strong physical light energy, and the moon is going to be, as we've just spoken, Yesod on the moon at the bottom. It's also the subconscious mind. The moon is the world of dreams and the world of an emotional guidance system, so not simply an emotion of I want something, but an emotion of which dwells within our heart centre, and like a sat-nav guides us through life. We feel something might be the right way to go or something might be the wrong way to go, and that influence there of our soul guidance within our whole lives. And so it could represent perhaps our true will in Thelema, which is our reason for incarnation, and so it could be hidden talents that have yet to awaken within us are starting to manifest, and we're starting to get hints, things which could lead us down certain paths and could have all sorts of benefits for us there. The joining of them together, of course, is a sun and a moon combination, and so it's a masculine and feminine, a god and goddess combination, as well as the adjoining of the consciousness and the unconsciousness, so the as above, so below, and that femifestation and manifestation, of which we've spoken about before, where an item or an object around us starts as a thought, starts merely as an image in a mind, and through all of the things coming together in the universe is eventually manifested into a physical form of that thought. And we can see that in the moon image upon the card, of which has the sigil of Sagittarius within it, and so it's suggesting that the arrow here of Sagittarius is piercing the moon. It's going deep into our subconscious mind, and it's saying, here is a channel into your subconscious, grab hold of that willpower and use that willpower to find those strengths, find those talents, and go towards them and seek them out, because that is where you're going to find your strength to actually come through these situations. And that is why, if we look at the actual sun image on the top of the card, we can see that so there's 18 rays in total, but they are split into 2 designs of 9 rays each, and so 9 of course is the influence of the moon and Yesod yet again, and the first 9 are quite straight looking sunbeams, and the second 9 are quite wavy looking sunbeams, and so this is the influence of that moon and of that piercing and using of the willpower upon it. We're starting to make things move by putting our willpower into it. We can actually see here magic starting to occur, and magic of course is described by Crowley as the science and art of causing change to occur in conformity with will. And so we're starting to make things move, and unlike some of the previous cards where it happens straight away in an instant, this type of change is going to take time. We have to wait for everything to start joining up and coming together before things actually come into manifestation, and so we need that strength and that endurance to allow them to happen. The arrows themselves are actually red, and so we can see all these arrows, which of course are Sagittarius, and Sagittarius is a fire sign, and more importantly is a mutable sign. So it's a mutable fire, which means that the fire traits within this Sagittarius element spread out and flow, and therefore are subject to change and different movements, like what we've seen with the sun image again. And so this is actually why it's said in contemporary astrology that Sagittarians have this wanderlust, and they like to go out and find a quest for adventure, and they may be quite restless if things stay the same and want to go and find new knowledge and new adventures and so on. And so their fire, their spark is mutable and seeks out and goes with the flow of change. The arrows upon this card of course are adorned with that strong symbol of the moon, and so we have here 9 moons in total upon the arrows. There are 8 moons upon the tips of the arrows, and where the actual arrowhead would be are the moons as well. And so this is Yesod, that 9th Sephiroth of the Tree of Life, and something of its form and function upon the tree. So if you imagine we fired one of these arrows, or just fired any arrow, say across a field, it flies through the air and comes and sticks into the ground, and so it penetrates the earth, and the earth receives the arrow. And so here on the Tree of Life we can see this transformed into a type of sexual alchemy and a type of process of manifestation. And so Yesod collects the forces of the Sephiroth above it, these vital forces of life and of the universe, and channels them downwards into Malkuth below it. So Malkuth is kingdom and the physical world. And so Yesod's gathering all that seed of life and is channeling it and pressing it into the earth. And so in that respect, Yesod here is a masculine energy of which channels, and Malkuth is a feminine Mother Earth energy of which receives those seeds of life and nurtures them, and eventually gives birth into the green earth and the oceans and the mountains, and of course us ourselves. It gives birth to life and that origin of life, and therefore Malkuth, which is of course the earth itself, interacts with divinity above it because it has divinity in it. And so we have once again our microcosm and macrocosm joined together as above so below. To understand one is to understand the other. It's quite interesting here as well that we can see that happening upon the card. So the red arrows are that Sagittarius fire energy, and yet through the centre of the central wand we can see this channel of yellow actually coming through the middle of them here, and so that is that alchemical process of which we've just spoken about. We have the energy of the sun and the moon mixed together, and if we imagine that yellow sunbeam as coming down from that conscious into that subconscious, or coming down from Yesod into Malkuth and mixing together in the middle, and there we have that secret of the manifestation. And indeed behind it we can see 10 flames, and so the 10 flames are two very interesting things put together. Firstly, they're all the 10 Sephiroth, the 10 Sephiroth on the Tree of Life, the universe itself, and they also refer to the 10th Sephiroth, which is Malkuth, and so we have the physical world there in the background of the card. And on the actual card itself, this suggests that once this willpower has completed its process, we're actually going to see those results in the physical world. It's not just something that happens in an unmanifested void. It's actually going to have some type of results in some way, although it can take time to show itself in the physical world. It has to gather all of these other elements of the universe and channel them in to the earth, and then the earth has to nurture it and give birth to it, and that's your process of magic, or your process of manifestation. And we have to have the strength and the determination to allow this to happen. We can't just say, oh, I want to manifest whatever it is, and expect it to be waiting outside the door for us in a minute. We have to have the endurance to allow the universe to gather its forces together and allow it to happen. It's the art of allowing, and so to draw this card is saying that you have to stand your ground, and sometimes things are going to look almost as if they're not working out. There's going to be situations where you think, you know, how am I going to get through this? And this card's saying, well, now's the time to trust in that willpower, to find those latent talents and those things of which drive you forward, and wear them as your armour upon this battlefield, if you like, and push forward. Find that strength deep within yourself, perhaps even a strength that you didn't know that you would even have. And by doing that, it will allow you to gather up balance and peace and harmony, so that when all these things are channeled through, you will have overcome the challenge, you will have come out at the other side, and all of that seed of life will have been born into something wonderful, such as the sun coming out after the storm, such as us coming out of a time of doubt and a time of torment perhaps, and then having a great pride in having reached our goal and having finally seen things come into fruition. The Nine of Cups is known as happiness, and this is actually quite a simple card really. It carries a basic message of which we can all relate to, and the symbolism is really actually quite straightforward once we understand it. And so on the Rider-Waite card we can see that the character is looking almost quite smug really, but they've built themselves their own creation, and the rest of the world is veiled off from outside, and they are facing forwards, they're facing what they have created, and they're saying essentially that it is good. And we can see that on the Tree of Life as well, in that we return to Yesod, and yet we're back on the middle pillar, and so this means that we've found stability. So the previous card showed an excess in debauchery, and then also a barrenness or an under-appreciation of things with the indolence. And so we've risen above that, and we've come back to the middle pillar, which of course is the middle way. You have neither too much nor too little. We could think of it almost as the Goldilocks formula of this particular suit of cards. We've found the perfect way to experience and to express whatever we wanted to actually express. Astrologically, it's Jupiter in Pisces, and this is really good because Jupiter rules Pisces, and so they complement each other and they work together really well. And so Jupiter astrologically loves luxury and things like that, and also generosity and optimism. Jupiter is the giver of blessings, and of course Pisces is spiritual and artistic and intuitive, and so working together they show an abundance of love and of compassion, which of course are some of the best things that can be manifested in the world. And so really they are working together and showing perhaps a real type of true happiness, away from the overindulgence or the underindulgence that we saw in the previous cards. The actual layout of the cards is quite straightforward here. As I say, the cups are arranged in a square, so 3 horizontal lines of 3 cups, so it's a perfection that we have there. And the square is, just as we've seen on the Tree of Life, stability. The square is the building block of the physical world, and in many regards a lot of things that we see around us are kind of formed physically out of like these little squares, little cubes of molecules and of energy. If you can see that in polygons in the digital world, so like all the graphics are built out of all these millions of little polygons coming together to actually form a shape of which we understand as a person or as a flower or whatever it may be. And so that's actually another way of looking at the square formation of the cups here as well. It's like we've brought all these little parts, which in their individual form are just bits of energy and vibration, frequency, and yet we've brought them all together and formed them into the shape of the universe that we're experiencing. And so another way of seeing this square shape is that it represents that of manifestation, and a completed and finished manifestation of which has perhaps had to come through a type of turmoil to get to it. So we could have overindulged like we had previously, and then we've said we're overindulging and we've gone totally the other way and had nothing at all. And none of those are right. None of those are the right formula that will manifest what we actually want. We have to be stable, and we have to work through whatever it is that we're going through so that we can actually manifest that on the other side. And of course we can see that here because the cups are finally resting back on a calm ocean, a calm sea. The storm has finally passed. So in previous cards we saw stormy weather upsetting the balance of the cups, and yet now we are back to a calmness and a serenity, almost as if the storms that happened previously are long forgotten, or maybe we only imagined them. And indeed, that's what it can feel like when we've finally manifested what we want, when we've finally got our desires in that respect. It can actually feel like that. And so the cups are finally overflowing again, and they're overflowing with this wonderful golden outpouring of liquid, which is like a type of light. And so it would be formed from Kether at the top of the Tree of Life, which is this white, beautiful light. And this here, this outpouring of energy from the cups is infused with the sun and with warmth and compassion, like what we've been saying there. And so it's love. The light coming out of these cups is love, and it flows down into the sea at the bottom, which is the waters of Pisces. And of course 9 is also ruled by the moon. 9 is the number of the moon, and so we have intuition, and we have just that feeling in our heart that all is well, that feeling of a love of which transcends the physical world and the things around us, even though when we pick those things up we can love them too, because they mean something to us and they deliberately induce that feeling in our heart. And so we've come to understand that on this card. The cups themselves are kind of formed of this crystalline looking substance. They look like they've been hard cut out of crystal glass. And this is, as well as the physical world, this shows the beauty of the physical world, and that we are finally seeing the things around us not just as things, but as things that have that light in them as well, because they've probably been made out of a type of love in themselves in some way, even if it's just the love of a basic comfort, for example, in our lives. And so we're seeing that everywhere, and we can see that on the card. All of the overflowings of this liquid or this light are crossing over and through each other, and so we're seeing the element of it in everything all around us, which of course is very, very positive. And so to draw this card really is a good omen. It's a lovely card to get, and it can show that you have achieved something almost like a wish come true, or that you're standing on the precipice of that wish coming true, so it's going to happen at any moment, and that you should feel good about it. You shouldn't be worried about it coming. You should instead embrace it, with that open heart of love, like we've been saying. And it can also be, because it's about stability, it can be like the stability of home or the stability of family, and it's asking us to look at that and to not take it for granted, which is something that people do. They take things for granted because they're around us all the time, and if they're taken away, then suddenly we realise what we've lost. And so it's saying to take real joy in that stability of life that we have, and perhaps things can't be better than what they are. There's this idea that the grass is always greener on the other side, or I'll be happy when I've got this, or I'll be happy when I've paid off this debt, or when this problem in my life is solved. And there's always going to be some type of daft thing, some stupid thing from the physical world that's annoying us or tying us down, but it passes, it's transient. But we have the stability of home, family, whatever it is, career, whatever it is that inspires you to get up in the morning and say, this is it. This is our life here in this very moment, right now, as we're watching this video. It maybe doesn't get better than this, because we have in our hearts the power of love, of which really has formed everything around us anyway. And so when we feel that, we connect to everything in the entire universe. The Nine of Swords is an unpleasant card, of which is known as cruelty. This is not necessarily cruelty towards another, but the aspect of our mind acting with cruelty and disruption to our own space up in our world. Therefore, the disruption and chaos present in the Swords cards is reaching here something of a crescendo. On the Rider-Waite card, we can see the character has woken from what appears to be a nightmare. There is an image at the end of their bed of people fighting and in conflict with one another. Of course, to be in a nightmare is to be in a world where our own mind torments us and forces us to come face to face with fearful and horrifying worlds, of which, when we awake, such as the character has done here, will have a knock-on effect to our day, because we're going to be tired and irritable because we haven't had a good night's sleep, and so our mind has actually worked against us. And so the foundation of our day is one set from that night's sleep before, which wasn't very good, and our day to come, henceforth, will be disrupted because of it. This is what we see on the Tree of Life here on this card as well. It's Yesod in that world of Yetzirah, the world of formation, and Yesod is essentially the foundation upon which God has built the world. It's the world that is set down for the plants to grow in, if you like, the soil that our botany takes place in. And it's also quite low down on the Tree of Life, and so we've come a long way from that pure light of Kether at the top, and so we've been formed in some way by our subconscious and our instinct and all that type of thing. We're not operating on our highest mind, and so our foundation has worked against us like that nightmare. We've set ourselves up for a fall because we have found in our world things to antagonise us, give ourselves headaches, don't sleep well, our thoughts are working against us, and so our actual foundation for the day isn't in the place it should be. Astrologically, we are Mars in Gemini. These are rather difficult to fit together in that Mars is of course connected with passion and drive, and can actually be quite single-minded and targeted in that respect. It will go for the goals, and of course can also be, as a planet of war, associated with becoming quite fired up and perhaps even over passionate in regards to that, whereas Gemini of course is duality. It's much more scattered in its energy and looks at things on that different paths, such as we saw on the previous card, and so put together we see a great conflict, and we can see that people of whom are Mars in Gemini astrologically are said to be prone to anger, for example. And of course it's important that we are all capable of becoming angry and getting fired up when need be, but one who has a problem with anger, for example, of whom uses words very negatively towards others, again, we are cruelty here in this card. To act in a cruel way towards others often represents the mind acting in a cruel way to ourselves as well. And interestingly, Yesod here on the Tree of Life is ruled by the moon, and the moon leads to a passive energy, allowing that anger to bubble forth, so that element of Mars to overpower the other signs of which we see in this card, such as Gemini and in fact the moon. So just like the character having nightmares on the Rider-Waite card would be irritable and tired throughout the day because their mind had worked against them, the person of whom is cruel towards us often will have their own mind acting in a cruel way to them, and they are reacting and putting forth an energy based on the foundation of their state of consciousness. And so essentially it's not us that is the problem. It is something in us of which reflects something in their consciousness. The images perhaps seen in the nightmares, the torments of the mind, of which makes them become overpowered with this fired up, angry emotion, and it spills forth and is taken out on those around them because of the passive energy that we see here symbolised by the moon doesn't rein it in. We need to rein in and understand those emotions, or they will actually work against us. And so we see that on the card. The swords are poisoned thoughts. As we can see, they are actually dripping with poison, and they are also red and rusty and damaged. These are not swords that you would want to take into a battle with you. The red and the rust is Mars and the aggression and the general unpleasantness there of a situation of war and of torment. The cards representing poisoned thoughts, of course, would poison anybody of whom came into contact with them. If we were to take hold of this sword, which is poisoned, we would become poisoned as well, and if we attacked somebody with it, they would become poisoned. No good could come from these swords. And we can see at the bottom of the cards is a symbol of blood, and so the poison changes into blood, or more specifically, where the poison ends, the blood begins. And so what this shows is that if we follow the path of this poison down through the card to its conclusion, it ends up in actual harm. And so the conclusion of this sphere of cruelty, this sphere of attacking ourselves and even others as well, is just going to end up in harm, in destruction. The blood doesn't have to be physical blood, but it could be essentially, and yet it could also be the blood of our soul, the blood of our nightmares. We have hurt ourselves mentally and even physically. It could represent this blood, a bleeding of the spirit, a poisoned mind, which of course is concerned with pain and of suffering, and therefore what we put out is going to be pain and suffering. In that respect, our mind really would have been literally working against us, because we focus on that pain and suffering, and in the end we bring more of it into our lives, and so we focus on the things of which our mind is tormenting us with, and we end up having our entire waking mind filled with those horrible things as well. The idea with this being in Gemini as well can say that we can't make the choice to get out of it, and so we slip back into the nightmare because we're unable to figure out, as we saw before, which way to go. And it ends up with what Crowley called in the Book of Thoth the automatic stirring of heartless passion. So we're not even giving any conscious thought to it, we're just allowing ourselves to become constantly more damaged by this heartless passion, of which people we can see today, perhaps more than ever, dedicating hours and years of their lives to a heartless passion, a often completely fruitless endeavour, of which just ends up, as we follow those strands of poison, into the harming of them and the others around them. And so to draw this card asks us to look at those swords and see them as those things in our mind, perhaps the shadow of regret, of guilt, of our weaknesses of which show up in those nightmares. It's something really that only you will know, because you know what hurt you the most. You, and only you, know the true face of that worry and despair and fear of which keeps you up at night. And truly, when you get this card, it's saying, yes, you have this situation going on, and it's not very good, is it? So we need to find a way to get out of the situation. Now, we have to, for example, understand that these are images in our head, or that they are reflections from the world around us, and not necessarily the truth of what our true experience actually is. By obsessing and overthinking and continuing to take hold of these poisoned swords, we'll only make things worse for ourselves by turning our hand against us, by taking hold of something that hurts us, for example. And so there is the key. We need to let go of those poisoned swords, turn away from them now and forever, and look for a way to repair any damage of which they have done to us and those around us. The Nine of Discs is called gain, and so this represents things getting better for us, and therefore the world actually looking better in response to that, as if things have come into focus, which is a symbol that we see prominently on this card. And the Rider-Waite card shows this very physically. The world has become drenched in sunlight, which of course makes it look bright and beautiful, and the character here is clearly having a good day. They've got all sorts of wealth and success manifested around them, and there's birds and nature and all of the joys of life showing itself brightly around them. On the Tree of Life we are in Yesod, of which we find on that central pillar, and this is rather interesting here because this Sephiroth collects the energies of the Sephiroth on the opposite sides of it, which is Hod and Netzach, and also from Tifereth in the centre above it, and so it collects them and balances them, so they are no longer in opposition to each other. They're all finally coming together, and obviously when they come together things happen, things start to make sense. It's also rather interesting in that this card is very physical and material. It's a card of wealth and good fortunes, and we saw the esoteric writer Dion Fortune talk about Yesod as the treasure house of images and the sphere of Maya. And what she means by Maya is illusion, like a magic show, a magic lantern show, where the shadows move and dance, and yet in reality they're not quite what they see. And of course we have wealth in terms of physical money and physical things, and their actual value isn't their monetary value, of course, it's what they mean to us. It's the spirit of which is put behind them, and so that's quite an interesting little addendum to this, because this card certainly suggests great wealth and gain in all aspects of our life to come. Astrologically, it's Venus in Virgo, and so these are really good. So Virgo is an earth sign, and it's very practical and organised and so on, and so we're going to be very clear in our path. We know what it is that we're going to be gaining, and when it comes together with Venus, of course, of whom is concerned with love and the expressions of the heart and the pleasures, basically like what we saw with the Rider-Waite, you fall in love with the things of the world around you, whether they are a shadow show or not. They certainly exist in the heart and in the soul, and they mean a great deal because of that. The card is a balance and a harmony, and like that idea of things coming into focus, we can see in the centre 3 discs and orbs of which intermingle their colours, and yet also, like a prism, shine the colours out around them. And so whatever colours they are putting out radiate outwards into the world. That's in itself been something of a great esoteric truth. We become what we think. What we put out in the frequency of our thought is reflected outwards into the world. The same thoughts and similar thoughts will match the colour if we look at it on this card like that. These discs are like lenses, and it's a little bit like a consciousness version of an eye test. And so they move all these lenses and things around until the text comes into focus. These lenses here are showing that things for us in our world and in our journey through the cosmos have indeed come into focus, and the discs are blue, pink and green. The green is the seed of creativity, the expression of manifestation that's been put through the card, and it's mixed with wisdom, of which we see in blue, and love and beauty, of which we see in the pink. And of course they are also very simple male and female coded symbols, and we will come back to that later because there is more on that. Now we will find that the other 6 discs, of which are split into 2 balanced sections of 3, form the shape of the hexagram, the as above and so below, and so of course we have yet again the coming into balance and harmony, of which we see here. And these discs are actually literally coins this time. They look like medieval coins, or really old coins with the monarchs' heads on there, and they are of course suggesting a physical wealth outcome for our query and our drawing of this card. It doesn't have to necessarily be money, of course. It can be wealth in any of its manifestations. Good news, for example, coming to us. It can be love. It can be merely finding a place in the world of where we feel at peace, of where our soul is wealthy with the beauty around us. And yet, of course, often this card is concerned with the coming of physical wealth, and it's the gain of business, the time of harvest, of where we gather all of our hard work together and view it with a great sense of achievement for what we have actually managed to manifest. Now, the coins themselves in this hexagram are, as we've seen, a harmony, and the 3 on the top are all masculine symbols, and the 3 on the bottom are all feminine symbols. And when we put them, of course, together, we figure out how we can make things gain in whatever it is in our life. And so it's really a wonderful duality of all of the things come together, and when we look at what the coins represent, they show us how to do it. And so, starting with the masculine ones on the top, this first coin here is Saturn, and obviously Saturn gets a bad rep in a lot of these things, but here it's showing how to gain things by knowing how to use your time and how to set your boundaries and where to go and where not to go. Often in business ventures and just in life ventures even, we don't often use our time properly. We can, you've heard this thing, you go on the internet for 10 minutes and 3 hours later you're scrolling through cat videos or something. That's not using your time very wisely. You should be on, focused, know exactly what you're doing and move on to something else. And so that's showing that. The next coin is Mars, and so this shows how to gain things through the expression of our energy, our life forces. So this is something that we've seen all the way through these cards, this suit of cards. The burning passion, the desire to actually get up and make it happen. We actually fall in love with our ventures, whatever they may be. We actually love what we're doing. And they say, of course, if you love what you're doing, you never have to work, because it doesn't feel like something that you're doing out of necessity. It's something that you're doing because you love it and you want to see it grow and expand, which is, of course, the way that things always should be. And the final of the coins on the top, the masculine coins here, is Jupiter. And so this shows us how to gain things through being open to new experiences and be going with the flow, be flexible. We want to see things expand like we've just seen. We want to see things grow, and we have to allow. You know, there's this whole thing about the art of allowing. Don't try to force things, just allow them to be, allow them to grow naturally, and we will rejoice in the expansion of our consciousness and the things of which come with it. Moving on to the bottom coins, these are the counterparts, and so these are the feminine coins, and the first one being Mercury. And so this shows how to gain things through the effective use of our communication. It's how to express what we feel inside our heart and our soul, how to use words to get the point across, you know, how to actually make ourselves heard. And this doesn't have to be simply in vocal speaking as such. It's literally, how do we communicate with the cosmos? How do we communicate with the world around us? Who we want to be and who we want to show ourselves to be. We have to be able to communicate, whether it's words, symbols, even just the clothes that we wear or the way we carry ourselves through the world. By doing it in a particular way, we will be able to see gain showing in our life like that. And the next coin here is Venus. And so, of course, this goes back to love, of course, and to literally fall in love with the things around us and find their meaning for us. And so we find gain in things by wanting to have these things around us of which we love and which mean something to us, whether it's a memory, you know, or just because it's beautiful or because it makes us feel good. We fill our life with the things of which we love, and we want to see more of them, and so it leads to a gaining of things like that. And the final coin here on the feminine side of the coins is the moon. And so this obviously is a really powerful one. It shows how to gain things through the use of our instincts, through trusting our intuition. And because this card often shows up in business ventures, you know, you instinctively sometimes know what's the right investments and things like that. You just follow your instincts and the heart, not the head, that sort of idea. And more often than not, you will find yourself on the right path. You will fall into something of which you do end up falling in love with, and so it does naturally fill your consciousness with the want to expand and the actual desire to live in that world and to create that world for yourself and to put yourself out in the world showing, this is who I am and this is what I do and here's what it means to me. And then of course other people will be attracted to it too, of whose thoughts are on that same frequency or who want to experience that frequency for themselves. And that's actually similar to how Crowley describes this in the Book of Thoth. He says it's good luck attending your material affairs. It is favour and popularity. And so when you draw this card, it's a really good one. It's all about that gain of finances, improvement in aspects of our life of which we have wanted to make ourselves better with. We can actually finally start to see results showing physically in our life. And so really it's a bit like getting a reward for your hard work, that time of harvest, like we've said, that time of showing I've done all these things, I've put out all these thoughts, and they're coming back to me. The colours of which I have reflected into the world are reflected back to me, and now I feel a sense of achievement, a sense of hope, and a reward for all the journeys of which I have had so far up to this point in our ever-expanding universe. The Ten of Wands is known as oppression, and it can have somewhat differing meanings depending on what angle we look at it from. So over on the Rider-Waite deck, we can see that the Ten of Wands shows our figure struggling towards this town in the distance with their 10 wands. They appear to be very heavy and they're struggling with them, and one could almost say that they have taken on too much. They've taken on far too many wands to carry, and yet they are pushing on still towards their destination. On the Tree of Life, this card is interestingly in Malkuth, of which is Kingdom, and may appear to be the lowest emanation upon the Tree of Life, and yet it's also worth noting here that Malkuth contains within it the reflections, the illuminations of all of the Sephiroth above it. And so it's the physical world, which is of course that world of manifestation, of both good and bad manifestations in that regard. And so it's a grounded energy of matter and of earth, of visible world, of visible light, and it is receiving energy from all of the different paths. And most of the paths upon the Tree of Life form triangles, such as we've seen before, and Malkuth is the only one of which actually does not form part of a triangle. And of interest here, the Ten of Wands is the only 10 card in the Minor Arcana of which does not show a traceable outline of the Tree of Life upon it. Because it is Malkuth, it is separate from the rest of the Sephiroth, joined together, and yet also connected to them, and so that's why the Ten of Wands does not show this actual diagram. So upon the card we can see a visible representation of oppression, and again it depends upon how we look at oppression in this state. And so the chief symbol upon here are the Doges, or the Purbas, of which we last saw on the Two of Wands Dominion, and here they are much larger than what they were on the Two of Wands. They appear to be these large bars, almost like prison bars, which really does represent oppression and being unable to get out of a situation you find yourself in. They are coloured in this dark, shadowy hue, of which represents Malkuth, the Kingdom Sephiroth, and also Saturn. And indeed we can see the sigil of Saturn as well as Sagittarius upon this card. Now this is an interesting one because Saturn in Sagittarius in astrology represents a person of whom is rather quite serious, and they don't let their hair down too much, perhaps they should do. And the reason for that is that Sagittarius is all about ethics and empathy and higher wisdom and knowledge, where Saturn can be linked to delays and obstacles and that type of thing. And so it's saying we might want to achieve this higher wisdom and this morality, and yet there's going to be something in our way, and we have to work hard in order to get through these obstacles to make it happen. And so Saturn and Sagittarius people could be considered to be overly mature or for their age, or overly serious, even in situations that might not appear to warrant it. And so we can see behind these Purbas. Now we're going to return to the Purbas in a moment because they have another rather interesting symbol upon them, but behind them are 8 wands, and these 8 wands are moving around, they're coming together, and they have upon them flames, and the flames are warped into different types of shapes. They appear almost like claws here upon them, and also they are barbed. This suggests that they are trying to latch onto something, they're trying to grab onto, make contact with the earth and put themselves into it so that they can manifest, and they are trying to get out of the situation that they are actually in. The fact that they have claws as well, it's not a particularly positive symbol. It's showing that the energy that they're putting out, scratching and clawing, it's not as perfected or as harmonious as what the wands were on some of the previous wands cards. These are a little bit more violent and caught in a struggle. And of course they would be like that in some way because they're trying to manifest all sorts of different things, and we have these bars in front of them oppressing them and stopping them from doing so. And that's why we can also see the flames behind the cards are certainly not travelling in any particular direction. They seem quite distorted, they're flying about all over the place. They are just manifesting or trying to manifest anything that they can, and they're struggling. They're not sure which way to go into. And of course, a fire in that type of behaviour in reality is a fire of which is in flux and could easily be extinguished, which of course is not the result that you want, because it would mean that these 8 wands, which could be the 8 of wands, swiftness, that powerful and very colourful energy of manifestation, or Hod upon the Tree of Life, glory, the manifestation of God's will into physical form, would actually be all thrown off balance and would not happen if the flame was to be extinguished. And so it's a little bit of a warning sign here. It's saying don't take on too much, don't bite off more than you can chew, so to speak, because you could actually end up losing what you have striven so far to actually gain. And the orange background here is rather similar to this. It's quite an interesting one, the orange background. It certainly appears to be in flame, and this is said to represent Geberah upon the Tree of Life, as well as something else more metaphysical referred to as Absoluth. And so here Geberah is about sorting things out and getting rid of the trash, so to speak. It's about cutting down on the things that we don't need, and it can be quite aggressive in its energy of getting rid of these things. And Absoluth is concerned with the 4 worlds upon the actual Tree of Life, and so this is something that we're not going to focus on too much in this series, but Absoluth is the highest of the 4 worlds and means the world of emanation. It's a world of pure divinity. It's associated with the name of God, and it's also associated with the suit of wands in the tarot, which is actually why it's been displayed here on the final of the numbered wands cards before we get onto the court. Put together, this means that we don't want the world of emanation to be full of overabundance. We don't want it to be full of all sorts of excessive abundance of things of which have no particular purpose, weighed down by status quo and oppression in that regard, which is all going to be quite negative emanations. And so we want the energy of Geberah, that might and strength, to come in and get rid of all these obsolete and no good energies, so that we can actually manifest the pure light. It's basically like giving your room a clean, and getting rid of all the rubbish, or imagining that we could manifest things via the click of a finger. We would manifest every single idle thought that we had, and some of them would be quite unpleasant, or we would get fed up with them and need to clear them out again straight after, creating a vicious cycle. And so it's quite an interesting one, that. And of course, that idea of cleaning up energy in order for the correct manifestation to occur brings us back to the Purbas in the centre of this actual card. And the Purbas, or the Dorjes, are concerned with the removal of obstacles, and there is a deity of which is shown holding these Purbas, and this is Vajrakalaya, of which is said to be the wrathful form of the Buddha Vajrasattva. And so this quite strange looking deity holding the Purbas crushes, removes and destroys obstacles, and more importantly transmutes them into something of more worth. And so this is in many regards what we're seeing here upon the actual card. Is quite interesting, for Vajrakalaya grants wishes and allows manifestation to occur, and yet also destroys ignorance and oppression and obstacles, which is what the Purba is all about. And so what we're seeing here on the card is that transmuted into this tarot symbology, that we have all of these wands, desires with claws and barbs trying to latch themselves into our experience, and some of them may be self-deceptions. They may be too much, they may be indifferent, and they may be painful experiences even. And so what it's suggesting is, well, we need to cut down on them. We don't want to be like the Rider-Waite character, of whom is carrying far too many wands towards their destination. We need to slim them down a bit. We need to understand our self-deception and our illusions for what they actually are, and remove them and transmute them so that the flames can actually extend in the correct directions and the manifestation can work for its highest good. And so drawing this card really depends upon what other cards come with it and what angle you are looking at it from. So it could mean that there really is something that you can't achieve, that no matter how much you try, it's not going to happen. And so we need to come to terms with that, and we need to redirect our attention into things of which are more worthwhile. And yet it can also represent oppression in another way. Perhaps we've taken on too much pressure, we've got too many tasks going, there may be somebody overbearing over the top of us or demanding person in our lives, and we need to in some way stop ourselves from being trapped, and we need to come to a realisation that this is creating bars, such as on the card, preventing us from living the lives of which we are attempting to create, because matter and form is just spirit manifested, and so if it's not channeled, it's not going to manifest. So we need to act like Vajrakilakalaya and cut through the obstacles, remove the obstacles, in order to free ourselves up, give ourselves a break, and finally get ourselves on track where we need to be. The Ten of Cups is actually quite a strange card. It's known as satiety, of which is the state of fullness. For example, you've eaten a large meal and you don't feel hungry for ages afterwards. You could be saying that you are feeling a sensation of satiety. It's a strange card because there is quite a difference in interpretation here from what we may see on the Rider-Waite deck, of which seems to show a glorious rainbow world of colour and dancing and beauty. Some have suggested that the differing colours here and this matte yellow floor could represent that this card actually takes place upon a stage, which would of course mean that all of the vistas in front of the people are flat and fake. They are essentially illusions, and you cannot see the backstage area of pulleys and cogs and things that lay behind them. And so that's really what the Thoth card here tries to actually explain in a little bit more detail. And Tree of Life wise, we're going to be in Malkuth, we're a number 10 card, and yet if we want to go a little bit further into that, it's going to be Malkuth in the world of Briar. So this is one of the 4 worlds, and it sits between that of emanation and that of formation, and it's the world known as the world of creation. And so to have Malkuth in the world of creation, it's quite simple. We're talking very much about the physical manifested universe, and indeed, when we start to have a look at this card, we can see the Tree of Life, which in its totality represents everything in existence, is actually formed by all of the cups upon this card. Astrologically, this card is Mars in Pisces, and so we can see something not quite as wonderful as what we may first imagine here straight away, because Mars is quite warlike, it's quite masculine and disruptive, and Pisces is the opposite to that. It's going to be more flowing in peace and creativity and joyfulness without the conflict, and so to bring them together isn't very stable essentially. And so even if we have another look at the cups after knowing this information, they don't look stable themselves. They're sort of tilted to one side, and they're actually forming, of course, the shape of the Tree of Life, and yet they're not stacked in a way that would be stable. Crowley actually wanted this card to look rather sinister. It's got that deep red and orange, that fiery element almost, which of course tells us that there's a very strong influence of Mars coming through on this card. And in fact, when we have a little look at some of the other symbols, this Mars shows up much more than what anything else does in this card. And so this satiety, this fullness, you might think, of course, that it's good if we've eaten a large meal and we're full, or that we've got everything that we want. That's a state of tranquility, a state of peace. It's something that a lot of people actually yearn for in their life. I want to have everything that I've ever wanted. And there's nothing wrong with that, of course. Let's not tip the scales the other way and go back into that whole world of illusion. The idea with this is sometimes something can only expand so much until it has to go somewhere else. The energy can't move anymore, and energy always moves. Everything in the whole universe always moves. Like, we've used this on the cards before, but you know, even a dead body in a coffin is moving, because if it wasn't, how would it turn to dust? Nothing is ever still. And so when energy can't expand anymore, it has to start coming back in for its own sake. It's got nowhere else to go, and so it may collapse back into itself or fall down, and that's what we will see on this card. It's also very similar, even in contemporary science, to this idea of something such as a red shift, where it's suggested that the universe may be expanding, and yet, if it can't expand anymore, could it collapse back in on itself into a singularity and begin again? And the endless cycle of death and rebirth that would come from it. The top cup is, of course, fed by Kether, by the light of divine love and wonder, and it spills forth into this duality here. And yet, an easily missed symbol is that there are 5 streams coming from this top cup to fill the others. The 5th Sephiroth on the Tree of Life is Geberar, and that is ruled by Mars. And the number 5 in Tarot is also the number where we start getting conflicts and things showing up in the cards. And so this little symbol here crushes that illusion of a perfect world straight away and suggests that there is a conflict on the horizon, and that all the water comes off to the bottom of the card. It looks like it's just disappearing after it's overflown. And this is because when that energy can't expand anymore and it comes back in to itself, or it falls down, it flows down into the next cards, the next suit of cards, which is going to be swords. And so of course there is going to be that conflict showing up in the suit of swords. There's going to be separation. And so it's saying the process, it can't really end. It would just be expanding, contracting, expanding, contracting forever, unless the viewer of this problem, the person of whom has drawn the card, works out what's going on to stop this cycle. So essentially it's to work on yourself in order to get yourself out of a vicious cycle of which you think possibly could be satiated by the gathering of everything that you've wanted. We can see Mars everywhere in this, not just in those 5 streams, but the cups themselves, they're actually shaped like Aries, and of course that's going to be Mars. And of course you can also see the red flowers, of which in the background form the symbol of the Tree of Life. The top ones here, of which are the supernal triangle, that really deep red, that's going to be Mars as well, of course, there. And so it's saying that this strong energy of Mars is perhaps needed in this card to push us on towards the suit of swords, because otherwise we're just going to keep going round and round and round. And because the cups aren't stable, they're not in a place of complete harmony, they're tilted all different ways. You're never going to really have a firm foundation if you stayed within this actual world. Crowley really describes this rather perfectly in the Book of Thoth. He says, it's having discovered that and gotten everything that one wanted. One didn't want it after all, and now one must pay. And so what he's really saying there is you can surround yourself in this life of luxury. I'll buy that and we'll have this, and it's not a bad thing, like we've said, because you do want to have these things because they can make life more wonderful. And yet to buy things and to surround ourselves with these things because we just want to have everything, and we think that buying one more whatever it is could bring us happiness, could show us the right way, you end up just going round and round in circles, and really there's no other way to do this apart from to descend like the water, go with it, flow down into the suit of swords. And you know that in the suit of swords you're going to have to look at yourself and figure out a different way to get through these things to stop this cycling going on forever without any true expansion over a certain point. And so to draw the card, I mean, it can be good. It can show that you've got happiness, that there is going to be some type of joy in one's life, and yet because the card was meant to be rather sinister or have that kind of sinister underbelly to it. It's asking us to ask ourselves, is that a fleeting type of happiness? Is it short-lived? Or does it have an ability to fulfill us in a deeper meaning, in a more fuller way? Perhaps an interesting modern way of looking at this is to look at e-waste. And so it's all these computers and phones and things of which meant everything to you when you unwrapped it on Christmas morning, and it was the best thing you'd ever had. And then years later it's thrown away, and it ends up on this pile of e-waste. It can no longer connect to the server and update, and so it doesn't work. It's not got a purpose. And yet there's no reason why it wouldn't have a purpose. You just wanted the latest and greatest, and it means everything for its short moment in the sun before it too has to come down and realise that it didn't bring us the lasting fulfilment that we were searching for. And so we have to look elsewhere to find that, because otherwise we will be unable to actually move from this card and onwards with the journey throughout the tarot. The Ten of Swords, Ruin, is a card concerned with the end of a journey and the inevitability of its decay in the physical world. It is not as entirely without hope as what it may first appear, and yet this is a card certainly associated with that element of the end, as we can see. On the Rider-Waite card, a very physical image of death, the end of this conflict of which we have seen throughout these cards is displayed here graphically for us to see. His life's blood runs cold upon the ground. The sun sets and the journey is over. On the Tree of Life we are Malkuth in Yetzirah, and so we find ourselves well and truly in that world of formation, the furthest away from Kether, and finding ourselves basically in a world where it is ruled by decay and endings, a spiralling of things coming into being and fading away. Astrologically, we are the Sun in Gemini, and this is rather interesting as the Sun plays somewhat of a pivotal role in this card, suggesting a hidden light of hope running throughout it. But with the Sun in Gemini, the energy of Gemini waters down the light of the Sun, and so the general idea with people of whom are Sun in Gemini in astrology is that their moods change quickly, and yet when their mood is on something they are very passionate about it, but only for a short period of time. It's absolutely within the realm of the intellect, which is the seeing and holding and touching of things in the physical world. Of course, all of those things in the physical world are prone to this element of decay and of endings. They won't last forever. Upon the card we can see this, the background of the card has this quite fierce looking red and orange. It's almost quite unpleasant. It looks rather hot, sharp, like it's sucking us in. This is the colour of Mars, and it shows that the elements associated with Mars, which could be war of course and misfortune, that type of thing, have shown themselves in our lives. And Mars, however, isn't actually the dominant energy here. We're going to see Saturn as well, and so the whole background of the card is showing that all of the conflict we have seen has caught up with us in the end. So if we've lived by the sword, like we've seen on the Rider-Waite card, our character here has died by the sword as well. And so all of the swords on the Ten of Swords are arranged in the patterns of which we would see upon the Tree of Life, and they all have different symbols upon them. And so in the space of Kether here at the top, we can see the set of scales. The scales, of course, are Libra. This is perhaps of the greatest importance with this card, as people will naturally think this is a very grim and morbid card, and it can be in many ways, and yet it represents something of a balance, in that we can't actually grow if things don't come to an end. Sometimes we have to allow something to end in order for something new to begin, and Crowley himself talks about this card in the Book of Thoth. He says it's not completely without hope. Out of the fire rises the phoenix, and we must be able to lift ourselves up when we have nothing. And so that is the scales there shown at the top. Libra is also exalted in Saturn, and so we're seeing Saturn, Father Time, and of course with it death and endings. We can see that carried on with the next symbols, of which are in the space of Shokmar and Binar on the Tree of Life, and these have upon them an hourglass. This is the symbol held by Father Time, of whom is the personification of Saturn. It's the time running out, the suggestion of impermanence in our lives and in all of the things around us. Just as castle ruins were once the centre of wealth and extravagance, and would stand up upon the horizon as a statement of the ruling powers of the day, they now sit crumbling and forgotten, home only to passing birds and whistling winds. These hourglasses, however, also show a symbol of the compass around them. Of course, in Freemasonry we see the compass. It's perhaps the most well-known Masonic symbol, and in simple terms it represents self-restraint, one's ability to rein in his wants and yearnings, choose things even if he doesn't want them in that exact moment in order to live a balanced life. And so it's balance. The castle ruin sits as it is in ruin, because otherwise we would still be in the Wars of the Roses or something. It is balanced. It has risen to power and crumbled away. The next symbol in the space of Geberah and Chesed is the Tau cross. Now this has a great many symbolic meanings to it, and yet here it's in reference to the Tau as the final letter in the Hebrew alphabet, and so it has the association with that end of the journey. As the last letter of the alphabet, it is the final destination of the things around us, carved up in the alphabet of form, coming from thought. Of course, the letters are simply a way of which we express ourselves. And so as the last letter, it shows that all the things around us will eventually decay, they'll stop working, be thrown away, or rot, be forgotten and cover in dust. Yet even this rather miserable symbol has something of hope to it. The Tau was marked upon the forehead by Ezekiel, of those chosen by God. And St. Francis of Assisi originally signed his letters not with his name but with the Tau symbol, and this reminds us of St. Francis saying, as he did, "Let us begin again." And so we understand that those things around us have to die for us to be free of them and to start again. This can simply mean that something which once meant a great deal to us now means very little to us, because perhaps we've outgrown it, or we've simply got all of the joy that we could get from it, and so it has to die. It has to leave our experience, essentially, for us to move on from it, and having learned from it. And so the next symbols show what would happen if we didn't. These are in the space of Hod and Netzach, and these are quite sharp and very dangerous looking swords. They are pronged. They could harm their user just as much as those of whom they are used against. They also show something of those pinwheels of the mind and the restriction of them. They even look somewhat like Saturn in a way, and so it's that turning of the mind and that refusal to move on, that refusal to let those things in our mind die so that we can begin again. And that of course would keep us in a very poor state and would cause damage to us, and we can see that the actual central sword here is very much damaged, and we'll come back to that in a little while. The next symbol down, we see these two swords next to each other. The symbol in the space of Yesod is the sun. This is the symbol that shows that there's so much hope still in the card. It's not as miserable as what we would have hoped, because as Crowley says, the solar influence rules here, and so destruction can never be complete. So when something dies, it does begin again, like we saw with the Tau, like we've seen all the way around it. It's the dark night and the breaking through of the sun from the clouds in the morning, and underneath that we can actually see us. The final symbol here, in the symbol of Malkuth in the physical world, is a pentagram with a lunar crescent underneath it, and so the pentagram, of course, is us. It is spirit animating matter, those 4 points there being the things which make up that physical world, all the 4 elements, and the other point is spirit entering matter with the breath of life. The lunar crescent is the subconscious. It's those fears that we've had, of which we see in the moon card, of which have come out and started to manifest into the physical world, and so in the world of the day has leaked over something of the night, if you want to look at it in a poetic way. So essentially your fears have finally overtook you and caused this damage of which we see, and yet amongst all this damage may be seen the true hidden meaning in this card. The central sword, which is in the position of Tifereth, the Sephiroth of where the most paths cross through, is here shown as the heart. And we can see that the sword has actually been physically broken by all of this pressure and destruction. And yet, the bottom swords here, those representing things such as the mind and the sun and the power of ourself, is actually holding the heart in place. It's like it's literally pinning it down and holding it. And we remember when Crowley described this card as finding the ability to lift ourselves up even when we have nothing. Well, this really shows the hope that is present in this card. The things around us may decay, fall away and die. We may simply outgrow certain things, or we may experience them for a while and then feel that it's time to move on. And yet, behind all of these changing things is something which does not change, and that is our heart. That is the spark of love within them. And if we follow Thelema, we are introduced to this concept of true will, and that if we strip away all of the illusions of the world, all of those physical things in the world of which die and which decay, what is left after all of these illusions and pieces of trickery of which we have picked up from the world are discarded is that heart, that true love, that passion and that purpose behind them all. And so, as he says there in the Book of Thoth, lift it up as it is shown on the card, lift up your heart, and you should be able to move on from this situation. The card in itself could be a fear, it could be an actual physical loss of possessions and things around us, and so it's asking us to find the true meaning of them behind their physical form. We have to regain that balance of the heart against this backdrop of physical destruction, of which must be in some ways in order for these things to happen in the first place. And then we shall find wisdom coming through our experience of pain, outliving our loss and our destruction, because the heart will always be lifted up and will always be there. The 10 of discs is called wealth, and here we see the discs are once again coins and are shaped into the form of the Tree of Life. We can also see this on the Rider-Waite card. It's actually very similar to the Thoth card, and it shows an abundance of the beauty of the world all around us. This card is quite interesting because it is actually the final numbered card, and so as a 10, the energy usually comes down and filters itself into the next suit, where here of course there is nowhere for the energy to go, and so it has to be reborn, or it can represent everything of which we have experienced throughout the tarot journey, finally showing itself in all aspects of the universe, hence the Tree of Life. And so wealth is not just material wealth and physical money, but represents wealth in every aspect of life, in every aspect of existence. And of course that is what the Tree of Life represents. It is every aspect of existence, here emblazoned with the coins showing wealth. Purely on a Tree of Life perspective, it's in Malkuth, and it's in Malkuth in Isaiah, the manifested world. And of course the final destination of the energy, beginning, in that oneness and coming through all these different experiences, will end in Malkuth, in the formative physical manifestation. And once it's here, we have to actually know figuratively what to do with it. Does it just keep manifesting and manifesting until the world is literally full to bursting? Well, obviously that probably wouldn't work, so the energy would have to be channeled into something else, and that's usually where it would go down into the next suit. And yet, of course, here there is nowhere else to go. This is the final card. Astrologically, it is Mercury in Virgo, and very strongly we're going to see the element of Mercury coming up in this card. But Mercury, of course, is communication. Virgo is good at organising and getting things done, and so putting these together, things would move very, very quickly. So in physical terms, like business ventures, it's not bogged down by red tape and bureaucracy and things like that. It's literally just getting out there and making it happen, and it manifests extremely quickly. And so clearly this is something of which is really good with regards to the accumulation of wealth. We see it in New Thought, the universe like speed, and all these type of platitudes, which essentially represent the same thing, that stagnation is not the way to go, of course. Instead, we manifest, we move on, we experience everything in existence, and so that's why we have the Tree of Life shown here. It's all the different elements of existence. And in fact, all of the Sephiroth here represent symbols of Mercury, apart from the 8th Sephiroth, Hod, of which shows something different, of which may help us to understand the quandary in this card and actually how to move on. And so the first 3 Sephiroth, which are Kether, Shokmar and Binar, show astrological symbols of Mercury. So beginning in Kether, we just start with, of course, the oneness, the purity of the element, and so we have the astrological sigil of Mercury. Now with Shokmar and Binar, we of course have a masculine and feminine energy, so you can forget your Mars and Venus. Men are from Shokmar and women are from Binar. And so the sigil in Shokmar, the masculine energy here, shows the symbols of the planets all brought together and formed into a Mercury sigil. So it's called the unification of the planets in Mercury, and it's an alchemical symbol. And so it's like the potential of all of these planets here being communicated, of course, via Mercury. And so it's a little bit like a seed, really, with all of the potential of all those planets all brought together into this one element. And then coming across into Binar, we have another sigil, another alchemical glyph, of which is Mercury and the Tree of Life. And so this is supposed to show Sephiroth within it, representing the Tree of Life, but it's very difficult to actually see them. And so of course together that is the seed, of course, entering this Binar, which is this womb of creation. And of course when they unify, we see that element of the Tree of Life, which is what they call the magical child in occultism, the seed, the conception, the potential of a new life being created, a new, of course, conscious expression of everything in the universe, of whom will literally go through this cycle of being born and having to figure out what everything is in the world and so on. And of course here we reach that end. It is born, it is manifest. The next one down in Chesed is a little bit different. Here we see the Enochian letter Pe. Now Enochian, of course, is an angelic alphabet coined by John Dee and Edward Kelly, and so this represents a whole system of magic based on this allegedly channeled angelic language. And the Enochian letter Pe would be the equivalent of our letter B in English, and so it's the second letter, and it's the magician tarot card, or the magus, of which again is ruled by Mercury. Of course, the magus also represents ceremonial magic, and he holds the staff of which links heaven and earth, Kether and Malkuth. And so moving on to the next sigil in Geberah, we see that manifested here. And so here we see the Hebrew letter Beth. And this is actually associated with the Mage's Tarot card, and also, again by extension, with the element of Mercury. Now, according to John Dee, the biblical character Enoch was the last human to actually understand this Enochian language until it was deciphered by them, hence the name. And the Book of Enoch is also one of the first times we hear mentioned of the Archangel Raphael. And that brings us, of course, to the next element of which is in Tifereth. So right in the middle here of the Tree of Life, we actually see the Hebrew lettering for Raphael. And so that brings us to the Archangel Raphael, of whom is associated both with the Sun and with Mercury. And this is important for when we get to Hod. And so, of course, that is the coming together. It's Tifereth. It contains the elements of all of them put together, and so it's important that the Sun is in there as well. And of course, the Archangel Raphael actually means God heals, and so he's associated with healing and also with our journeys, and so we have that Mercury and sort of Hermes image there as well. And he's also shown with the staff, which brings us back to the Magician's Tarot card, and with Mercury as well. And also, just staying with him for a second, because this is the last of the numbered cards, we may look at the Archangel Raphael in a stranger manner here as well. With Islamic eschatology, it's often said that Raphael would be the angel of whom is actually responsible for blowing the trumpet on the end of time, so on the day of judgment. He is the one of whom would actually sound that trumpet, taking the message from God to say, this is the end of this physical world. And of course, this card at the end of these numbered cards, and so it's rather odd that that would come up in there. And as I say, we're not sure at that point where these things are going to go when they have nowhere else to come down into. Now, in Yesod we can see a magical pyramid, of which is similar to a magic square, and this contains within it numbers associated with Mercury. So this is deeply esoteric. It's essentially numbers of which can be drawn through to intersect with each other, and the numbers are corresponding to divine names of Mercury, of which all have a value of either 8, such as the Sephiroth Hod, or 64, and so we add these together, we intersect through them. So the intelligence of Mercury therefore would be 260, which we see in there, and the name of the spirit of Mercury would be the value of 2080. And so to actually get these numbers, you write out the names in Hebrew and then add up the value of each actual individual letter, so each Hebrew letter representing its numerical value and even its individual sound, if we want to go back to that idea of them as separate seeds and so on. And so it's a bit like a yantra, of which is like a spiritual antenna tuning into a particular type of frequency. This one here is the frequency, very much so, of Mercury. Now, we've left Hod for a moment, we're going to come to that secondary. So if we have a look at Malkuth, we'll notice that firstly the coin is actually bigger than all of the other coins, and also it contains within it a sigil of Mercury, of which is comprised out of the Hebrew letters Shin, Mem and Aleph, and these are the 3 mother elements of the Hebrew alphabet. They are fire, water and air. They're the primordial elements that actually make up the earth, and so of course they're here in Kingdom, in the physical world of Malkuth, and so they are Mercury as well in that respect, and it is the symbol of the caduceus, the staff. As the coin is bigger, however, than the rest of the coins, this can represent something of what happens when the energy becomes too big. It has nowhere else to go, it's becoming bloated, and so of course that's not a good thing for energy to overtake us. If our bodies continue getting bigger and bigger, it wouldn't end well for us. You know, if we just accumulated things, eventually we would run out of place to put them. The earth itself, you know, pollution, overdevelopment, things like that. Where does energy go? What is its meaning? This oversized coin represents energy becoming stagnated, just filling up and filling up and filling up, having passed through all of the universe, and now it's got nowhere else to go. So it's like a pool of stagnant water without an outlet to allow it to change and to continue flowing. And so of course this brings us to the Sephiroth of Hod, of which doesn't contain a Mercury symbol, but instead contains a sigil of the sun. And we can also see Hod echoed in Netzach, of which shows an 8-pointed star. And so this represents not only the Sephiroth of Hod, of which we're going to come to because it's the 8th, but it is also Mercury, because Hod is ruled by Mercury. And so altogether we have these mercurial symbols leading down into the Sephiroth of Hod, of which shows the sun. And so Hod, of course, as we've seen before, is concerned with the mystery of form. And so it's how things actually come to be as they actually are. And by understanding how they actually are, of course, we understand what they mean, such as when we come to realise that they aren't actually physical, but they're made out of vibrating frequencies and so on like that. But in terms of the pure card, of course, the hexagon, the hexagram have 6 sides each, and so if we do 6 times 6 we get 36, of which, lo and behold, brings us back to Mercury again. And we could also find Mercury by simply adding up all the different numbers of the Sephiroth until we get to the 8th, so 1 plus 2 plus 3 and so on. And when we get to Hod we will be at number 36 yet again, so that's the number of Mercury. And of course that is a conjunction, and so if we look at then Mercury and Virgo, the astrological signs here, they are in conjunction, and so we have here of course a descending triangle, of which is the female energy, and the ascending triangle, of which is the male energy. And these can also be as above so below, and the microcosm and macrocosm. It's basically the accomplishment of the great work, of which is Hermeticism, the bringing together of opposites, the finding of the one in between them, the joining together of the forces, which of course if you watch every card will have that symbol in it, most cards anyway, at least in some respect. And so astrologically as well, here Mercury, communication, speaking, the word, could represent the Greek word for the word and reasoning and order, of which of course is the logos. And so here we see this idea of an order in the universe, a meaning in the cosmos, which is a world away of course from scientific materialism. This is showing a great intelligence present in everything, a meaning even into those tiny vibrations that actually make up these so-called physical things. And of course in Christian doctrine and in writings, the logos is also associated with Christ, and Christ as a principle of God, of whom could be active in the creation of this cosmos, in revealing the divine plan in Christian mythology of salvation. It would be to humans, and would also be, again, returning to the more simple aspect of this, the masculine element. Therefore, of course, Virgo would be the Virgin, of which could represent the Holy Virgin Mary, which would be the mother of Jesus in that respect, and can even represent in a more physical attribute the Virgin as in the potential of birth of a new life, which is what we saw right at the very beginning with the elements comprised within the tree of life, representing the new life being created. And of course when the new life is created, it experiences everything in the universe and comes to understand, if it studies it of course, this order and divine intelligence in the universe, and it's a cycle. In fact, Crowley actually describes the card in the Book of Thoth as the Ten of Discs being a hieroglyph of the cycle of regeneration. And so that's how things don't get stagnant, and that's how the whole thing begins again. When that new life is born, of course, we're going to start again with the entire thing, and the Fool, and going through the whole journey of the tarot. It's a great card to draw because it's wealth, so it could be actual riches and money, and it could be accumulating all the wonderful things that you want in the world. Again, as we've seen, wealth is not just physical riches, but is wealth in everything all around us in the world. And of course when we are wealthy, whether it's physically, materially, spiritually, all those around us benefit from it as well. It's great high energy, and it really shows our place in the universe has come to fruition, and we've really understood all this stuff, and we're in a position to allow the cycle to start again, to impart the wisdom, to hold it in our hearts, and allow it to flow into whatever form it takes as it starts this wonderful journey once again.